You open your eyes in the soft pre-dawn hush of a Mesopotamian morning. The year is approximately 1800 BCE. You are standing in the great plain between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, where the air smells faintly of damp earth and burnt reeds. It's a land of mud, brick cities and narrow irrigation channels, of dusty caravans arriving from distant kingdoms, and, most mysteriously to modern eyes, a civilization deeply obsessed with shadows. Here, in this flat and sun-baked terrain, time itself was born, not in a mechanical sense, but in the way humans would come to live by measured hours, by the movement of sun and shade, by division, structure, and ritual. You are in Babylon, perhaps the most powerful city of its time, and although no ticking sound disturbs the quiet, time is passing in silent, solemn rhythm. It begins with the shadow. Before clocks, before gears, before even water clocks, the Babylonians turned to the heavens. They watched the stars move across the night sky, and by day, tracked the sun's journey not just for its light, but for what it left behind, its shadow. Where it fell, how long it stretched, and the angle it made told the Babylonians more than just the hour. It told them about the gods' moods, the alignment of fate, and whether it was time to pray, plow, or prepare for war. You watch as a priest in long linen robes, his beard oiled and curled, steps onto the temple rooftop. He holds a long wooden staff, a gnomon, though they do not yet call it that. He plants it into a patch of smooth, sanded clay. He does this each day at sunrise, tracing the changing angle of the shadow it casts. He doesn't glance up. His eyes stay on the shadow, which creeps steadily westward as the sun climbs higher. The Babylonians didn't invent timekeeping as we know it, but they laid the philosophical and mathematical groundwork for it. Their base 60 numerical system, yes, the same one that gave us 60 seconds in a minute and 60 minutes in an hour, was perfectly suited to dividing circles and cycles. They saw time not as a straight line, but as a loop, a repeating dance of celestial events. Their day was divided loosely into segments, defined not by exact hours, but by phases of light, shadow, and ritual. These early priests were astronomers, meteorologists, and mathematicians wrapped into one. From the ziggurat of Marduk, the city's high temple, they peered into the skies not with telescopes, but with quiet reverence. They recorded the movement of Jupiter, the phases of Venus, and the strange eclipses that seemed to make the sun vanish. They wrote on clay tablets in tight, wedge-shaped cuneiform. These weren't just observations. They were predictions, warnings, instructions from the divine. One such tablet, discovered in Sippar, an ancient Babylonian city north of Babylon, lists shadow lengths at different times of day and year, correlating them with the seasons. It's a dry thing to read, line after line of dusty math and angular measurements. And yet it whispers of a people trying to impose structure on chaos. Imagine measuring your day not by numbers on a screen, but by sitting and watching a shadow crawl across stone. Their sundials were simple, upright rods set in circular spaces, often with concentric lines etched into the clay. These marked the segments of the day, not 1 p.m. or 3:30 p.m., but times for prayer, for the start of labor, for offering grain or incense. To the Babylonian farmer, a longer morning shadow might mean more time to work before the heat sets in. To the merchant, it might mean his caravan is late. To the priest, it might mean the gods are displeased. The sun wasn't just a source of light. It was Shamash, the god of justice, of order, of truth. His gaze could not be escaped. His light could not be hidden. Watching the shadow was watching his path, and thus keeping time became a sacred act. To know where the sun stood was to know where you stood in the order of the cosmos. The daily rituals of the temple were timed by shadow. Even the king's schedule, his audiences, his judgments, his meals, followed the arc of the sun. and when the sun vanished, other systems took over. Water clocks, still crude and rare, trickled time through narrow necks. The night sky, mapped with stunning precision, became its own sort of clock. You might wonder what the average Babylonian thought of all this. Whether the weaver or fisherman or child understood the sacred geometry happening above. The truth is, probably not, but they lived by its rhythms nonetheless. When the priest struck the temple bell, they rose. When the shadow touched the western marker, they knew the midday meal had passed. And when the stars blinked into the violet sky, they knew the day was done and the gods had turned their faces elsewhere for a time. Over time, Babylonian scholars began carving lists of shadow lengths onto tablets for different months. These may seem pointless now. Why measure the length of a shadow in the month of Nisenu or Tashritu? But to them, it was a way of capturing the flow of time in hard clay. These records would inform later cultures, Egyptians, Greeks, Persians, who built more elaborate sundials and, eventually, mechanical clocks. Yet the beauty of the Babylonian system lies in its simplicity. A stick in the ground, a mark on the floor, a line traced by sunlight, time made visible by the absence of light. It was not loud, it did not tick. It simply existed, crawling steadily across stone. The priest kneels again to measure, his shadow now half its morning length. He scratches another symbol into his tablet. What did he see when he watched the shadow? Did he think of the cosmos, of fate, or simply of when it would be time to eat? As the sun arcs higher above the dusty plains of Mesopotamia, the shadow of the Naaman shortens, gliding inward toward its narrowest point before retreating westward again. You remain in the same temple courtyard, the sun now blazing overhead, but the silence is still deep and dignified. The scent of crushed juniper and hot stone rises in the air, and the rhythm of the day has shifted into its steady, sun-beaten tempo. You are now closer to the priesthood's inner workings, those men whose lives were spent reading the movements of stars and shadows like one might read sacred text. These were the Amanyu, the scholar, priests, keepers of not just rituals but systems of time, of celestial cycles, and of geometry. It may seem surprising that one of the world's earliest mathematical cultures developed not out of curiosity alone, but out of a very practical problem. When will the shadow fall here again? In a world where survival hinged on knowing when to harvest barley, when to fear floods, and when to expect traders from Elam or Susa, the movement of shadows was far more than a novelty. It was a map for living. In the sanctuaries of temples like Isagila, the great ziggurat of Marduk in Babylon, time was a tool for both order and control. At designated hours, dictated by the length and angle of the sun's shadow, sacred rituals were carried out. These included offerings of incense, bread and beer, timed not to arbitrary bells, but to the very movement of heaven across earth. The priests didn't check the time, they watched it unfold. On some days, especially near the equinox, the priests' measurements were more detailed, more precise. A shadow at sunrise would be recorded, then again at mid-morning, noon, and late afternoon. They marked this data on clay tablets using cuneiform symbols, each wedge carefully pressed into the wet surface. The results were collected in small libraries, archives of empirical science mixed with divine purpose. Among the earliest documented tools for this work was the shadow board, a flat panel divided into measured sections, each marked with symbols that corresponded to lunar months or ceremonial hours. When placed beside a vertical staff, the shadow's position on the board indicated not only the time of day, but also the time of year, based on the sun's declination. These instruments were especially valuable in the preparation for festivals like the Akitu, Babylon's New Year celebration, which required precise timing for offerings to be pleasing to the gods. But how did they do it? these scholars with no access to protractors, telescopes, or modern math? The answer lies in the Babylonian mind's remarkable ability to abstract from pattern. They observed, they calculated, and most importantly, they recorded obsessively. The Babylonians were perhaps the first to use the idea of an angle mathematically. They understood that as the sun rose higher in the sky, the shadow shortened according to a predictable curve. They didn't think of it as trigonometry in our sense, but they laid its foundations. If a shadow at sunrise measured 5 cubits and by midday measured 1, then there must be a correlation between the sun's height and time's passing. They assigned numbers to these relationships and over time discovered patterns that repeated annually. Clay tablets excavated at Nineveh and Uruk show surprisingly sophisticated mathematical tables, ones that include square roots, reciprocals, and even hints of early algebra. These calculations were used to predict lunar eclipses, solstices, and shadow lengths. Many of these tablets were instructional, guides for junior priests and scribes, teaching them not only to measure, but to interpret what they saw. Imagine yourself now as a student in a Babylonian temple school, sitting cross-legged on a reed mat. You are handed a clay slab, still soft, and a stylus. The priest, master, begins to speak in a low voice. At the 7th mark of Nisanu, when the shadow of the rod at sunrise is 5 hand lengths, you must prepare the barley loaf. When the shadow vanishes at midday, the rites of Shamash must begin. You are not just learning to count. You are learning to control the invisible. To understand time is to understand the gods' patterns, and in doing so, perhaps gain a sliver of their wisdom. Outside the temple, life hums quietly. Farmers tend their fields. Merchants haggle in narrow lanes. Children play near canals, their voices rising in the thick heat. These people do not mark the shadow every hour, but they live by it nonetheless. The opening and closing of market stalls, the timing of river barge departures, even the washing of clothes, all are tied to the arc of sunlight across stone. To the modern mind, used to precise alarms and digital countdowns, this system might feel vague, unscientific. But here in Babylon, it is exacting. The Amonyu were trained not only in shadow observation, but in record keeping and divination. If a shadow fell earlier than expected, it might indicate a coming drought. If it lingered too long in one place, it could suggest bad fortune or a sign from the gods. Shadow measurement was both science and divination, and while this dual role might seem contradictory now, it was deeply logical to them. The heavens were not separate from the divine, they were divine, and so measuring a shadow was not just tracking time. It was listening to the will of the universe. As you walk the upper ramparts of the ziggurat at midday, you see shadowless pillars standing tall, their edges blurred by the vertical sun. It is the quietest moment of the day. Even the birds hush. The priests have withdrawn to the cool stone chambers inside. There, they prepare the afternoon rituals, the timing of which is dictated not by clocks but by absence. The absence of shadow at high noon, when Shamash sits directly overhead. And still the questions linger. Why were they so obsessed with recording each shadow's angle? Were they merely measuring sunlight, or were they tracing something far deeper? Something eternal, cyclical, divine? You sit quietly, the warm clay tablet resting on your knees, still soft from the river mud that birthed it. The stylus in your hand leaves neat, wedge-shaped impressions, carefully mimicked after the priest, master's own. Your fingers are smudged with silt, but your mind is steady. The temple school is calm in the late afternoon. Outside, the heat begins to soften, and shadows once again stretch long over the temple courtyards. A breeze moves through the reed screens above your head, rustling like whispers. This is the hour when the priests revise the sky's earlier promises, when the tablets are read aloud and past omens compared to present observations. When you, a student of shadows, Begin to see the connections hidden in the mathematics of sun and stone. The master priest stands by the open latticework of the courtyard, the gnomons late, day shadow slicing across the board like an ancient sundial. He speaks slowly. Observe, at this angle with the sun descending, the rod's shadow stretches 6 lengths. It is the mark of Ulu, the flood month's end, the granary's close. Tomorrow we rise before the stars vanish. You nod, internalizing the sequence, not as random numbers, but as a story. A rhythm, a relationship between shadow and season, temple and time. By now, you know the shadow is more than light's interruption. It is the clock before clocks, the whisper of regularity in a chaotic world. These observations, meticulously copied onto tablets and stored in the dark corners of temple libraries, formed the first empirical databases of human civilization. Some of these tablets survive today, pulled from ruined archives in Nineveh, Uruk, and Babylon itself. They tell us not only about angles and eclipses, but about mindset. These people, your teachers, your peers, were not merely scribes or servants of gods. They were, in a quiet and disciplined way, scientists, and like all great scientists, they built upon each other's work. It's dusk now. The shadow is long and faint, but your studies are not yet over. Tonight is one of the temple's monthly vigils. The priests will ascend the ziggurat after sunset and chart the heavens. The moon is expected to rise low and red over the eastern horizon, and Jupiter will be visible near the shoulder of the lion-shaped constellation. All of this will be recorded, not for idle curiosity, but to compare with previous sightings. If the planet arrives too early, if the moon is too dim, the scribes will scour older tablets to find precedents. What once followed a shadow might now follow a star. And so, the science of shadow tracking began to extend outward, to astronomy. The Babylonians' records of celestial movement were unmatched for centuries. They could predict eclipses with fair accuracy, not by models of elliptical orbits, but by an astonishing method of pattern recognition. If an eclipse occurred in the 12th month one year, and again 223 lunar months later, they knew it would likely happen again under similar circumstances. This pattern, the Saros cycle, was never written down as a formula, but it lived in their memory, in their math, and in the clay. And it all began with a stick and a shadow. To modern minds, the leap from shadow to star may seem enormous. But here in Babylon, it was a seamless continuum. The heavens and the earth were reflections of each other, bound in mirrored symmetry. You didn't need a clock tower or gears to measure time. You needed sunlight, patience, and the careful gaze of those who dared to find structure in silence. As night falls and oil lamps flicker in the cool corners of the ziggurat, you step out onto the uppermost level. Below you, the city stretches out in murmuring quiet. Canals reflecting starlight, rooftops clustered like sun-baked tiles, the Euphrates glinting just beyond the city walls. Time feels thick here, slow, heavy, and yet always moving. The master priest points to the horizon. A faint glow reveals the edge of the moon as it begins its slow rise. He does not speak, only waits. You imagine a future far from this one, a time when clocks hang on walls, when digital faces count the seconds, and when shadows are rarely noticed at all. But even then, even now, the system remains 60 minutes, 60 seconds, the arc of a day mapped into hours that descend directly from this place, from this practice. The Babylonians didn't just measure time, they defined it. Their world may have been made of clay and reed, but their vision was vast. Each mark pressed into a tablet was a promise that time could be known, that it could be tamed, if only for a little while. And as the stars bloom above Babylon, as the shadow has long since vanished, you wonder how much of what we know came from what they watched disappear. You are inside the walled silence of a medieval convent. The air smells of wax and crushed lavender. and the sandstone floor is cool beneath your feet. It is the 12th century, in a corner of the Holy Roman Empire, perhaps near the Rhine, perhaps further south, where forests loom and vineyards twist along hillsides. Outside the walls, knights ride, towns bustle, and cathedrals rise slowly toward heaven. But here, within the cloistered world of women devoted to God, time moves to a different rhythm. This is the hora canonica, the canonical hour, the daily prayer cycle of matins, lauds, prime, terce, sext, none, vespers, compline, a life measured not by clock or shadow, but by devotion and discipline. You walk slowly under the stone arcades, listening to the wind whisper through herb gardens. Bees buzz around a rosemary bush, their soft movement blending with the distant echo of a bell. You might expect only solemnity in this place, obedience, silence, and the cold beauty of religious duty. But something else moves beneath the surface, something written in careful Latin, preserved in crumbling manuscripts, tucked between psalms and commentaries, love poems. The nuns of medieval Europe, especially during the 12th and 13th centuries, were not only devout. Many were literate, educated, and expressive, and some, in the privacy of their scriptoria, composed poems not of saints and suffering, but of longing, of intimacy, of affection too tender to be purely spiritual. Written in Latin, in the scholarly language of their time, these verses often survived unnoticed by later archivists, mistaken for dull marginalia or exercises in translation. You sit beside a writing desk made of dark oak. A candle flickers beside you, a quill dips into ink. On a page of creamy parchment, a hand has written in steady, looping strokes, O dulcis amica me, cor meum in absentia tua deficit. O my sweet friend, my heart fails in your absence. The script is neat, the Latin elegant, and the sentiment unmistakable. Who was she? The one who wrote this, we cannot be sure. Most convent writings went unsigned, or were attributed to the community rather than the individual. But some manuscripts, like those from the Benedictine Abbey at Loon, or the famed Hildegard von Bingen's convent, contain traces of distinct voices, women whose inner lives were rich with imagination, devotion, and yes, longing. It would be easy to assume that all nuns chose this life. In reality, many were placed in convents by their families, young daughters given over to the church for piety, prestige, or practical inheritance reasons. Some arrived as children, others after widowhood, some came willingly, others, perhaps not. And yet, once inside, they built communities of learning, music, contemplation, and writing. These women were not idle. They copied books, they composed letters, they created illuminated manuscripts filled with gold, leaf vines, and tiny birds drawn with affection. And in the margins of psalters and rulebooks, they sometimes wrote verses to one another. Tu mihi sola luxis, you are my only light. You imagine two women, sisters in habit, not by blood exchanging glances during prayer, brushing hands during the morning distribution of bread. Words left unsaid, but not unwritten. It is important not to overlay modern labels onto medieval emotions. Were these poems expressions of platonic love, spiritual devotion, or romantic longing? Perhaps all three. In the world of the convent, where women lived closely together for decades, often from adolescence to old age, deep bonds were inevitable, and Latin, with its precision and poetry, gave them a way to express what they could not speak aloud. You walk now through the convent garden, the hortus conclusus, or enclosed garden. Each plant has purpose: rosemary for memory, sage for health, violets for humility. The garden is both symbolic and practical, a space of order in a world of chaos. Like the convent itself, a breeze stirs the leaves. You hear the rustling of a habit as another sister passes by, nodding silently. In the dormitory hall, tucked behind carved wooden screens. Scraps of parchment rest beneath thin pillows. Pages of copied poetry, fragments of old Latin lyrics, quotations from Virgil or the Psalms. Hidden, but not destroyed. The abbess, older and wiser, knows these things. She may have written her own verses once, or perhaps she turned them into hymns. Music was another outlet for expression. Many convents had choirs that sang the divine office in plainsong. Some composed their own melodies. Hildegard of Bingen, now the most famous of these voices, left behind a luminous body of musical and poetic work, words that soar between divine vision and human yearning. But Hildegard was not alone. Dozens, perhaps hundreds, of convent women wrote verses that blended scripture with something more personal. Sometimes it was metaphysical, sometimes unmistakably human. I have seen you in dreams, your voice like the bell at vespers. When I wake, I hear only silence. You wonder how many of these voices were lost, how many pages crumbled, how many expressions of quiet, forbidden love were brushed away by later monks or burned in the great cleanings of reform. Some lines survive only in translation, pulled from damaged codices by modern scholars, verses that might once have been discarded as childish or improper, and yet they linger. Here in this cloister, in the spaces between bells, between prayers, between duties, poetry blossomed like violets between the cracks in stone. But who were these women? What else did they write? What stories remain hidden in the folds of parchment and the folds of silence? The candles have burned lower now. Outside, a faint fog rolls over the fields, softening the distant bark of a dog or the creak of a wind-blown shutter. Within the convent walls, night comes not with fear, but with ritual. Vespers have passed. The sisters have chanted their psalms in long, measured Latin tones, notes rising and falling like breath. You are in the scriptorium once more, a cool room lit by narrow windows and candlelight. The air is heavy with the scent of ink, scraped parchment, and beeswax polish. This is the place where thought is given form, where words are preserved, not just for God, but for memory. Here, nuns sit at writing desks, their heads bowed in silent labor. They do not speak. They copy psalms, homilies, saints' lives. The texts are sacred, but between the lines, sometimes in the margins, sometimes in the flyleaves at the end of books, personal words appear. You lean over one such page. A dense passage from Augustine is carefully rendered in black ink. But off to the side, in a smaller, lighter hand, a line curls upward in the margin. Flamma me cor tuum tangit nead huc. My flame, does it still touch your heart? It's almost a whisper, caught between ancient philosophy and formal theology. A line not intended for public voice, perhaps never meant to be read aloud, but it is there preserved. A small fire flickering in the cold logic of the page. Medieval convents, especially in Germany, France, and the Low Countries, were hubs of female literacy. Unlike in many parts of secular society, women here could read and write Latin, sometimes Greek, and occasionally Hebrew. They engaged with religious texts, but also with classical poetry and grammar. In some cases, they studied astronomy, medicine, or natural science, passing their knowledge among sisters like hands spun cloth. This freedom to write created something rare in the medieval world, an inner literary culture by women, for women. Some poems were written in formal meters, hexameter or elegiac couplets showing signs of classical training. Others were looser, more spontaneous, using a blend of Latin and vernacular language. A verse might begin with a quotation from the Psalms, only to turn unexpectedly into something deeply emotional. Quomodo cantobo laudum tuum, cum cor meum voc hat alium. How shall I sing your praise when my heart calls out to another? Not all expressions were romantic, of course. Some were simply declarations of friendship, of loyalty, of spiritual kinship. But others leaned into longing, subtle and aching. A few verses, when translated, might pass for modern love poetry. their subjects veiled but intimate. I dreamt of your hands folded in prayer, but they reached for mine, and we said nothing. You trace your fingers across the edges of these manuscripts. Their pages are smooth with age, their inks faded to brown and soft black. The bindings, wooden boards wrapped in leather, creak when opened, as though the books themselves remember. Not all nuns were allowed such intimacy with books. The scribes and scholars were often chosen from noble or literate families. Their duties were both artistic and intellectual. Some illustrated the manuscripts with delicate initials and marginal creatures, foxes curled among vines, small deer hiding behind illuminated saints. Even the imagery held meaning. In one psalter, a tiny painting of two women under a flowering tree stands beside a passage on divine union. Was it symbolic, or a coded memory? You imagine the risks. These were not open societies. Feelings that strayed beyond spiritual bonds, especially those that resembled earthly love, could be viewed as dangerous. Though convents were spaces apart from male authority, they were still under church oversight. An inquisitive bishop, an angry abbot, or a jealous sister could report someone for improper affection. The punishment might be silence, isolation, or even transfer, and yet the words remained. They remained because writing was not always policed the way speech was. A verse slipped into a margin might pass for innocent reflection. A poem added to the back of a psalm book might be mistaken for a copied hymn. And sometimes these nuns wrote under the guise of anime, souls speaking to God or to the Virgin Mary, though the language blurred easily into something more earthly. I called you Domina me my lady, but I meant it always. This double language, this ambiguity, gave them space. The convent was both refuge and prison, depending on who you were. But for many, it was a place where the heart could stretch, safely or dangerously, into language. Words gave freedom. Words gave shape to feelings no one could otherwise name. As the night deepens, you walk past the dormitory again. Rows of narrow wooden beds, a chill in the air. The silence here is not empty. It holds meaning. It is full of thought, of verses whispered into straw pillows and dreams recited back to the moonlight. Outside the window, frost forms on the stone ledge. A faint glow lights the sky. The moon, silver and thin. Inside, in the low light, you pick up another manuscript, older this time. The binding cracked. The cover loose. Inside, another anonymous verse. I watched you kneel at Lord's. You did not look for me. I looked anyway. Who was the woman who wrote this? Did she ever show the poem to its subject? Or did she hide it away, letting the ink carry her longing while she kept her vow of silence? Morning returns to the convent in a gentle hush. The sun filters through narrow windows, casting pale slats of light onto the worn flagstones. You hear the rustle of habits, the soft thud of sandals, the clink of earthen bowls being set on the refectory tables. Another day begins, as so many have before. Nothing in the rhythm of this place suggests anything has changed. But something lingers in the air, perhaps the scent of yesterday's candle smoke, or perhaps the trace of a line still echoing in someone's memory. You knelt beside me, the world faded, but your breath stayed. Throughout the medieval world, the memory of convents has often been flattened into simplicity, places of prayer and obedience, submission and silence. But in truth, these stone walls held complexity, intellectual, emotional, and even political. And at the heart of it all, writing. Many of the nuns who penned these verses remained anonymous. Their manuscripts were bound without names, or their signatures erased. Their books were sometimes absorbed into larger libraries and reattributed to monks or male scribes. But a few identities shine through, even dimly. In the 12th century, a nun from the convent of Gandersheim, sometimes linked with the writer Ross, Wather of Gandersheim, composed plays and dramatic verses in elegant Latin. While her works were spiritual, they hinted at emotional tension. Others, like the women of Lune Abbey, left behind entire books of prayers and songs, carefully preserved by later archivists. And then, of course, there is Hildegard von Bingen, whose letters speak with startling clarity about affection, pain, and the complexities of human love, even divine love, as felt in the body. In one letter, she writes to a fellow abbess, "I loved you with the love of my soul, and it burned me like the stars burn the sky." Not all convents were so rich in literary output. Some were poor, remote, or under strict Benedictine rule, discouraging writing beyond scripture. But in those where creativity was allowed, or could sneak through the cracks, love found its language. You stand now in the small convent archive, where parchments are kept in oiled leather wrappings, tied with string. These books are not illuminated with gold. They are not richly adorned, but they are full of quiet words, words that survived centuries of neglect, weather, war, and reform. You find a fragment in a binding, used as scrap paper for reinforcement. It's stained, torn, but readable. She smiled at me once, and for the rest of the season I could not speak her name. There is no flourish, no rhyme, no attempt to hide behind metaphor. It's raw, simple, and absolutely human. That is what makes these verses so extraordinary. Not that they were written by women in religious seclusion, but that they show how complex those women truly were. Their identities were not just cloistered shadows. They were thinkers, they were translators, they were keepers of language, they were readers of Ovid and Augustine, but also of each other. For many of them, their lives were bounded by vows, chastity, obedience, poverty. But within those boundaries, they carved out a world where thought and affection could live. Sometimes through the beauty of Scripture, sometimes through the writing of prayers, and sometimes simply through verses never meant to be found. If I see her at Compline, I will not look. If she looks at me, I will not speak. But if she touches my hand again, I will remember. Over the centuries, the convents changed. Some were reformed, their writings destroyed. Others faded with time, their nuns buried in quiet cemeteries marked by simple stone slabs. But the manuscripts that survive, bound in German libraries, tucked in corners of Oxford and Paris, still carry their voices. Modern scholars have begun to read them again, to listen, to translate, to wonder what these women meant when they wrote of sweet companions, beloved sisters, and those whose voices carried into my dreams. It is tempting to draw conclusions, to say with certainty that these were romantic loves or spiritual devotions or emotional alliances formed in the safety of routine. But the truth is quieter than that, and perhaps more enduring. They wrote because they felt something. They wrote because it would not be spoken. They wrote because even in silence, they remembered. Now, centuries later, in the stillness of a digital library, or a university archive, or even in your own ears as you drift off to sleep, those memories rise again. And as the convent bells ring once more, echoing across stone corridors and empty cloisters, you ask yourself, how many loves have lived only in ink, and how many are still waiting to be read? The morning air hangs thick over the banks of the Nile, warmed by the first golden light of Ra. You're not in a palace, or among temples of polished limestone and painted columns. No, you are standing near the workers' village at Giza, where the scent of rising dough drifts across the sand. It's around 500 BC, in the time of Pharaoh Khufu. The Great Pyramid is still being built, its flanks crawling with men hauling blocks, hammering copper chisels, shouting over ramps and ropes. But none of that could happen. Not a single stone moved, without bread. Lots and lots of bread. You turn toward the rows of mud brick ovens glowing faintly with ember heat. They look almost like overturned pottery jars, some cracked, some scorched, all dusted with flour. This is where one of the most critical operations of ancient Egypt took place. Not in battlefields or throne rooms, but in open air, kitchens worked by strong, quick-handed bakers. Bread was the engine that fed the workforce of Egypt. The men building Khufu's pyramid weren't slaves as once thought, but seasonal laborers, farmers conscripted during the inundation season when fields lay underwater. They were housed, fed, and organized like a massive industrial army. And they needed food, roughly 3,000 calories a day to endure back-breaking labor beneath the desert sun. You walk past baskets of emmer wheat, the staple grain of the Old Kingdom. It's not like modern wheat. Its grains are smaller, and harvesting it is hard. The tough husks must be cracked and winnowed to free the grain inside. But once ground, the flour becomes the soul of Egypt's daily sustenance. A squat, chewy loaf known simply as ta. A woman, her head covered with linen, her arms streaked with flour and ash, kneels beside a stone basin, grinding grain with a flat, heavy quern. She moves rhythmically, pulling the stone back and forth, until the emmer breaks into coarse meal. Her face is tired but focused. She has done this every day for years. Behind her, a group of men carry large jars of beer mash, another essential part of the workers' rations. Bread and beer were made from the same ingredients, often in the same place. Some loaves were even half baked, crumbled, and fermented again to make beer. The boundary between bakery and brewery was loose, practical. Everything had one purpose: to fuel labor. The scale of this operation is astonishing. Archaeologists have uncovered the remains of dozens of ovens, long bread molds, and ash pits near the Giza workers' village. Some loaves were shaped like cones, others like round cakes. Many were mass-produced using clay molds, lined up and baked in batches inside dome ovens. You can still see the black scorch marks on excavated fragments today. You kneel beside one such oven, its mouth blackened, its edge chipped. A man slides in an oblong mold of dough, likely mixed with date syrup or honey if it's a festival day, but more often just emmer, water, and salt. A second man fans the fire, careful not to let the temperature fall. The heat, the smoke, the labor, it's all consuming, but it was essential. Without these thousands of loaves a day, the pyramid would never have risen. What's curious is how little these bakers are remembered. Pharaohs' names are carved in stone, priests' hymns are written in papyrus scrolls, but the bakers who fed the workforce are mostly anonymous, known only through the blackened pits and flour dust they left behind. Still, you can imagine their world, rising before the sun to begin mixing dough, working in teams to knead, shape, and mold, baking hundreds of loaves in succession, falling asleep with flour still beneath their fingernails. It was grueling work, but respected. Being a baker, henu pek, it in ancient Egyptian, was a skilled trade. Some bakers worked for temples, others for private estates, but those at Giza were part of something enormous, historic. They were feeding history as it was being carved into stone. You step back from the ovens and look toward the half-finished pyramid. The blocks rise in massive tiers, each hauled into place by men covered in dust and sweat. And every one of them, at some point that day, will have eaten the same thing: a piece of bread, a jar of beer, and maybe, if lucky, a bit of dried fish or onion. In the quiet hour before the laborers return from the ramps and scaffolds, a girl runs past with a cloth bundle, warm loaves still steaming. She places them carefully into a clay bin marked with red ochre. Someone nearby chuckles softly. It's not a grand moment, it's not divine, but it's real, and maybe that's enough, because behind every great monument, every pyramid, every temple, every tomb, was a kitchen. And in those kitchens, bakers kept time not with calendars, but with rising dough and fading fire. As the sun climbs higher, and smoke rises once more from the ovens, you begin to wonder, what else in history was built not by kings or soldiers, but by hands covered in flour? The midday sun now hangs heavy above Giza. The pale limestone blocks of the pyramid reflect the light with blinding brilliance, and even the shadows seem to sweat. But here in the bakery courtyard, under an awning of woven reeds, the ovens are still going. The fire hasn't stopped. You sit on a worn linen mat beside a young apprentice. His arms are dusted with flour. His hair is pulled back with a leather strap. In front of him, a stack of dough rounds rests beside a basin of water and salt. He works in silence, shaping each round with practiced hands, not too thick. Those won't bake evenly, not too thin. Those will dry out before the evening meal. It's not just about feeding hungry workers. Bread in ancient Egypt was a thread woven through every layer of society. An offering to gods, a payment for labor, a symbol of life itself. Nearby, two older women prepare a different kind of loaf. This one is finer. The flour has been sifted 3 times, removing the coarse husks and sand. Honey is added, along with dried figs and a pinch of coriander. It is kneaded more gently, then shaped into a tall, narrow cone and placed in a carved mold. It is not for lunch, it is for the dead. In tombs across Egypt, archaeologists have discovered hundreds of clay models of bakeries and granaries. Tiny figures grinding grain, kneading dough, placing loaves in ovens. The scenes are precise, almost reverent, because for the Egyptians, bread was not just nourishment, it was eternal. They believed that the dead, too, must eat. A well-provided tomb included models of bread, making, or actual loaves preserved in baskets, carbonized now, but still shaped like the living ones. Funerary texts, like the pyramid texts and coffin texts, refer to bread of the sky and beer of the field, gifts from the gods to the spirits of the deceased. You imagine now that a loaf baked this morning, touched by flour, covered hands, fired in a glowing oven, may be placed not on a table, but in a tomb, sealed for eternity, a meal for the ka, the soul, double that walks forever in the field of reeds. It's a strange thought. The same bread that fuels pyramid builders also nourishes the dead. In a quiet corner of the courtyard, a scribe sits cross-legged on a low stool. He's not baking, he's writing. His papyrus scroll lists today's bread allocations: 20 loaves to the eastern ramp, crew 15 to the rope, pullers 12 to the copper, myths 5 finer loaves to the overseers, 3 honey cakes to the priest of Khufu's cult, 1 barley cake to be placed with the burial offering of a young laborer who died last night, crushed by a falling block. No special ceremony is planned, just the bread, placed with care. You walk past another open fire pit, where round molds of clay are stacked in a circle, glowing from within. These beja molds are ancient. Some were found in tombs dating back 1,000 years earlier, still used the same way. Each mold is reused until it cracks. Then it's tossed aside into a pile of rubble lost in the sand. But even broken, the molds tell a story. Their blackened surfaces speak of repetition, of heat, of thousands of meals prepared in precisely the same way, day after day, year after year. These are not loaves made with love or flair. They are made with rhythm, and rhythm was everything in the Egyptian world. The Nile flooded each year. Crops were sown and harvested on schedule. The stars reappeared at their appointed seasons. Bread was baked. The dead were fed. The gods were honored. The world turned. You find yourself now in a granary, its floor packed with clay, its walls stacked with baskets of grain. A simple tally system is etched in charcoal above the door, each mark representing a sack of emmer counted and stored. This is the fuel, the true wealth of Egypt. Gold may have glittered in the tombs, but bread was the currency of life. Even in temples, where priests performed rites with solemn precision, the offerings included stacks of bread, flat loaves, ring loaves, crescent loaves. Some were baked with onions, others sweetened, but all served a purpose: ritual, sustenance, or remembrance, and in every case someone had to bake them. The workers, the scribes, the priests, the mourners, none of them could do their jobs without these bakers, bent over ovens before dawn, dusting flour from their arms, rubbing ash from their eyes. their names mostly lost, their hands mostly forgotten, but their work, it fed empires, and still you wonder, what did the bakers think about day after day as they shaped dough and fed the flames? Did they dream of gods, of pharaohs, of afterlives? Or did they simply listen to the crackle of fire and wait for the bread to rise? Evening falls slowly over the Giza plateau. The shadows of the pyramids stretch across the sands, long and quiet like the memory of a song. The day's laborers, shoulders sunburnt, arms aching, trudge back toward their stone-walled barracks, and in the dim warmth of the bakery courtyard, the final loaves of the day are drawn from the fire. The bakers do not cheer. There are no great gestures, just a soft exhale of breath. Ash is swept from the hearths. Cracked molds are set aside. The day's tools, pestles, mixing jars, wooden paddles, are rinsed in silence. You sit down on a low bench watching a young baker press the heel of his hand into one last mound of dough. He could be from anywhere, from any century, the look of care, of concentration, of simple labor that never changes. Here, in this unadorned courtyard, history doesn't roar. It simmers, it bakes, it repeats. Bread has fed more than just workers. In Egypt's long arc of history, from Khufu to Cleopatra, bread and beer remained the stable core of daily life. Dynasties fell, temples crumbled, gods changed names, but bread stayed. When the Hyksos arrived with chariots, they brought their own grains. When the Persians ruled, they taxed the bakeries. When the Greeks came, they admired the ancient recipes. And when the Romans took over, they measured Egyptian bread as tribute, calculating how many loaves each district could produce and how much could be shipped across the Mediterranean to feed foreign cities. Still the bakers worked, their techniques evolved, sourdough became more common. Yeast cultures were preserved in jars and passed from one generation to the next. Shapes changed, ingredients shifted, but the essential process remained: grind, mix, knead, rest, bake again and again. And for centuries, Egyptian bread was praised by travelers from distant lands. In fact, some of the earliest cookbooks in ancient Rome refer to Alexandrian bread, noted for its lightness and fine texture. The baking legacy continued long after the pyramids had fallen silent, but even the best bread fades. You walk now along a quiet, ruined lane where the outlines of baking ovens are etched in stone. They were excavated only recently, their soot still clinging to the walls. Potsherds litter the ground, broken bowls, bits of burned grain, nothing dramatic, nothing golden, and yet, this was the foundation. Without these loaves, there would have been no pyramids, no temples, no cities built from limestone and ambition. Bread is not just food, it is survival, it is ritual, it is memory. You stand beside one of the ancient ovens. It is cold now, long since dead, but you run your fingers across its rim and feel the marks, grooves worn down by years of use. You can almost hear the rustle of straw baskets, the whisper of kneading, the low hum of tired workers sharing a final bite before sleep. What did it feel like to feed an empire and leave no name behind? No statue, no tomb inscription, only the smoke that once curled into the sky and the ash that settled quietly in the sand. Still, these bakers left their mark, not in monuments, but in the rhythm of daily life, in the rise of dough, in the warmth of shared labor, in the taste of something humble, something sustaining. And now, thousands of years later, as you drift towards sleep, one question remains. In the vast sweep of history, how many great things began? With just a handful of flour, you awaken not to silence, but to the clatter of wood, the shriek of gulls, and the heavy scent of salt and rum wafting in from the bay. It's the early 1700s, and you are walking through the narrow, sun-scorched alleys of Port Royal, Jamaica, the infamous stronghold of pirates, smugglers, and opportunists. But today, there is no cannon fire, no dramatic sea battles. Today you are headed to market. It may surprise you, but pirates, for all their wild reputations and blood, Soaked myths had shopping lists. They ate fruit, they bought combs, they paid rent, and yes, they paid for groceries. Port Royal, before it slid into the sea in the 1692 earthquake, was called the wickedest city in the world, a place where coin flowed faster than water and powdered wigs mingled with cutlasses. But after the quake and through the 18th century, it remained an important outpost, less decadent perhaps, but still bustling with a very specific kind of maritime energy. You step into the crowded Sunday market, where wooden stalls lean into one another like old drunks. Merchants shout from behind piles of saltfish, plantains, and dried coconut. The cobblestone is uneven under your feet, and the sweat from the docks seems to hang in the air like a fog. A woman in a faded apron sells sweetbread to a cluster of young boys. One of them wears a faded red sash and a wooden peg leg knot because he lost a limb in battle, but because it's fashionable, oddly enough. This is not the place where you'll find gold doubloons or treasure chests. This is where pirates come to spend their spoils, often as quickly as they earned them. They didn't always pay in coins. In fact, coinage was surprisingly rare among sailors of the Caribbean. The Spanish controlled the flow of silver through their New World colonies, and British merchants often preferred barter or credit. So what did pirates use? You peer into a stall where a Creole woman is weighing out small bundles of tobacco. A man beside her, sun, darkened, tattooed, and missing 3 teeth, lays down a small object, a silver spoon. It's tarnished but real. She nods, tosses it into a wooden chest beside her, and hands him a pouch of sugar and a wedge of cheese. Welcome to the pirate economy. Here, spoils from raids are used like currency. Not just silver or jewels, but textiles, tools, spices, and even teeth. Yes, teeth. Pirates, after plundering merchant ships, would often offload the cargo into towns like Port Royal, Nassau, or Tortuga, where they'd trade with locals or unscrupulous vendors. A stolen Dutch musket could be swapped for 10 barrels of salted fish. A silk scarf might buy you 2 nights in a brothel and breakfast. And Spanish silver coins, if they had them, were sometimes cut into smaller wedges at pieces of 8. To make change, the system wasn't legal exactly. But then again, very little was. You pass a small shop front with no sign, just a red flag hanging limply in the breeze. Inside, pirates are seated on overturned barrels, drinking something dark and molasses thick. On the wall, a list of items scrawled in charcoal: dried squid, 1 earring bay rum small bottle coin, or 1 knife soap, 2 Spanish buttons, chicken, 1 bottle of Madeira. It's a shadow market, where trade is based on trust, intimidation, or long-standing reputation. Many pirates were illiterate, but they remembered who cheated them. A man who overcharged for mangoes might find his stall overturned the next morning, or worse, his chickens missing. But not all pirates were brutes. In fact, most were surprisingly bureaucratic. You sit at the edge of the square, where a group of pirates, still smelling faintly of salt and sweat, are dividing spoils from their latest run. Each man gets a share, based on his rank. The captain receives 2 shares, the quartermaster 1, and every other crewman 1 full share. Even the cook and ship's boy get a portion. These shares are not always coins. Sometimes it's bolts of cloth, barrels of alcohol, or carved ivory. Once ashore, they trade their shares as if they were salary. And where do they go first? The baker. You walk with a short, wiry sailor as he heads toward a brick oven near the church. The baker, an older man with scorched hands and no sense of urgency, sells round loaves of cassava bread, sometimes made with raisins or preserved tamarind. The sailor slaps down a small gold hoop and points to 2 loaves. The baker nods, deal done. It's not glamorous, but it's necessary. Pirates couldn't eat just hardtack and rum all their lives. In town, they craved fresh food, anything not salted, dried, or crawling with weevils. They bought pineapples, coconuts, oranges, dried beef, goat cheese, and most importantly, Clean water. Large casks of water were among the most valued purchases, especially before returning to sea. The marketplace is alive with this trade. Some vendors cater only to pirates, others pretend they don't, but still accept a gleaming ring or stolen belt buckle without too many questions. At one stall, a man with a crooked nose argues over the price of a fishing net. He offers gunpowder instead of money. The merchant hesitates, then nods. That's the odd thing, this economy works. Loosely, messily, but it works. There's even a kind of pirate credit system. Some sailors are known by name: Old Toothless Jack, Red Bill, Gentleman Sam. Merchants give them goods in advance, expecting repayment after the next voyage. Sometimes they pay, sometimes they vanish. It's a gamble, but no one calls the police. You stop beside a cloth merchant folding rolls of striped linen. A young pirate, barely more than a boy, is examining a yellow sash. He wants to look sharp for a local girl, he says. He pays with a small coin pierced through with a nail. Worthless to a bank, but to this merchant, it's another trinket for his drawer. The market slows as the sun begins to dip. Some pirates head to the taverns. Others, arms full of purchases, disappear down crooked alleys. Somewhere, someone plays a fiddle. Chickens wander. A broken cartwheel is being repaired with a ship's rope. It's not the lawless chaos of myth, but a community that runs on memory, barter, and shared risk. And as the last sacks of cassava flour are packed away, and the final baskets of citrus are carried down to the docks, you look around and wonder, when the stories are written about buried treasure and cannon fire, why do they never mention the price of onions? Night falls over Port Royal like a faded curtain, less dramatic than you'd imagine. The ocean quiets, the gulls settle, torches flicker in iron brackets, casting jittery shadows across the salt-stained walls. But behind closed doors, the business of piracy continues. You follow the creaking steps up to the second floor of a crooked house, tucked behind the old bakery. Inside, it smells of parchment, sweat, and a faint hint of bay rum. At the center of the room sits a man hunched over a small desk, scratching figures into a thick, leather-bound book with a frayed quill. He isn't a captain. He doesn't own a sword. He wears no rings or gold chains. But this man, his name is rumored to be Benno, keeps one of the most important tools in the Caribbean, a ledger. In this room, far from the cannon decks and coral reefs, pirate business is recorded in ink and patience. Benno serves as an unofficial accountant, for hire, not sanctioned, not legal, and yet quietly respected. His desk is scattered with bone dice, clay pipes, tiny bottles of sand, and coins from nearly a dozen empires. Some real, some counterfeit. He doesn't look up as you step in. He's used to company. On the wall behind him hangs a map of the West Indies, marked with pinholes and charcoal notes. Nas, our tavern owner, owes 3 barrels. Avoid St. Croix Navy patrol doubled. Jorge the cook deceased. Cross off debt. Benno's job isn't glamorous, but it's essential. He tracks who owes whom, which captains paid their crews, which merchants accept Portuguese buttons in place of shillings, and most importantly, who's likely to vanish without settling their debts. He flips through the ledger. You catch glimpses of strange entries. 1 black pearl damaged, used to buy fishing rights at Hog Island. 3 pairs of French boots exchanged for 12 pounds of pickled herring. Brass sextant rusted, traded for burial shroud for crewmen. Payment for 2 goats, half barrel of gunpowder plus promise of rum next Friday. These are the quiet mechanics of pirate life. Deals made in whispers, across creaking floorboards, paid in pieces and promises. Benno chuckles quietly and reads an old entry aloud. Gave credit to 1. I Joseph for 6 loaves, 2 dried pigeons and a comb. He returned with a cannonball dent in his skull and no pigeons. Counted the comb as payment. You sit near the window now, watching the harbor lanterns flicker on distant ships. Their sails are down, the tide has turned, most of the crews are in town, drinking, gambling, dancing. But before returning to sea, they'll stop by places like this. Why? Because piracy wasn't just violence and treasure maps. It was planning. Even the roughest pirate crew needed supplies before heading out again. Rope, nails, canvas, vinegar, beans, hardtack, candles, and on lucky days, citrus. Scurvy was a slow death, and limes were rare. Still, some captains tried, but few had coin. That's where men like Benno came in. He could front supplies, arrange secret shipments, or even find you a discreet sail. Maker if yours had torn mid, raid. But he always wrote it down, always. You hear footsteps. A man walks in, gaunt, with a badly healed leg and hands full of papers. He's greeted with a nod and a grunt. He's a pirate quartermaster, responsible for equipping the ship. He opens a small bag and pours out the contents onto Benno's table. A broken compass, a handful of rubies one chipped, and what looks like a Venetian coin with a hole punched through it. Benno doesn't blink. He picks up each item, weighs them in his hand, and makes a few notes. The trade is recorded. The quartermaster leaves with a rolled sheet of parchment, likely a contract for rope, nails, or vinegar casks. All of this happens in near silence. Business isn't loud here. It's practical. The pirates know. No supplies, no voyage, and without voyages, there's no plunder, no shares, no rum. Even the fiercest captains had to think about logistics. Some, like Bartholomew Roberts or Henry Every, were notorious for keeping strict inventory logs. Others, like Anne Bonny and Calico Jack, favored trusted quartermasters to keep their affairs in order. The chaos of the sea could be tolerated, but chaos in provisions meant death. You open a small chest beneath Benno's desk. Inside, tokens, wooden coins, carved bone chips, colored beads, used in pirate, friendly taverns in place of silver. Some have initials burned into them, others are blank. These were sometimes handed out by captains as advance payment for rum or foodry, deemable only at certain docks. A primitive but surprisingly functional economy. You begin to notice how fluid the concept of money is here. A hat with a feather might be worth more than a full purse of copper. A warm pair of boots, worth more than gold in a cold storm. A bottle of decent wine, priceless after weeks at sea, and a secret map of an unguarded merchant route that could change lives. Money, you realize, isn't about coin, it's about context. And nowhere is that more true than in pirate society. Benno finally looks up. He lights a small clay pipe, leans back, and gestures toward the window. You know, he mutters, they say pirates didn't believe in kings, but they sure believed in keeping records. You laugh softly. Not the kind of legacy you imagined, ledgers, credit systems, and bartering for oranges. But perhaps that's exactly what kept the pirate world alive. Not the battles, not the gold, but the quiet exchanges behind closed shutters. As you listen to the sounds of the port, the distant strum of a guitar, a ship bell swaying in the breeze, you think, maybe the most fascinating part of pirate life wasn't how they stole things, but how they made them last. Dawn breaks over Port Royal in slow ripples of dusty pink and tired gold. The market square is quiet now, the crates are empty, the fish stalls swept. The spilled molasses has drawn ants and the occasional lazy dog. The only sound is the gentle creak of ropes from the docks, and somewhere in the distance, the low whistle of a sleepy ship's cook boiling morning tea over charcoal. You step onto the pier, bare wood slick with dew. A sloop rocks gently in the harbor, its sails furled, its crew groggy. They spent the night drinking, laughing, trading tales about stormy crossings and Dutch patrols, and sea monsters with glowing eyes. But today they sail again, and before they do, they must finish the most crucial task, paying their debts. A pirate's life, despite all its myths, was not a permanent holiday of rum and sword fights. It was a cycle, a strange but sturdy one. You raid, you split shares, you spend, you resupply, and then you vanish again over the horizon. The problem was this: money runs out faster on land. You pass by a crew haggling with a cooper over a barrel of salted pork. Their captain has already sold a Spanish pendant to cover the cost of fresh rope. One sailor offers up a carved ivory comb for a barrel of limes. Another barters a single pistol for a sack of dried beans, a coil of rope, and a small Bible. The shopkeeper doesn't blink. He knows the pistol has likely been fired once and jammed. That's the last thing the pirate will trade today. When the money dries up, when the shiny buttons, the bits of silver, and the sacks of foreign spices are gone, things get quieter. Pride hardens, favors are called in. Some pirates beg for one more day before sailing. Some vanish in the night, hoping their debts will be forgotten. But Port Royal remembers. Even without banks or legal ledgers, this is a port that keeps track. A tavern keeper might forgive a debt once, twice perhaps, but a third time you might find your name scratched off the customer list, or scratched into the back of the door with a simple note: owes more than he's worth. Still, it wasn't all desperation. Some pirates learned how to manage their shares. A few clever ones, even illiterate, trusted local scribes to hold or convert valuables for future use. A few bought plots of land, crude huts near the docks. Some, miraculously, retired. You wander up a winding path away from the sea, toward the edge of town. Here, the noise of the harbor fades into the rustle of sugar cane and the low buzz of insects. A crooked house leans against a stone wall. On its porch sits an old man in a faded tricorn hat. His beard is thin and white. His eyes are watery but kind. He was a pirate once. Now he sells carved spoons. Beside him sits a rusted lockbox. Inside are things that once paid for more than food: a blood red ring, a compass with no needle, a cloth patch sewn with French thread, a Spanish coin folded in half. All useless now, but kept like memories. You sit on the porch. He hands you a spoon, made from driftwood. He says, "I sell it for a story if you've got one." He doesn't ask for gold. That's the thing the legends always get wrong. Most pirates didn't hoard treasure. They spent it, they traded it, they used it to survive, to celebrate, to escape. And most of the time it was gone before the next voyage. You look out at the ocean, the same horizon that swallowed hundreds of names. No monuments were built for them, no statues, but their fingerprints are here, in ledgers, in stories, in the ashes of old bakeries, and the salt-stained notes scribbled behind stalls. The rum has run out. The limes are gone, the debts are settled, or not, and still the sea calls them back. You walk slowly down the path toward the docks again. The wind shifts. A ship creaks as it's pushed from the shore. The crew moves with quiet efficiency. Their supplies are tied down, their sails slowly filling. But before they leave, one sailor returns to shore. He walks to the old fruit stand and places a single item on the table, a tiny gold tooth pried from some unknown raid. In exchange, he receives a small bundle of dried mango slices, wrapped in waxed cloth. The woman nods, no words spoken. He turns, climbs aboard, and vanishes into the morning mist. You stand there, watching the sails disappear. And you wonder, when history remembers pirates, why do we only hear about what they stole and never about what they traded to live? The rooster hasn't crowed yet, but the sky is already lightening a pale, silvery blue spreading slowly above the thatched rooftops of a quiet English village. You stir from a straw mattress, scratching at a woolen sleeve. The cottage is chilly, the air tinged with the scent of peat smoke, damp wood, and something faintly sour yesterday's stew, perhaps. You hear the low clatter of wooden buckets outside, and the slow creak of a well crank. It's the year 1327, somewhere in East Anglia, and it's time to get ready for the day. No, there's no running water, no scented soap, no towel warmers or loofahs. But medieval people weren't as dirty as the myths suggest. In fact, they had routines, sometimes elaborate ones, to stay clean. Or at least to feel clean. You wrap a linen shawl over your shoulders and step outside, your bare feet brushing the icy mud. Just beyond the fence, a small wooden privy leans over a pit, smelling sharply of decay and wet leaves. But this story isn't about what happens there. This is about what comes after. Nearby, a maidservant tips the contents of a chamber pot into a trench lined with hay and ash. She rinses the pot with a splash of water, not fresh well water, but grey water, saved from last night's stew pot. Every drop is used twice, if not 3 times. Back inside, an older woman pours a wooden pitcher of water into a basin carved from stone. This is the closest thing to a morning sink. She dips a rag into the water and begins wiping her face, her hands, and behind her ears. Then she turns the cloth inside out and passes it to the next person. This is not unusual. Most medieval homes had a washstand or washing corner. The nobility, of course, had more elaborate arrangements. Servants brought ewers of warmed rosewater, towels of fine flax, and sometimes perfume. But even common folk, like this household, took the act of washing seriously, not because they understood germs, they didn't, but because dirt was uncomfortable, sweat was offensive, and too much grime made it hard to pray, to sleep, or to work without itching. You sit by the hearth as the youngest child rubs her hands with mint leaves, crushed from a garden patch. They leave a greenish smear, but smell pleasantly sharp. Her older brother uses sand and a rough cloth to scrub the calluses from his palms. He's been working the thatch roof. Nearby, a man in his 40s, maybe the father, takes a lump of something lard, like from a pot, and begins rubbing it between his fingers. This is boar fat, mixed with ashes and a few crushed herbs. It's not soap, not quite, but it does the job. Grease attracts dirt, and water washes away the grease. It's surprisingly effective. In wealthier households, this mixture might be replaced with real soap, made from lye and animal fat, boiled down and hardened into foul, smelling grey chunks. Soap like this existed. The ancient Romans used it too, but it was expensive, smelly, and mostly reserved for laundry or shaving heads before pilgrimage. So instead, people bathed differently. Let's step into a slightly fancier world. You travel now to a nearby manor, not a castle, but a timber, framed house belonging to a minor noble. Inside, a bathing tub made of wood is being filled with warm water from iron pots carried in from the fire. Sprigs of lavender float on the surface. A servant adds a splash of spiced wine, not for drinking, but for scent. The lady of the house steps in. She bathes once a week, perhaps, more often in summer, less often in winter. She is attended by maids, who gently scrub her arms with a linen cloth, carefully avoiding her jewelry. Her hair is washed with eggs, beaten into a thick yellow foam, then rinsed with vinegar. Cleanliness here is partly luxury and partly moral. A clean body was thought to reflect a clean soul, but too much bathing was sometimes seen as indulgent or even dangerous. Medieval medical theory believed in humorous fluids in the body that needed to be kept in balance. Too much bathing could open the pores, making you vulnerable to bad air or infection. So cleanliness wasn't always about full immersion. Sometimes it was about wiping down, rinsing specific parts of the body, and airing out clothes. In fact, changing your linen was considered a form of washing. You return now to the village, where a group of women sit near a stream. They're not washing themselves, but their chemises, long undertunics of linen worn closest to the skin. They beat them gently on flat stones, scrubbing with ash and rainwater. One of them jokes that it's better to wash the shirt than the person. That was a common sentiment. If your shirt was clean, you were clean. Back at the cottage, a boy uses thyme leaves to rub the soles of his feet. His grandmother sprinkles powdered chalk under her arms. A few drops of alum, a naturally occurring salt, are pressed under the tongue to freshen breath. And before heading to church, a girl rubs a dried lemon peel on her neck. Are they spotless? No. But they smell of herbs and smoke, earth and salt. They are cleaner than myth suggests. Their practices are repetitive, ordinary yet somehow graceful. And as you sit near the hearth again, watching a mother wipe her baby's face with a damp rag, you begin to wonder. In a world without modern soap, what did it really mean to be clean? It's a market day. The streets are alive with carts, oxen, vendors shouting prices, and the distant toll of church bells. You're not here for turnips or wool, though. Today, you're heading toward a part of town most travelers avoid, or at least pretend to. The public bathhouse. Yes, there were public baths in medieval Europe, especially in cities like Paris, London, Prague, and Rome. Some were holdovers from Roman times, repurposed and rebuilt by new rulers. Others were simple timber structures built near rivers or springs, where hot stones could be dropped into large wooden tubs to warm the water. But these weren't quiet spas. They were social spaces, filled with steam, chatter, and a constant shuffle of bare feet on wet stone. You push open the door of a bathhouse in mid-14th century Prague. It's called a stew, short for stew house, and no, it's not for food. Inside, the air is thick with damp heat and the smell of soapwort, a native plant boiled into a slippery paste. There are several rooms, a small changing area where linen robes are provided, a chamber where you're scrubbed down with rough cloths and oil, and then the main bath, a large wooden tub, sometimes shared with strangers, sometimes rented privately. Bathing was often segregated by gender, but not always. In some places and times, men and women bathed together, loosely robed, surrounded by clouds of steam. The church often disapproved, but the people came anyway. A man with a bald head and silver earring kneels beside the tub. He's a bath attendant, also called a bath boy, or washer. He pours water over your shoulders and begins scrubbing with a cloth soaked in warm vinegar and dried rose petals. It's abrasive, but not unpleasant. Cleanliness here is also performance. To be seen at the bathhouse, to be visibly washed, was part of being respectable. Young couples came here before betrothal. Pilgrims washed before entering a holy site. Even merchants stopped by after long journeys to rinse the dust from their beards. The bathhouse was also a place of business. In the next room, a group of clerks from the city office are soaking their feet while arguing about grain prices. Nearby, a scribe copies a tax record while balancing a towel on his knees. A young woman sells herbal drinks, mead with marjoram, said to cool the blood. There are rules posted on the wall: no leaping into the tubs, no bringing pigs into the bath, no public shaving of strangers without payment, no lying about how many fleas you had. Yes, that last one is real. Bathhouses were often places where lice and fleas were dealt with. People brought wooden combs and small bowls of vinegar, picking out pests and flicking them into the fire. The bathhouse is not luxurious, but it is effective. Your fingernails are scraped clean with a bone pick, your hair rubbed with egg yolk and salt, your arms splashed with infused mint water. Some wealthier patrons request a sweating room, a kind of sauna, heated by placing hot stones in a sealed chamber. After sweating, they're rinsed with cool water and massaged with olive oil or goose grease. Then there's the barber's corner. Here, men line up to have their beards trimmed, their heads shaved, monks especially, and occasionally a tooth pulled. Bloodletting is also offered, though not mandatory, but don't be fooled into thinking everyone used bathhouses. In rural areas, or during times of plague or famine, bathing was rare. The Black Death 1003, 147, 1003 caused people to fear water, believing that bathing opened the pores and let the plague in. Many began to bathe less, cover themselves in perfume, or wear talismans made of dried herbs. Even kings became cautious. King Louis Roman XIV of France was said to bathe only twice in his life, though that's likely exaggerated. More common was the practice of washing strategic parts of hands, face, feet, and private areas, with cloths soaked in vinegar or floral water. You return now to a noble household where a servant carries a silver basin into the lady's chamber. She rinses her feet before sleep, drying them with a towel embroidered with lavender sprigs. On the shelf, a small jar labeled rose paste, a medieval deodorant made from powdered rose petals, vinegar, and goat fat. The lord of the house uses a birch whisk, tapping his back and arms before applying powdered alum under his arms. He wears a clean linen undershirt to bed, and beside his cot, a pot of fresh sage leaves, to chew before morning prayers. You're beginning to see that cleanliness in medieval life was not one thing. It was a patchwork of habits, beliefs, and local customs. And while there was no universal soap routine, there was something more powerful: intention. People wanted to feel presentable, respectable, and comfortable. They wanted to keep fleas away, to sleep without itching, to enter a church smelling faintly of lavender and not dung. And they found ways, some strange, some surprisingly sensible. As you sit near a hearth in a bathhouse's outer room, wrapped in a linen robe, sipping warm elderflower tea, you overhear a question: is it better to smell like mint and sweat, or simply not smell at all? No one answers. Because, maybe, in the Middle Ages, cleanliness wasn't about perfection, but about doing what you could with what you had. Evening falls again. The light is honey, colored as it spills through the shutter slats of a small farmhouse just outside Canterbury. Inside, a fire glows low and soft. The day's labors, milking, threshing, baking, are behind you, and now, as the dust settles, a new ritual begins. Tonight, you'll witness how cleanliness continues even after the day has ended. The eldest daughter, perhaps 17, with freckled cheeks and rough hands, sets out a basin of water near the door. Not too warm, not too cold, just enough to rinse the day from her skin. She dabs her face, neck, underarms, and then her feet. Always the feet, always last. She dries herself with a coarse linen towel and folds it carefully over a wooden hook. No one is watching. This isn't performance, it's comfort. In the candlelight, her younger brother scrapes a toothpick along his molars, carved from goose bone, rinsed in salt water. His grandmother chews dried fennel seeds and rubs a mint leaf against her gums. The family's only mirror, a polished disc of bronze, rests unused. They don't need it. This too is cleanliness, not dramatic, not dazzling, but deliberate. In this part of the world, there's a quiet tradition that's grown over the centuries. The idea that changing your linen clothes, your undertunics, shifts, and sleeping robes, cleanses the body as surely as water. The logic is simple. The linen absorbs sweat, grease, dust. Change it, and your body is refreshed. For many, it becomes a daily rhythm. Rise, wipe the face and hands, shake out the bedding, change the linen, comb the hair, breathe in the herbs hanging from the rafters. The herbal bundles are everywhere, above the hearth, by the bed, near the door. Sprigs of rosemary, sage, and sweet basil, sometimes tied with ribbon, sometimes just stuffed into old socks and hung like charms. Their job to purify the air, to sweeten the humors, and keep illness away. Doctors, such as they were, would often recommend these herbal cures, not pills, not syrups, but scents. Smells were power. And so homes were scented, not with perfume, but with burnt juniper wood, apple peels, rue, and sometimes boar's hair, which was said to ward off moist air. It didn't work, but it smelled interesting. There's also the ritual of combing. You sit now beside a wool-clad woman combing her daughter's hair by firelight. The comb is wooden, carved by her grandfather. Each night, she parts the strands, section by section, tugging gently to remove dust, lice, or tangles. She dips the comb in vinegar, wipes it on a scrap of cloth, and continues, swipe, dip, wipe, breathe, repeat. It's a slow, meditative act. The fire cracks softly. A dog snores nearby. Some say the act of combing was as holy as prayer. A way of showing gratitude to the body, of keeping order in a world that was rarely clean, rarely safe. And then there's sleep itself. Many medieval people believed in clean sleep, the idea that entering your bed clean meant waking with a clean soul. It was tied to the church, of course, and notions of purity and sin. But even for those far from the pulpit, it became a habit, wiping feet, brushing hair, cleansing hands, whispering thanks. Sleep was sacred, and to sleep clean was to honor the night. You wander now toward the monastery on the edge of town. The monks here live a stricter life, silence after dusk, meals in hushed tones, and twice a week they bathe in a stone-walled chamber fed by a spring. Not luxurious, but steady, predictable. They use cloths soaked in infused rosemary water to clean the scalp and neck. Fingernails are inspected weekly. Beards are trimmed to regulation. Cleanliness here is discipline. A mirror of the soul, but even monasteries rely on mundane tools. Coarse soap, vinegar, wool rags, old buckets, nothing fancy, just rhythm, just routine. And that's the thread running through every corner of the medieval world. From muddy huts to tiled cloisters, cleanliness wasn't about soap. It was about intention, whether rubbing with boar fat, scrubbing with sand, perfuming with lavender, or just changing a linen shirt. It was all about starting over, about resetting the body, about making peace with the day. You return now to the quiet village cottage. The coals in the hearth glow low. A kettle whistles softly. The family is already tucked under woolen blankets, their feet clean, their breath scented with basil and ash. Outside, the moon is high, the air is still, and somewhere in the dark, someone mutters a prayer not for wealth, or power, or even health, but simply that their shirt will be dry by morning. The sun is barely up. You hear it before you see it, a low, constant hum, not the sound of conversation, or carts on stone roads, or wind through leaves. This is softer, warmer, more focused. It vibrates in the bones and stirs something ancient. It's the hum of bees. You're standing at the edge of a Saxon meadow, somewhere in southern England, around the year 1065, just before a great battle will change everything. But this isn't a battlefield. Not yet. This is a tiny village, a cluster of wattle and daub cottages hugged by fruit trees and herb patches. And behind the last cottage, down a mossy path, flanked with hawthorn and wild strawberries, is the apiary. A medieval beekeeping yard. You step carefully through the dew-soaked grass toward a row of strange, conical structures. They look almost like upside-down baskets. That's because they are. Woven tightly from straw and smeared with clay, these are skeps, the standard medieval beehives of northern Europe. There's no wood box, no removable frames, no smoker. Just a weaver's craft and a deep understanding of what bees want. You meet the beekeeper, a stooped man in a linen tunic and wool leggings. His hands are stained from herbs, and his face is hidden beneath a hood, not for mystery but protection. He carries no veil, no gloves, just a calm demeanor and a sprig of thyme tucked behind his ear. He offers you a wooden cup of water and gestures for you to sit on a nearby log. This morning, he's checking the health of his hives. He approaches the first skep slowly, speaking not to you, but to the bees. Peace, girls, just looking today. He lifts the dome carefully and peers inside. You catch a glimpse of gold, dark comb, thick with amber liquid and moving bodies. The hum swells briefly, then settles. No sudden movement, no loud noises. The bees respond to calm. The beekeeper explains in simple terms, because there's no Latin here. No science books that the bees are his allies. Not pets, not livestock, something in between. They feed on the wildflowers he lets grow in the ditch. In return, they give honey, wax, and something more subtle. Time to observe, time to think. Each hive is different. Some produce golden honey, others darker. He says the bees from the field of red clover are gentler than the ones near the thyme patch. He might be right. You ask how he got into this work. He laughs. No one gets into beekeeping, he says. You just inherit it, or marry into it, or take it over when the last beekeeper dies. And that's what happened here. The last beekeeper, a woman named Edith, passed away 2 winters ago. She had no children, just a sister who wove baskets and a cat that wouldn't leave her porch. The villagers needed someone to keep the bees. He stepped forward. He learned from the old notes Edith had carved into birch bark, from the markings she painted onto the beams of her cottage. Tiny symbols for the seasons, the flowers, the times of feast and fasting. He learned when to gather propolis, the sticky resin bees used to seal their hive, and how to melt wax into thin sheets for candles. He learned how to sing to a hive to calm it, and how to whisper to the queen when a new one was born. There's a spiritual element here, a belief that bees are more than insects, they are messengers. Some say they carry news between the living and the dead. That's why, when someone dies in the village, the beekeeper must tell the bees. He goes to the hive, taps it 3 times, and murmurs the news. She is gone. You may rest. Failure to do this is said to bring misfortune, a swarm gone rogue, or honey that turns sour. It sounds like superstition, but when you live this close to nature, patterns become prophecy. You follow the beekeeper to a wooden bench where he unwraps a small bundle of waxed cloth. Inside are tools not many. A curved knife for scraping wax, a bone spoon for honey, a few sprigs of herbs, fennel, lemon balm, and pennyroyal, all planted near the hives to attract bees or keep pests away. He shows you how to tell if a hive is healthy. The smell sharp and sweet, not sour. The sound constant but not frantic. The flight pattern busy but not chaotic. He leans in, ear near the hive. This one's building. You watch the bees coming and going, their tiny legs heavy with pollen, bright orange and yellow. They land, wiggle, vanish inside, come out again, lighter, over and over. The rhythm is hypnotic. You sit for what feels like an hour, watching bees, listening, breathing in the scent of crushed thyme and warm wax. This is how time moves in the apiary, slowly, like sap. But beekeeping isn't just watching, it's work. The beekeeper begins preparing the next hive, this one weaker, smaller. He plans to unite it with a stronger one. He says it's called joining, and it must be done gently or the bees will fight. He burns dried sage in a clay dish to confuse the scent trails, then carefully opens both skeps, pressing them together with a thin layer of crushed mint between them. It's delicate, almost surgical. The bees swirl, settle, begin to merge. You hold your breath. It works. He smiles, tired but proud. As the sun climbs higher, you realize how essential this man is to the village. The honey he gathers is not just a treat. It's medicine, used in salves for wounds and sore throats. The wax is shaped into candles for the church and the midwife's room. Even the bee stings, he says, are sometimes used for joint pain, though he admits he doesn't enjoy that part. There's a knock at the gate. A woman in a linen cap asks if she might trade 2 eggs for a bit of wax and a spoon of comb. The beekeeper agrees. No coin changes hands, just exchange, old and quiet and understood. You wonder, sitting there under the soft drone of bees and the shifting shadows of apple trees, how many parts of the village depend on this little corner, this hum beneath the hedge. And you wonder something else. How many other invisible workers kept medieval life moving, one quiet task at a time? It's been 3 weeks. The hawthorn has bloomed, sending soft white petals tumbling like ash across the meadow. The days are longer now. The bees begin earlier and finish later. Their rhythm, like a monk's chant, changes with the season. You've been helping the beekeeper quietly on the edges of his work, fetching buckets, boiling water, watching mostly, and asking questions. Always gently, never too many at once. Today, you help carry a basket of newly gathered honeycomb into his cottage. The inside is exactly what you expect. Dim, earthy, and humming with purpose. The windows are small, shaded with oiled cloth. The shelves are lined with crocks of fermented honey water. He calls it mead, though it's not quite the rich drink nobles sip from gold cups. Dried herbs hang from the rafters like old prayers. On the table lies his wax board, a flat wooden plank rubbed with oil where warm wax is poured, shaped, carved, and cooled. You're going to make candles today. The wax has been strained twice through linen. Once to remove debris bits of bee wing, ash, and leaves. The second time to purify. It's thick now, golden and opaque, and smells faintly of smoke and thyme. He sets it in a clay pot near the hearth and stirs gently. No flames, no hurrying. This is how things are done here. He hands you a thin wick twisted linen soaked in saltpeter and dried in the sun. It burns slow and even. You dip it into the wax, lift it out, let it cool, dip again. Each layer adds thickness. After 20, maybe 30 dips, you'll have a candle. But it's not just about light. In the medieval world, beeswax candles were sacred. Unlike tallow candles made from sheep or cow fat, which smoked and smelled foul, beeswax candles burned clean. Bright, pure, that's why churches required them. Every monastery, every chapel, every cathedral glowed with the golden light of hives, and every one of those candles had to come from someone like your beekeeper. A quiet man in a small village, coaxing gold from wings. He speaks little today, focused. You follow his lead, dip, cool, dip again. The room smells rich like burned honey and warm linen. Outside, the bees continue their dance among the clover. Later, as the candles dry, he tells you a story. It's about a wedding not his, but one he attended when he was a boy. The bride carried a posy of borage and rosemary, with a drop of beeswax molded into a heart hidden inside. It was a local custom, he says. The beeswax symbolized truth. It melted in warmth, but never spoiled. If the couple burned it together that night, it was said they'd never lie to one another. You ask what happened to them. He shrugs. They had 9 children and fought every Tuesday, but they stayed honest. He chuckles, then grows quiet. You sense something else in the pause, a story he hasn't told yet. Maybe about someone he lost. Maybe about Edith, the beekeeper before him, but he doesn't offer more and you don't push. Instead, he changes the subject. Come, he says, it's time. Time for what? You follow him out to the hives. He carries a small wooden flute, worn smooth from years of handling. He stands before the strongest skep, the one that's been growing rapidly these past weeks. The bees are agitated, buzzing high, fast, nervous. A swarm is coming. In the old days, he says, swarming was a dangerous moment. Not because the bees were violent, they weren't. Swarming bees are full of honey and far too focused on relocation to sting. But because losing a swarm meant losing a colony, a whole world of labor, structure, and value. And so, beekeepers developed rituals to coax the swarm back. Some banged pots and pans, others shouted rhymes. But this man plays a low, slow tune on his flute. A simple melody, barely 3 notes. But the bees respond. They gather in a thick, pulsing ball near a branch overhead. Thousands of them, clinging to one another like a single golden lung. He waits, still playing, then climbs a low ladder with a second skep in hand. With a quick, practiced motion, he shakes the swarm into it and covers the top. A clean transfer. You stand amazed. It's not magic. It's timing, understanding, and the patience of 1,000 quiet days. The new skep is placed in a shaded corner, propped on bricks to keep out damp. The bees will explore. Some may leave. Most will stay, especially if the queen remains. If she's not inside, the whole operation will fail. But he's confident. He can hear her. You ask how he knows. He grins. Every queen has her own voice. You just have to listen. Back at the cottage, you help label the skeps with a bit of chalk and a carved rune to mark the date. Bees are seasonal creatures. Everything they do is tied to light, temperature, and timing. 1 week too early or too late, and the hive fails. That's why beekeepers wake early and sleep lightly. Why they notice the first dandelion before anyone else. Why they care when the winds change, or the roses open, or the sparrows nest early. It's not superstition, it's survival. Later, as dusk falls, he pulls a thin book from a shelf, more a bundle of parchment than a book. He reads aloud a list of plants: hellebore, bedstraw, wild mustard, dead nettle, apple blossom. It's his bloom calendar, a record of when each plant flowers, what the bees like, what the honey will taste like. Some hives make bright, lemony honey from meadowsweet. Others make dark, almost spicy honey from buckwheat. He keeps each batch separate, and he trades it, never sells for things he needs. Flax thread, wool scraps, butter, chalk, soap, berries, cobbler's nails, even bits of glass. Honey is coin, wax is gold. You finish the evening on the same bench as before. The candle you dipped earlier now glows between you, small but steady. The flame dances in the wind, then settles. He offers you a final lesson before night, if you want to understand people. He says, watch how they treat bees. Some steal, some swat, some burn the hive when they've taken the honey, and others, he says, eyes on the horizon, plant flowers for bees they'll never meet. You sit with that thought. Long after the candle burns out, it is late autumn now, the air is crisp, and the wind has changed direction. It no longer smells of clover or damp grass. Now it brings wood smoke, dry leaves, and something sharper, an edge that whispers of frost. The meadow where the bees once danced is dull and brittle underfoot. Even the hawthorn hedge has lost its green, holding onto a few shriveled berries like forgotten buttons on an old coat. The flowers are gone. The fruit trees are bare. The bees have gone quiet. You rise early, as always, and walk the path behind the cottages toward the apiary. But today, there's no hum greeting you. No slow honey. Thick vibration in the air. Only stillness. Even the birds are subdued. The beekeeper is already there. He nods at you, then kneels beside the strongest skep. He does not lift the lid. Instead, he places his hand gently against the side, as if checking for a heartbeat. You kneel beside him and do the same. At first, there's nothing. Just the rough feel of dried straw, the cold morning biting through your sleeve, but then, faint, very faint, you feel it, a murmur, a living quiet. They are still inside, he smiles, sleeping. Not quite. Bees do not hibernate, but they do slow down. They gather together into a tight cluster around the queen, shivering their tiny wing muscles to generate heat. The hive becomes a living furnace, carefully maintained. Some bees take turns on the outside, then rotate inward to warm up. A perfectly engineered system, all without words, plans, or kings. He tells you that on the coldest nights, he sometimes dreams of the bees. I see them, he says, wrapped around her like wool, humming a lullaby only they can hear. You ask if they survive every winter. He doesn't answer right away. Instead, he walks to a smaller skep, the one that never quite took off. He lifts it carefully, empty. A single dry leaf blows across the inside, catching on a wax shard. He places the skep back and covers it with a cloth. Sometimes they don't make it. Sometimes a colony fails. Too small, too weak, too cold. Or the queen dies, and the hive becomes directionless. Or worse, a late warm spell tricks them into flying too soon, and they waste their energy on a world without nectar. You ask if he mourns them. He shrugs. You can't mourn what lives differently than you. But he lights a candle all the same, a small beeswax stub placed atop a smooth stone, lit with flint and care. It flickers in the wind, then holds. Not mourning maybe, but remembering. Over the next few days the tasks change. The hives are insulated, tucked in with straw and cloth. The entrances are narrowed to prevent drafts, but left just wide enough for the bees to breathe and take their cleansing flights, short, frantic buzzes to relieve themselves and return. He mixes honey cakes, thick, dry patties made from crushed comb and pollen. These are placed at the top of the weaker hives, food for the leanest days. You notice now how weather watching becomes obsession. He checks the wind direction, the cloud height, the shape of frost on the window. Everything is a signal. Inside the cottage, the bees are still part of daily life. The candles he made with you now burn each evening, their light softer than tallow, their scent sweet and grounding. He uses wax to seal a crack in the doorframe, to waterproof his boots, to coat a string on his spindle so it won't fray. You watch him roll tiny wax balls to offer to the local priest, who will use them to fill the church's Advent lanterns. A quiet offering, no words needed, and always there's honey. Each day a spoonful stirred into porridge, mixed with vinegar for sore throats, melted into warm milk, on feast days spread on oatcakes and shared with neighbors. He teaches you to recognize the types by smell alone. Early honey from wild garlic and plum blossom, darker batches from late ivy and nettle. Each one tastes like a memory. You ask if he's ever traveled far from the village, if he's ever kept bees in another country. He shakes his head, but the bees have. And it's true, bees, especially honeybees, were not always native to every region. The Romans carried them across Europe. Later, monks kept hives in their cloisters, and Norse seafarers tried to bring skeps across the North Sea. Even in distant Egypt, long before this man was born, beekeepers floated clay hives down the Nile, chasing the blooms of spring. There were royal beekeepers too, kings and queens with gilded hives, their honey reserved for rituals and medicine. But none of that matters here. Here, it's about survival and silence, and the long rhythm of tending what you can't quite control. Winter deepens, snow falls, just a dusting at first, then more. The hives wear white caps, like elderly heads bowed in prayer. The beekeeper walks among them daily, brushing off the drifts, tapping gently to hear the hum. Always listening, on the 12th night of the season, he invites you to join a tradition. You follow him to the hives with a jug of spiced cider, warm and fragrant. He pours a little at the base of each skep, murmuring a blessing, for the queen and her sisters. May your home be warm, your wings strong, and your honey sweet. It's not magic, it's not religion, it's respect. You learn later that this ritual, wassailing the bees, is an ancient one, older than the church, older than the village. It's part prayer, part pact. A way of saying, we see you, we're grateful, we'll be here when you wake. And when the days begin to stretch again, just a little, just enough, the beekeeper walks to the hives one morning and stops. He tilts his head, listens, smiles, there it is again, the hum, faint but rising. Alive, you sit beside him on the bench, just as you did in spring, and sip warm cider from a carved cup. The wind shifts. A few brave bees buzz out and back again. The world is waking. You don't speak. There's no need. The story has already been told, through wax and wind and the soft memory of wings. The banquet hasn't started yet. You stand in a long, echoing hall, walls covered in tapestries, floors swept clean of rushes. Sunlight filters through stained glass windows, falling in ribbons across 100 polished platters. There's silverware arranged just so, gold-rimmed goblets spaced perfectly apart, and beside each wooden plate sits something peculiar, a napkin. Not folded into a square, not rolled in a ring, but shaped, sculpted even. One is a swan with an arched neck, another, a crown with soft peaks. One seems to mimic a lion's paw, and several look like flowers, tulips, roses, lilies made not of petals but linen. You're in the court of a 16th century noble family in Florence. The meal hasn't begun, but the show already has. This is the strange, forgotten world of Renaissance napkin folding, an entire art form that once dazzled Europe and then quietly vanished, like a dream after a feast. The steward greets you with a polite nod. His robe is dark velvet, and he carries a long list, but he isn't interested in food. He's here to inspect the linens. You follow him down the line of tables, where servants work in near silence. One is steaming cloth over a brazier to soften the creases. Another dips fingertips in starch, water, and rubs them across the edges of a pleated goose. There are no machines, no instructions, only memory and method, passed down like a secret recipe. The steward leans over and lifts a folded dragon from the table. He frowns, too soft. He mutters, "It will slump by the soup course." The servant nods, refolds, quickly, confidently. You ask how long he's been doing this. He says, "Since I was tall enough to reach the table." Each fold has a name, a purpose. Some styles are simple, the double horn, the bishop's hat, the standing fan. Others are elaborate and regional, the imperial pyramid of Vienna, the peacock tail of Venice. Each design suggests a mood, a message. Folded swans meant purity. Roses hinted at romance. Crown folds implied majesty, a nod to the honored guest. And yes, guests noticed. In fact, a well-folded napkin could be the difference between praise and insult. Just as poor meat could earn a cook a lashing, a drooping rose might shame the host. Not because anyone needed it, but because every detail mattered. You ask where it all started. The steward pauses. Naples, he says, or France, or maybe China. No one quite agrees. There's evidence that napkins or napkin, like cloths, existed in Roman times, sometimes used to cover hair, sometimes lap. But the act of folding them into shapes, that emerged later, sometime in the 1400s, and reached its peak in the 1500s, 1600s. That's when the Trinciant the carver became more than a servant. He was a performer, and so was the napkin master. Sometimes they were the same person. At royal feasts, they would choreograph every motion. Carving a bird, offering the leg, bowing, and revealing an edible surprise tucked inside a napkin sculpture. Sugared almonds, a note, even a miniature toy made of spun sugar. This wasn't just table service. It was theatre, and the napkin, it was the curtain. You're handed one now, freshly washed, stiff with starch. The linen is crisp, cool to the touch, and square, exactly square. The steward shows you the simplest fold. The helmet. You crease, tuck, flip, press. Again, again. It doesn't hold. Linen is like people. He says, it remembers how it was treated. Be firm, but gentle. You try again. It holds, he nods. You might make a decent peacock one day. You smile. But this wasn't just showmanship. There was meaning behind it. Napkin folding had roots in geometry, in philosophy, even in religion. Monks in Germany wrote treatises on symmetrical folds, comparing them to sacred symbols. In Florence, folding was seen as a reflection of order, proof that the house was civilized, rational, and in harmony with the cosmos. Some said a properly folded table foretold a peaceful evening, that a crooked crown meant tension, that folding 3 roses in a row could signal a marriage proposal, if done just before the fish course. True or not, it gave the servants a kind of language, a way to speak without words. But there were dangers too. A misfolded napkin could be mistaken for insult. A fold used for funerals placed at a wedding could bring scandal. A swan with wings not fully extended might signal that the host thought his guest had arrived uninvited. These codes weren't written down. You learned them by watching, by being corrected, by folding and re-folding long after everyone else had gone to bed. One servant says he once spent 4 hours folding napkins for a single duke's dinner, only for the duke to cancel because of clouds. That was normal. Still, they kept folding, because even if no one came, the table would be ready. Outside, the bells toll for noon. The guests will arrive soon. The steward gives one final glance and smooths a fold into place. You stand with him at the edge of the hall, looking down the long table. A still life, a silent poem made of linen. Do you hear it? He asks. You listen. No music, no footsteps, just silence and sunlight and 100 shapes waiting to be noticed. The banquet is about to begin. But the real performance has already taken place. The guests have come and gone. The air still carries the faint scent of roasted chestnuts and orange peel. The tables are bare now, cleared of trenchers, goblets, and knives, but the napkins remain, not folded anymore. They lie slack and soft across the boards like sleeping creatures, their once crisp wings drooping at the edges. The candlelight flickers gently across their surfaces. It is hard to imagine that just hours ago, they stood proudly, lions, dragons, crowns, and fans. The steward lets you walk the length of the table again, this time slowly, this time not to admire, but to collect. He shows you how to lift a linen swan without tearing its neck, how to gather the fallen folds so that the fabric can be boiled, bleached, and used again. Linen, he reminds you, is not cheap. A noble house might own hundreds of cloths, but still treat each one like treasure. You ask how many times a napkin can be folded before it gives up. He answers with a story. There was once a banquet in Milan, a winter feast in honor of a visiting bishop. The table was 50 seats long. The napkin master created a different fold for each guest, 37 unique animals, 12 floral designs, and a single fortress fold in honor of the city walls. It took him 2 weeks to design and rehearse. On the night of the feast, a candle caught fire on a wool curtain. No one was hurt, but the hall was cleared. The guests never saw the table. The linens were ruined by smoke and ash. The master never folded again. Some say he turned to glasswork. Others say he joined a monastery. Folding, you learn, is not just decoration. For some, it is devotion. The steward unrolls a scroll from a cedar chest. It's not parchment, it's linen, stiff, fine, and marked in charcoal with diagrams, folds, symbols, arrows. This is one of the oldest surviving napkin manuals in the house. It predates the current duke by 2 generations. On it, you see the names of long, lost folds, the boar's snout, used only for hunting feasts, the pilgrim's pillow, saved for travelers or guests of the church, the crown of 8 thorns, reserved for the Lenten table, somber, elegant, and meant to reflect restraint. Each fold had its season, its purpose, its place in the rhythm of courtly life. You trace one of the diagrams with your finger. The arrows are simple. The steps make sense. And yet, you can't quite picture the final result. That's the secret. The steward says folds exist not in paper or cloth or drawing. They exist in motion. You ask if anyone folds for the dead. He nods slowly. In some houses, when a noble passed, the table in the great hall would be laid one final time, not with food, but with linen. A long row of white napkins folded into shapes that meant farewell. Wings turned down, flowers folded closed, candles lit at each end, their wax left to fall without trimming. No guests sat. No plates were set. It was a silent banquet, meant only for the spirit. Later, the napkins would be buried with the body, a final softness before the soil. The steward folds one now for you to see, a folded heart, wrapped in its own petals. This one is for memory, he says. You fold one too, not as neatly, not yet, but it holds. He tells you that, long ago, during a plague year, folding napkins became a kind of ritual protection. Servants believed that the right fold could ward off illness, not because of magic, but because the act of caring, of creating order, gave structure to chaos. When death visited the door, they folded swans. When fear hung in the air, they folded lilies, and even when they could not read or write, they knew that a well-creased corner and a clean line could say, "We were here. We prepared. We did not surrender to disorder." You sit by the fire as he tells these things. The room is quiet except for the hiss of the logs and the distant echo of someone scrubbing pans in the kitchens below. Then he says something unexpected. "There's a fold I haven't taught in years." You look up. "It's not for banquets," he says, "not for nobles. It's for beginnings." He disappears into the next room and returns with a bundle of linen still damp from washing. You watch as he folds slowly, with great care. Not to impress, not to display, but as though the cloth itself is guiding his hands. A long triangle, a series of hidden tucks, a twist. It becomes a cradle, not for a baby, of course. It couldn't hold weight. But symbolically it was clear. This fold, he tells you, was once laid on the beds of new parents. A quiet blessing for a house that had grown by one. No guests would see it. Only the family, only those who understood the language. You try folding it. It's more difficult than the others, more emotional somehow. You imagine all the other folds that came and went folded, forgotten, folded again, each one saying something wordless. A good life, you realize, might be like that. A series of folds, some elegant, some messy, most of them temporary. But each one, in its moment, meaningful. The steward hands you a length of linen to keep. "You've earned it," he says, "fold something honest." The candles are low now. You press the fabric flat on your knees, unsure what to make next. And then you wonder, who were the napkin masters we never heard about, those who folded every day, then passed without name, their work eaten, crumpled, washed, and lost? It is spring again. The feast season has ended, and the long banquet tables are stacked against the stone walls. Sunlight spills through the high windows differently now, brighter, less filtered, stretching farther across the floor. In the corner of the linen room, the napkin press sits closed. Inside, between two slabs of polished oak, rest dozens of cloth, pressed flat, their wrinkles softened by time, starch, and care. The steward opens the press with slow reverence, as if revealing the past itself. You help him lift the cloths one by one, each square blank and calm, waiting for its next shape. By now, your fingers know the rhythm of folding. You can build a standing fan in under a minute, form a crown without thought. You've begun experimenting on your own, pairing the classic bishop's hat with the twin petal fan, inventing what you call the twin flame, a fold that mimics candlelight rising from linen. The steward watches you closely, but says nothing. He doesn't praise quickly. Instead, he brings out a book. Not a parchment scroll this time, but a thick hand-bound ledger, cracked leather buckled shut with iron clasps. "This," he says, "was written before your grandfather's grandfather was born." He opens it. Inside, diagrams, notations, measurements, but also recipes for starching, patterns for embroidered trim, and notes about guests. Who preferred which folds, who noticed, who didn't. It is part cookbook, part guest book, part sacred text. You turn a page, a diagram of the folded fish used during Lent feasts. Below it, a note. Lady V. wept upon seeing it, said it reminded her of her father's table. Another page shows a four-tier lily once used for royal baptisms. One corner of the book contains childlike drawings, not diagrams, but play and apprentices' sketches of folds they dreamed of one day making. One is titled, "Bird I've Never Seen." You wonder who drew it. You wonder if they ever folded it for real. The steward says the ledger was kept by 5 generations before him. Each added their thoughts. Each passed it on. The tradition is not in the folds alone. It's in the remembering. But time, as always, folds things away. He tells you what happened in the centuries that followed. As eating customs changed, so did the place of the napkin. Forks became more common, servants fewer. Feasts shorter. Napkin folding, once a prized display of wealth and control, faded into practicality. The art was pushed aside, then pushed down, surviving only in monasteries, in quiet corners of noble households, or in books that gathered dust. By the 18th century, few remembered the imperial pyramid. By the 19th, only a handful knew how to fold the Venetian fan of welcome. And by the 20th, the folds became novelty. You hear his voice grow softer. What began as devotion, he says, was seen as frivolous, a trick, a party game. Hotels started folding towels into swans for honeymooners. Cruise ships offered elephants made from bathcloths. Children learned to fold napkins into boats at summer camp. The heart remained, he says, but the language was lost. You sit with that for a long time. Then he asks if you'd like to see something rare. From a small cedar box, he removes a folded rose, not made of linen but of parchment, fragile, browning at the edges. He explains that in one noble court, it was custom to present guests with a silent invitation. A folded napkin delivered on a wooden tray. The guest, upon receiving it, would unfold it carefully. Inside would be a small note, poem, proverb, or menu. The folds carried the message as much as the words. He shows you the creases, faint but still there, lines that once bent stiff parchment into petals. This, he says, is from a banquet that never happened. The invitation was never delivered. The host died before the feast. The tray was stored away and someone, perhaps a servant, perhaps a daughter, kept it safe. Why? Because some folds are too beautiful to throw away. The steward asks if you plan to continue folding. You nod. He doesn't smile, but his eyes soften. You return to your chamber that evening with a square of freshly pressed linen in your hands. You light a small beeswax candle. You breathe. You flatten the cloth, and slowly, without diagrams, without audience, you fold something new, something that has no name, no history, no design passed down in ledgers. You fold what the day gave you, the warmth of the morning, the memory of the parchment rose, the silence of the empty table. It becomes something small and round, a nest perhaps, or a clasped hand. You don't know what to call it, but it feels right. You place it beside the window. Outside the city sleeps, and somewhere beyond the hills, in homes you'll never visit, others may still be folding without knowing why, or how, or who did it before them. The art continues, quietly, like breath, like prayer, like linen remembering the shape of the hand that held it. The first thing you notice is the warmth. It's not overwhelming, not like the heavy heat of summer fields or the choking smoke of kitchen fires. This heat is deliberate, controlled, the kind that slides along your skin like silk. You're standing at the entrance to a Roman bathhouse. It's early morning, and the sun is just beginning to paint the rooftops of the city in gold. The bathhouse, however, is already awake. A soft hum rolls from within the splash of water, the murmur of voices, the quiet scrape of sandal on tile. The air smells faintly of rosemary and wood smoke. You step inside. There's no rush. The atrium greets you, a wide room with a mosaic floor, its patterns laid stone by hands that have long since turned to dust. The walls are painted with faded frescoes, dolphins leaping, olive trees swaying, a child pouring water from an urn. You pass through a changing room or a poditerium. Wooden cubbies line the walls, hooks for robes, benches smooth from decades, maybe centuries of use. A slave once stood here to guard sandals, to fold togas, to remind the bather not to forget the little oil jar tucked beneath the bench. And then you enter the bath proper, not a single pool, but a series of carefully arranged chambers, each with a purpose, each with a temperature. First comes the tepidarium, the warm room. It's not meant to shock or scold, just to open the pores, to prepare the body. You linger here, wrapped in calm. The air is thick, but not heavy. A gentle mist hangs in the corners like old secrets. To your left, the caldarium beckons the hot room. You step through the arch. Here, steam curls like incense from a sunken marble basin. The floor is warm beneath your feet. heated from below by the hypo, coursed a brilliant Roman invention, a raised floor with hot air channeled from furnaces, circulating through hollow bricks. This is how emperors once bathed, not in private pools, but in public warmth, surrounded by senators, soldiers, scholars, and servants. The bathhouse was a place for all, though not always at the same hour. You dip your fingers into the water, it's hot, just enough to startle. You sit on the stone bench that rings the room and feel the sweat bead on your brow. Someone long ago would have rubbed their skin with oil, then scraped it away with a strigil, a curved metal blade, neither sharp nor cruel, designed to lift away dust and toil. It wasn't about luxury. It was about cleansing, and more than that, it was about belonging. A citizen of Rome who bathed regularly was seen as virtuous, ordered, civilized. To avoid the bath was to drift toward chaos. Outside, life was fast. Taxes, politics, roads, wars. But here in this tiled chamber, time moved like steam, slow, circling and softly rising. You imagine a morning centuries ago, a senator muttering over court gossip, a merchant drying his feet on linen, a philosopher staring at the ceiling, lost in a thought he won't write down, a boy learning how to fill the water basin without sloshing. The bathhouse was a stage, but also a sanctuary. You ask the steward quiet and reserved how many people once bathed here. He tells you gently that at its height, Rome had over 900 public baths, some small, some grand, some larger than cathedrals. The baths of Caracalla, for instance, could hold 600 people at once, with libraries, gardens, art galleries, and pools large enough to swim in. You ask how much it cost. Almost nothing, he says. The emperors paid. Because bathing was public good, a statement of empire. Rome wasn't just armies and aqueducts. It was steam and silence. It was water from distant mountains piped into the heart of a city, heated by wood, perfumed by laurel, and offered freely. You move now into the frigidarium, the cold room. The air bites, the pool shimmers. You dip a toe, then lower yourself in slowly. Cold, crisp, invigorating, the pores close, the mind sharpens. You lie back, eyes on the ceiling dome where a faded sun god still rides his chariot in flaking gold leaf. Someone once stood here beside you, maybe a poet, maybe a runaway slave, maybe no one important at all. But for a moment, you both felt clean and human. You step out, dry your skin with a square of coarse linen, and sit once more near the tepidarium fire. The warmth returns. Before you leave, the steward offers one last detail. He shows you a small brass tool, an oil jar, a strigil, and a sponge on a stick, the ancient version of personal hygiene. There is nothing glamorous about it. No velvet, no crystal, no scent of lilies, just function, and yet there's something beautiful about it, that even in an empire known for conquest, someone still carved a dolphin into the handle of a sponge stick. The bathhouse was not about status, it was about stillness. You leave through the same arch you entered, your footsteps softer now. The sun is higher, the streets are louder, but your skin still carries the memory of steam, of marble, of water once warmed by hands you'll never meet. The bathhouse is quieter in the afternoon. Not empty, never truly empty, but the rush of early bathers has faded. Now, those who remain walk slower, speak softer. A priest tracing prayers in his palm. An older woman warming her joints in the coldarium. A blind man listening to the drip of water against marble. You linger in the frigidarium, wrapped in a dry cloth. The walls here are thick, and the cold pool glistens under a skylight cut centuries ago. You rest your feet along the edge, and the stone is smooth from 1,000 other heels. The steward joins you again. His voice never rises above a whisper. Even his footsteps sound like memory. He tells you that the Romans didn't just invent the bathhouse, they perfected it. Turned bathing into a ceremony, a civic duty, a place of both ritual and routine. You ask when the baths began. Before emperors. He says, before aqueducts, before Latin had letters. Early Rome, even while still a muddy hillside village, had sacred springs and hot pools believed to be touched by gods. Etruscan priests, long before Julius Caesar, bathed before divining the will of heaven. The bath was never just for cleanliness. It was for clarity, and over time, that private ritual became public rhythm. By the 1st century, most Romans visited the baths daily, not out of extravagance but out of habit. Morning was for business, trade and law. Mid-day brought the meal, and the afternoon, when the sun began to lean and the shadows softened, became bath hour. Even the poor came. The city was filled with neighborhood baths smaller than Caracalla's, less ornate, but functional and warm. A man with a single coin could buy a day's bread and a bath. Some preferred it that way, fewer nobles, more quiet. Some came alone, some with friends, some simply to listen, and it wasn't just men. Women, too, bathed sometimes in separate facilities, sometimes at separate times. Though the architecture often mirrored the men's side, the conversation did not. Here, gossip traveled through steam. Midwives offered advice near the tepidarium benches. Daughters-in-law complained about dowries. Perfume sellers passed small glass bottles along damp hands. You step again into the caldarium, and the heat presses gently against your skin. It feels like being held. The steward speaks again. Do you know what Romans feared most? You guess. War. Famine. He shakes his head. Barbarians, yes, but also cold baths. He grins very faintly. He means it as a joke, but also not. Because in a city of order, warmth meant control. Hot water had to be drawn, heated in bronze cauldrons, piped through lead or clay, measured with care. The hypo, coursed, had to be stoked by slaves, carefully fed with firewood carried from miles away. Every warm bath meant labor, precision, time. A hot bath was not just comfort. It was proof that Rome still worked. That someone had tended the fires. You pass a carved stone tablet near the furnace room. The inscription, flaking but still legible, honors a man named Lucius Faustus, who worked the fires of the central baths for 41 years. Not a senator, not a poet, but remembered all the same. You pause to think of him. How many mornings did he rise before the sun to stir embers? How many days did he go unseen, standing in the red glow beneath the floor, listening to the muffled chatter of those above? He never bathed in the caldarium he kept warm, but Rome owed him its steam. The steward takes you behind the walls now, not through arches, but down a narrow hall used by staff. You pass water pipes thick and ancient, green with age, some still dripping. You step into a storage room where linen towels hang on wooden pegs and jars of bath oil are lined like soldiers. He shows you a pot of crushed myrtle leaves used to scent the air, and a stone jar filled with alum for cleansing wounds. This was medicine as much as ritual. The baths weren't just for relaxation, they were an early form of public health, a way to prevent disease, to keep bodies clean in a crowded, restless city. One philosopher, he tells you, called the bathhouse the city's second bloodstream. And in that moment you understand. This place isn't about luxury. It's about function, flow, and healing. A man might lose everything: home, land, family, but as long as the bath still steamed, he could wash. He could sit among others. He could dry off with borrowed cloth and feel, for a brief hour, human again. You move now to the sudatorium, the steam room. Smaller, round, domed above. The air is thick as broth. Steam curls from the floor vents, and the walls shine with condensation. You sit in silence, back to the tile, eyes closed. Your heart slows, your breath deepens. You hear faint echoes, not words, just tones, low voices, water lapping, the scrape of metal on stone. This could be 60 CE, or 400, or yesterday. The steward says the baths lasted longer than the emperors. Even after Rome fell, the bathhouses remained repurposed, ruined, rebuilt. Some became churches, some storage houses, some overgrown and forgotten. But others survived. Even today, across the Mediterranean, bathhouses still operate in old stone, still use ancient steam, still whisper in the language of water and quiet. Before you leave, you step into the atrium one last time. The sunlight has shifted. You see the dust suspended in gold light. You see a young servant folding towels near the door, unaware of you, humming a melody with no lyrics. You wonder how many people stood exactly where you are now, pausing, breathing, thinking nothing at all. And you wonder, what will the future call luxurious that we now take for granted? What warmth will vanish, unnoticed, when the last fire goes out? The fires are out. Not today, not yet, but the memory presses forward. You stand in the cool tepidarium, where just this morning, steam curled from the floors and water glistened on the benches. Now, shadows stretch across the tiles. The last bathers have left. Only the whisper of dripping echoes across the empty chamber. The steward walks beside you slowly. He gestures toward the wall, a mosaic partly chipped, partly faded. It once showed a woman pouring water from an urn. You can still see her outline, but her face has crumbled away. So too did the baths, not all at once, but over centuries. He tells you how the end began not with violence, but with neglect. The great aqueducts cracked. The roads that brought firewood buckled with weeds. The empire pulled inward, tightened, fractured. When Rome's armies no longer held the borders, when governors were recalled, when tax rolls disappeared, the bathhouses began to cool. And with them, so did the rhythm of daily life. You walk with him through the back halls, once humming with workers and scent and sound. You pass a chamber where olive oil once stood in Jar's chest, high. Now the shelves are gone, the stone slick with time. The caldarium is quiet now. The marble tub sits still, holding the last of the day's heat like breath under a blanket. The steward kneels by the edge and dips his hand in, still warm. He murmurs, you do the same. You imagine it. A final day of bathing, not announced, not dramatic. Just the quiet disappearance of guests. A furnace untended. A towel not folded. A robe forgotten on a hook. Some bathhouses fell into ruin, quickly looted, stripped of bronze, left to ivy and birds. Others were repurposed. A frigidarium turned into a bishop's hall. A tepidarium wall used as part of a fortress. One caldarium became a cellar. Another became legend, said to be haunted by the whispering steam of forgotten emperors. But the bathhouse you now stand in, it was spared, not by fortune, by repetition, because someone kept showing up. A few still bathed, still swept, still warmed stones with what little firewood they had. Not for an audience, not for glory, just because they remembered what the warmth once meant. The steward stops near a small doorway you hadn't noticed before. It's narrow, humble, meant not for nobles, but for servants. Inside is a single marble bench. This was for the tired ones, he says, the workers who had no place in the great pools. They would come here at the end of their day, scrape off sweat, and sit in silence. You run your fingers along the wall. Thousands did the same, not to think, not to dream, just to pause. Even the smallest spaces in Rome were designed with purpose. This one was not about architecture or grandeur. It was about rest, a pause in the middle of dust and noise. You ask if any of the bathhouses still function today. He nods. In Istanbul, in Tunis, in parts of Sicily. He names cities whose streets still carry the Roman logic of water and waste, whose buildings still hide tiled rooms of quiet warmth. In some, steam still rises, and in those rooms you can still hear, if you close your eyes, the echoes of sandals, the quiet scoop of water, the faint ancient language of calm. Before you leave, the steward places a small stone in your hand. It's warm, round, smoothed by centuries. It once lined the hypo, coursed, he says, held the heat of empires. You carry it as you walk back through the atrium. The frescoes fade in twilight. The floor tiles seem to shift in color as the sun lowers. turning blue into silver, green into shadow. The doors are open, and the night air presses in. You turn one last time. The baths are empty, the heat is gone, but the feeling remains. You realize then, the true gift of the Roman baths wasn't the architecture, or the pools, or the perfumes. It was permission to pause, to sit, to close one's eyes in a city of noise, to remember that the body is not just a tool of labor, but something to be soothed. Even emperors needed steam. Even slaves deserved silence. Even now, after so many centuries, the quiet lingers. Somewhere, a stone still holds the last warmth of a vanished empire. And perhaps that is all we ever do, build warmth. Share it and leave it behind, folded quietly into time. You wake to a sound that isn't a sound. It's a bell, but not one rung in alarm, nor celebration. It rings just once low, hollow, patient, then silence. A breath later, another bell answers, and another. It is just before dawn in a medieval monastery, and time as you know it is still centuries away from wristwatches and glowing phone screens. Yet here, in this quiet stone world, time has shape. It moves not in seconds, but in rhythm, in sound, in intention. You are a guest, one of few allowed inside for a season of reflection. The monks do not speak much, but they nod, guide, gesture. They give you wool to wear and a lamp to carry. The mornings are cold, the stone floors colder, but there is heat in the rhythm. The first bell just now was for matins, the night prayer. In this monastery, the day begins before day begins. You follow the cloaked figures down the corridor, their feet silent on the flagstones. The lamplight dances across the old, pitted walls. You pass doorways with wooden signs carved in Latin. Oratorium, scriptorium, refectory. Each room has a purpose, but so does each moment. In the chapel, the air is still. A few candles flicker on the altar. The monks kneel in rows. You sit at the edge, unsure if you're meant to follow, to join, or just to observe. But it doesn't seem to matter. No one moves for attention. They move as if pulled by something internal, a clock made of memory. Their voices begin in chant. No instruments, no beat, just plainchant, rising and falling like breath. This is how they mark the time, not by counting, but by sounding. You close your eyes. Each note is slow, intentional. The chant isn't meant to be music. It's meant to guide, to fill the space between waking and working, to remind the body that this day, like all others, begins with listening. After matins comes Lord's the praise prayer. By now the sky is lightening. You return to your cell for a moment and look out the narrow slit of a window. Fog curls over the distant hills. Somewhere beyond the wall, villagers are stirring, gathering buckets, tending fires. But in here, in this closed and ordered world, no one scrambles, no one rushes, because everything has its hour. You begin to understand that time for monks is not a line, it's a circle. They do not count forward. They return to prayer, to work, to silence, over and over. The bell rings again, 2 clear peals this time, and the monks file toward the refectory. It's breakfast, though they don't call it that. It's simply the morning meal. The room is long and narrow, with a high timber ceiling and rows of wooden benches. Bowls are placed in silence. Bread, a few dried figs, a little watered wine. No one speaks. Instead, one monk stands at a lectern and reads softly, not a sermon, but something from the Rule of Saint Benedict. A passage about obedience or humility or labor. They don't look at him, they listen. You chew your bread slowly. It is tasteless. It is perfect. Time moves not with the ticking of hands on a dial, but with sound, motion, and habit. After the meal, the bell rings again. This time it signals work. You follow the group toward the gardens. Some go to tend the vines, others to repair a stone wall. You are sent to the scriptorium, the writing room. There, monks sit with quills, ink pots, and parchment stretched over wooden desks. Their hands are steady, their backs straight, their eyes soft, unfocused. You sit beside one who is copying the Psalms in a slow, round hand. Above, a window lets in pale light. You realize this is how books were born. One letter at a time, no printing press, no hasty scribbles, just careful marks placed with breath between them. Some monks draw borders, others gild initials. Some ink tiny notes in the margins, prayers sometimes, or just a line to say, "It rained today." The bell rings again. No one jumps. They finish the line they're writing, they wipe the quill, they rise. It is now time for terce, the third hour, a short prayer, marking the next movement of the day, and you wonder, how did they know what hour it was? How, without clocks or watches, did these monks measure time with such precision? The answer comes slowly, whispered by the stones. They didn't measure time by the sun, they measured it by the soul. Each prayer was a length, each chant a unit, each task a rhythm. Time wasn't told, it was felt. You return to the chapel, another bell, another chant, the same voices, the same rhythm, yet somehow it feels new, like time is not passing, only deepening. The sun is higher now. You see it not by the angle of a clock hand, there are none, but by the light slanting through the tall windows of the scriptorium. It strikes the edge of a monk's sand-filled hourglass, casting a faint shadow that creeps, almost imperceptibly, across the worn wooden table. He doesn't glance at it. His hands move at the same pace as before. He is copying the opening lines of the Gospel of John, "In principio erat verbum," "In the beginning was the Word," and somehow this feels fitting, because here, in this place, words measure the hours. And not seconds, not minutes, words written, words prayed, words whispered to no one in particular. You leave the scriptorium just as the next bell sounds, a deep tone, slower than before. It is time for sex, the sixth hour. Midday. Outside the light is gentle, the air is still. You join the line of monks walking toward the cloister, a square courtyard ringed with covered walkways. The grass in the center is perfectly trimmed, though no one ever seems to mow it. In one corner, a sundial sits on a pedestal, elegant, simple, and almost unnecessary. You ask a passing brother if they use it. He shakes his head with a half smile. "We know the time by what we're doing." He means it literally. If you're in the garden and you're watering the herbs, it must be before sext. If you're scrubbing the stone steps near the dormitory, it must be after. If you're eating, it must be between sext and none. The rhythm doesn't follow the sun, it weaves with the day itself. Each action holds its own time. You sit on a stone bench in the cloister's shade. The birds move quietly through the hedges. The breeze lifts the edge of your robe. A novice walks by carrying a woven basket of apples. Another is carrying a bucket of ink, black as night. The bell rings again, higher this time, short, crisp. It signals the return to manual labor. Some monks go to the bakery, others to the barn. You are invited into the herbarium, where drying racks hang heavy with bundles of sage, lavender, mint, and rue. A soft scent of earth and leaves floats in the air. The monk beside you doesn't speak. He shows you how to snip the sprigs, where to bundle them, how to label them with narrow strips of parchment tied with flaxen thread. His hands are old, stained with years of sap. "This rosemary," he says quietly, "was harvested in the hour of terce. That was always the rule. That's when it holds its strength. And so time again is not on a clock but in the properties of the plant, the strength of the leaf, the cycle of its sap. Everything in its hour." He says, almost to himself. You nod. Even thoughts seem to arrive on a schedule here. There is no urgency, no clamor, just the slow unfolding of one moment into the next, like turning a page, like finishing a line of chant. It is a life shaped by bells, but also by memory, and memory has no hands, only shape. The bell for none sounds soon after. You follow the monks again back through the covered walks, through the chapel doors, back into stillness. The voice leading the chant is different now, younger, perhaps, but the melody is the same. It is not meant to be impressive, it is meant to be anchoring. You realize the purpose of this life isn't to escape time, but to welcome it, gently, hour by hour. To live in alignment with the day, not in defiance of it. And this, you're told later, is why the monastic hours endured. Because outside these walls, time was chaos. Peasants lived by the unpredictable sun. Merchants marked their day with coin and customer. Kings measured time in decrees and delays. But here, within stone and rule and rhythm, monks carved the day into manageable quiet pieces. 7 prayers, 7 calls to stillness, a schedule not for efficiency but for peace. Even their sleep was scheduled, broken in 2. Monks would rise at midnight for matins, then return for a few hours of rest, only to rise again at Lord's. It was tiring, yes, but also equalizing. No monk, however senior, could escape the bell. No apprentice could be left behind by it. Time was obedience, not preference. A shared contract between flesh and spirit. Later that afternoon, as you help shelve books in the small library, an older monk offers a story. He tells you that before the bells, before the regular hours, monks marked time with water clocks. They would drip slowly into a basin, and when full, the basin would tip and strike a small chime. But the monks soon found that even the drip of water was too inconsistent. So they turned to sound itself, voices, chants, bells as the purest form of time, because sound cannot be hoarded, he says. It can only be heard, and then it's gone. You let that settle. The hours here are not owned. They're not counted down. They are simply offered, and when they pass completely. There is no echo, no regret, only the next moment and the next. You sit in the cloister again as the sun begins to dip, casting gold against the stone. A novice sweeps a corner. A cat slinks along the warm edge of the path. Someone in the distance is pulling vegetables for supper, and somewhere inside you a stillness forms shaped exactly like a bell. You don't hear it yet, but you know it's coming, and you'll rise when it does. Just like they always have, evening settles like mist, soft, slow, and full of breath. You are back in the chapel. The last light of day filters through the stained glass, casting warm streaks of amber and rose across the stone floor. Candles flicker in the corners. A few monks enter without sound, taking their places on the wooden stalls that line the walls. You follow, knowing now without anyone telling you that this is Vespers, the evening hour. The bell does not surprise you anymore. You expect it. It no longer feels like a command. It feels like an invitation. The voices rise in chant once more, deeper now, fuller, tinged with the heaviness of the day. The melody is familiar, but something in it has shifted. Not the tune, but the tone. You can almost feel the hour bowing toward night. After the prayer, there is supper. Still no talking, just the quiet scrape of wooden spoons, the clink of pottery. A reading again, this time a short passage from a story about a desert hermit who once marked time not with bells, but with the movement of ants across the doorway of his cave. He knew it was noon when their shadows disappeared. The room does not laugh, but you feel the softness of smiles. Even here in this austere world, time has always had quirks. It's never been precise, only patterned, and patterns, the monks knew, could be trusted more than numbers. After the meal, you help wash the bowls and dry the tables. No one tells you to, it's simply part of the rhythm, as natural as the rising chant, the cooling tea, the warmth of bread. Soon, compline arrives, the final prayer of the day. The chapel is darker now, lit only by tall wax tapers along the altar rail. The monks sing slower. The air is heavy with stillness. You can feel the walls breathing, not literally, but somehow they hold the memory of centuries of this moment, this same hour, this same tone. Again and again, after compline, the monks retire to their cells, not prison cells, but small stone rooms with a narrow bed, a basin, a wooden cross. You return to yours and sit at the edge of the bed, hands resting on your lap. You think of the bell, how it rang before the sun, how it marked not just the hours, but the soul's position within them. And then you remember something the steward told you earlier in the day as you walked through the old courtyard. In time, the world borrowed our hours. At first you didn't understand, but now you do. The monks, with their simple bells and daily rhythms, were not only living their own schedule, they were shaping the future of timekeeping. Because eventually, towns grew outside these monasteries, merchants arrived, blacksmiths, weavers, bakers, and those people, watching the abbey towers from afar, began to structure their own days by the sound of the monastic bells. They would begin work after lauds, rest at sext, close shop after vespers. The monks were never trying to organize the world, but they did simply by keeping faithful time. Later still, in the 13th and 14th centuries, mechanical clocks were invented. At first, they didn't tell hours. They simply rang the bells on schedule, like the monks had always done. The first clocks didn't tick. They chimed. They were designed not to measure seconds, but to mark the moments that mattered, the ones for prayer, for pause, for presence. And long before clocks had faces, they had voices. That voice was the bell. You lie back on your small bed. The window shows a sliver of moonlight. Somewhere, a night owl calls once and then falls silent. The monastery feels as if it's sleeping, but it isn't quite. It's resting in rhythm, waiting for the next bell. You wonder if the monks feel it even in sleep, that slow, ancient pulse of the hours, rising like a tide. The rhythm that once regulated the soul has now shaped the calendar, the factory, the office, the school, and yet, somewhere deep beneath it all, is still this soundless chant, this flow, this quiet. You imagine the first bell ever rung, perhaps struck by hand, suspended from a rope, echoing across a valley. It wasn't rung to start a war, or to call a king. It was rung to call someone to stillness. And maybe that's what time is still doing, beneath the ticking of clocks, beneath the blinking of screens, beneath the urgency of alarms. It is whispering, pause, notice, begin again. In the cell beside yours, a monk turns over in bed. A breeze moves through the narrow window slit. A candle burns low in the hallway, and far off, very faintly, a bell is lifted by the wind, not loud, just enough to remind the dark that even night has shape. Even silence has time. You see it first in flickering torchlight, the edge of a robe just brushing a polished stone floor. It catches the glow of the flames, shimmering not with gold or silver, but with something lighter, something stranger. Like moonlight on water, like breath on glass, it moves, but you can't hear it. Silk, you don't yet know the word, not here in the damp corridors of an old Roman hall, but the sight of it lingers, soft and unreal. You step closer, drawn by the way the fabric shifts as the wearer moves through a side door, disappearing with a whisper. The year is somewhere around 70 CE. You are a Roman messenger posted along the eastern roads of the empire. Your duties are humble: deliver scrolls, escort traders, report on minor movements in the border towns of Syria and beyond. But today, something is different. You're in Antioch, one of Rome's wealthiest eastern cities, a swirl of languages, spices, stone, and rumor. And everyone is whispering the same word: Serica, the land beyond the land beyond, a place few have seen, a direction more than a destination, east of Parthia, beyond the Oxus, behind the haze of deserts and hills. They say that in Serica the trees drip silver threads, that the people speak in birdsong, that the cloth they wear is so fine, so light, it folds into a single walnut shell. You don't believe all of it, but you've touched the fabric, and now you can't forget. The Roman elite will pay a fortune for even a handful of this material. Senators' wives are wearing it in layers, the better to hide its scandalous thinness. Military tribunes, otherwise gruff and practical, quietly set aside coin to buy a strip for their household gods. Even Caesar, it is said, wears a silken undershirt in battle soft armor against the friction of the world. But no one knows where it comes from. That's the mystery. That's the reason you're here. Because the cloth travels through middlemen, passing from hand to hand, city to city through Palmyra, Ctesiphon, Sogdia, Samarkand, until it finally reaches the edge of the Roman world. And yet the people of Rome have never seen the source. They've never spoken with a single weaver. And the Parthians, Rome's uneasy neighbor, are careful to keep it that way. They control the roads. They set the prices. They receive the silk in bulk from mysterious Eastern traders, mark it up, and send it westward like treasure. You are one of many tasked with finding the truth, not to steal, not to conquer, just to see. But the road ahead is long, uncertain, and winding through empires that have no interest in sharing secrets. Still, curiosity carries you. You ride with a caravan east from Antioch, passing Roman outposts and military camps, fields of grain, quiet shrines beside the road. The air turns dry, the days stretch. You sleep in tents, listen to camel drivers grumble in Aramaic, sip warm wine by firelight. At night, you think of the silk. How can something so soft bend empires? You meet a merchant from Palmyra who tells you of a man he once met in Merv, a traveler from a kingdom near the edge of the world. He spoke little, offered no name, but he carried silk in his satchel, and he bartered not for gold, but for salt. Their salt is precious. The merchant says, eyes squinting in memory, ours worthless to them. You pass the Euphrates, then the Tigris. The terrain flattens, then rises again. You begin to hear strange names, Sogdia, Fergana, Kashgar. None are Roman, none belong to your maps, but always the silk, bolts of it carried on the backs of horses, tied into camels' saddlebags, swaddled around figurines and spices, and always it vanishes before you can trace it. One night, as you rest near the edge of Parthian lands, you speak with a former trader, a man who once walked the great road all the way to the place he called Serinda. He's old now, his legs stiff, his beard long and silvered. They guard the secret. He tells you over boiled tea and rice. The worms live only there. No one else knows how to feed them. Worms? You ask, confused. He smiles. Not worms like you know. These are silkworms, small, white. They eat the leaves of a special tree. No one may take the eggs westward. If they try, they are punished. This is your first clue. Silk doesn't grow on trees, not really. It is spun by insects, tiny creatures fed on leaves and air. Their cocoons are boiled, their threads unwound, then dyed, woven, and shaped by hands trained through generations. And the Chinese, though he never uses that name, protect this knowledge with quiet ferocity. They call themselves the Zhongguo, he says, the Middle Kingdom, and suddenly you understand, the cloth is not magic, not divine, not otherworldly. It is the result of long labor, careful breeding, soft handling, and a cultural secrecy so embedded that even the names of cities change depending on who speaks them. You fall asleep that night listening to the rustle of fabric in the trader's satchel. You know there is silk inside, though he has not shown you. You know it glows faintly in moonlight, like water remembering fire. In the morning, he is gone. Only a silk ribbon remains, tied loosely to your tent post. The ribbon is smooth between your fingers. You turn it slowly in the early light, watching how it catches the dawn. Pale blue, faded at one edge. It is frayed slightly, not new, not valuable. But still, it feels alive in your hand. A message, perhaps, or simply a kindness. You leave the ribbon tied to your satchel as you mount your horse and ride east. The Parthian border passes behind you unnoticed. There are no markers here, no gates, only a change in wind, in dialect, in the rhythm of people's footsteps. You are now in unknown lands, beyond Roman law, beyond the edges of imperial maps. The names around you shift, from Persian into Sogdian, into Bactrian, into whispers of tongues you've never heard before, and yet the silk still moves. You see it wrapped around the arms of women walking through dusty courtyards, folded into bundles balanced on heads, tucked beneath chests of brass and glass beads. Some of it is raw, uncolored, creamy, white like the inside of a seashell. Other pieces gleam in dyed brilliance, saffron gold, deep violet, crushed pomegranate. In Samarkand, you stay for a week, waiting for a caravan to form. The city is loud, dense with smoke and rhythm. Traders argue in half a dozen languages. Children chase each other through the shadowed alleys. You rent a room in the upper floor of a potter's house and spend your days watching men carry bolts of fabric wrapped in linen, careful not to let the sun bleach them. They never say silk, but you know. One night, in a crowded tea house, a Sogdian merchant sits across from you. His hands are stained with indigo, his sleeves embroidered with looping patterns, possibly Greek, possibly something far older. He notices your ribbon. That is not yours, he says. You tell him it was a gift. He nods once, then leans closer. Do you know what it costs? Not in gold, in silence. He explains that the route you follow, the road to the east, is held not just by kings and bandits, but by trust and forgetting. Everyone along the Silk Road knows just enough but never all. This is how the secret is kept, he says, tapping your table gently. No one knows everything, not the Romans, not even the Parthians. Only one place does, and they are far, far away. He never says the name, but you feel it again, Serica, like a fog at the edge of the world. You ask if he's ever been there, once, but I didn't enter the city, only stood outside it. They sent traders out to meet us. The silk was already woven, packed, ready. We never saw the worms, never the women who spin. You nod. He pours more tea, thick, smoky, flavored with some root you can't name. The heat runs down your throat like silk itself. They don't sell knowledge, he says at last, only cloth. When the caravan forms, you ride at the back, keeping quiet. The group is small, 3 camel handlers, 2 guards, a young translator, and an older man who seems to be carrying nothing at all. He walks beside the animals, humming. You travel for weeks, crossing dust, plains that shimmer with heat, valleys so narrow that sound barely fits between the cliffs. You sleep under stars, eat boiled millet, wash with water carried in goatskins. At one point, you're caught in a dust storm and hide for 2 days in a rock crevice, while the wind howls like some ancient god losing patience. And still, you move east. You begin to hear stories. A monk, thin, quiet, with a shaved head and a walking stick, joins you for a short leg of the journey. He speaks of a monastery in the mountains where the walls are lined with scrolls. And one of them, he says, speaks of a tree with golden leaves that feeds creatures whose thread binds kings to heaven. Another night, an old woman sings to her grandchild by the fire. The song tells of a princess with fingers so fast she could weave an entire robe before the moon reached its highest point, but only in the land where the yellow river curves like a dragon. Myths, maybe, but they echo the truth. This silk, this thread that passes from hand to hand, is more than trade. It is protected by mystery. And then one afternoon, you crest a hill and see it. Far below, stretched out in the lap of distant hills, is a walled city with roofs that rise like waves and gates painted red. A river cuts through its center, slow and brown with age. You smell spice. Smoke, something floral. You've reached the western gate of China, or at least the threshold, but you do not enter. You are met instead by riders silent, careful, dressed in robes that shift like fog. They do not ask your name, only your reason for coming. Your answer that you are a Roman seeking the source of silk is met with neither offense nor welcome. One of them steps forward. She is older, her face lined with years, but her gaze is clear. What you seek cannot be carried back, she says. Even if you saw it, you could not explain it. You nod slowly. They offer no trade, no lodging, only a small scroll tied with thread. On it, drawn in careful ink, is a mulberry tree. Beneath it, a worm, a cocoon, a thread, and finally a loom, nothing more. You hold the scroll carefully as they turn and vanish, their horses moving in silence down the road toward the city, the gates close behind them like lips sealing a prayer. And you remain just outside the edge of knowing. You do not speak for a long time. The wind shifts. The scroll crinkles in your hands. And for the first time, you understand that the true secret of silk is not in its making, but in the quiet agreement between empires that some things are best left unsaid. You remain on the hill until evening. The air cools slowly, taking on the dusty scent of dry leaves and cooking smoke. From the walled city below, you hear no cries, no music, no hammering, only the faint clatter of hooves and an occasional cartwheel over stone. The city seems to breathe inward, like it's folding around something precious. The scroll is still in your lap. It is no more than a palm's length, a simple drawing, no signature, no words. And yet, it's the closest anyone from your world has come to the truth. You trace the image again with your thumb, the tree, the worm, the thread, the loom. There are no instructions, no recipes, no lists of how to raise the silkworms or feed the trees. Just symbols. You realize this scroll isn't meant to teach. It's meant to warn, because the real secret isn't the worm or the tree or the thread. The real secret is how long it takes, how much care, how many hands, and how much patience it requires to keep not telling. You sleep that night beside your horse, scroll hidden beneath your cloak. The stars are quiet above. The city gate never opens again. When dawn arrives, you turn west. You carry no silk, not officially. You have no sample, no tool, no eggs hidden in wax. Only the ribbon from weeks before, and now the scroll, both weightless, yet heavy with meaning. The return journey is slower. You pass again through the dry valleys and broken hills, through towns that shift their dialects by region, through resting camps and watering holes where no one asks your name. And at every stop, someone is trading silk. Now you see it more clearly. The fabric isn't just a luxury. It's a message that somewhere far beyond, a people live in rhythm with a worm, that they wait carefully as tiny mouths chew mulberry leaves, that they harvest cocoons without haste, that they boil them, unwind them, spin them into dreams. Back in Samarkand, you meet a Roman trader newly arrived from Palmyra. He is loud, curious, full of swagger. He buys you wine and asks if you've seen the factories, the weavers, the emperor's looms. You shake your head. You don't lie, but you don't explain. What could you say? That the secret is silence, that it lies in the refusal to rush. That in an age of horses and swords, the greatest weapon was a thread. He wouldn't understand, not yet. In Palmyra, the air is heavy with dust. The markets swell with linen and spices and rose oil. You see a bolt of silk displayed under glass shimmering green, embroidered with tiny cranes in flight. A woman leans close to admire it. Her fingers never touch the cloth. She simply sighs, then walks away. You continue west. By the time you reach Antioch again, the road has softened you. Your posture has changed. You rise later, speak less, wait longer before answering. Your superiors question you. What did you learn? You give them the scroll. They turn it over, frown at its simplicity. One scoffs. Another suggests it might be a joke, but they keep it. You're dismissed without ceremony. Months pass, then years. You take up a quieter post near the sea, watching grain shipments and merchant vessels, recording weather patterns, helping foreign traders dock along the curved bay. And always, in the shadows of the docks, the silk arrives. Folded, hidden, bartered. It now moves not just on roads, but in memory. Not in caravans, but in dreams. You see it in the sash of a young nobleman, in the altar cloth of a temple, in a bolt gifted to a wedding bride who has never seen a map, but knows this fabric came from somewhere beyond the world. And still, no one knows where. One evening, walking alone along the port, you find a young boy struggling to fold a piece of rough cloth over a crate. You help him tuck the corners. Have you ever seen silk? He asks. You smile, remembering the way it shimmered in firelight, the way it folded into nothing, the way it said everything without sound. You nod. Once, what's it like? You pause, then answer quietly, it's the softest thing that ever kept a secret. The boy doesn't understand, not yet. but one day perhaps he'll trace the thread further. Perhaps he'll follow it east, or maybe not. Perhaps the thread, by then, will be part of everything in robes, in scrolls, in sails and flags. Perhaps the world won't chase the secret anymore, because by then, the world will have learned what you did. That silk is not simply fabric. It is a promise kept between empires, a song hummed across deserts, a language written with no words, a whisper stitched into robes and passed, quietly, from hand to hand. It begins with a creak, not the kind that comes from wood or bone, but a slow groan of dry bronze against axle, a wheel, turning under pressure, marking the start of another quiet survey across the empire. You're not a soldier, not a senator, not a poet. You are a road measurer, and you are walking. Beside you, an odd little cart rolls forward. It has just one wheel, not large, not small, and every time it completes a full revolution, a small gear turns, nudging a compartment inside the wooden box that holds a series of pebbles. Click. The sound is soft but clear. One pebble falls into a waiting tray below. That's how you measure distance, not with a map, not with words, but with stones. One pebble for every Roman mile, roughly 0 double steps of a marching soldier. About 850 modern feet. But here in your dusty leather sandals you count only the drops. Click, another pebble, another mile. You're following the Via Flaminia, one of Rome's older roads, first laid out in the 3rd century BC. It snakes north from the city through the Apennines toward the Adriatic coast. But your job today isn't to get anywhere, it's to confirm the length. You're part of a crew assigned to remeasure the roads. Not to build, not to repair, just to record. Because Rome, despite its grandeur, was obsessed with numbers. Every road, every bridge, every milestone was part of a system, and systems to survive must be updated. Your task is old, uncelebrated, forgotten even by most Romans, but it matters. You walk ahead of the wheel, occasionally glancing back to check the line, ensuring you stay in the middle of the paving stones. Sometimes grass hides the edges. Sometimes the road has buckled from winter frost. Still, the wheel moves. Click. Another pebble. You carry a wax tablet under your arm. Every 5 miles, you scratch the number with a stylus. Sometimes you mark the terrain, steep, flat, uneven. Other times, you jot down notes for the masons. Stone cracked, drain clogged, ditch dry. The sun climbs higher. You pass a way station, a mutatio where travelers can rest and change horses. A man with dust, caked feet sleeps on a bench. A clay cup sits beside him, tipped on its side, still wet at the rim. No one greets you. They rarely do. You are not important. Just a man with a cart and a count. But without you, the empire doesn't know where it stands, quite literally. Because this road and the countless others like it are the veins of Rome. They carry armies, taxes, orders, messengers, grain, law, language. They connect tiny villas and distant forts to the center of the world. And if the distances aren't known, aren't measured, the entire rhythm falters. Click. You stop for lunch beneath a small tree. Olive bread, a fig, a sliver of smoked cheese. You grease the wheel with a rag dipped in thick oil, not too much. Just enough to keep it honest. Then you wipe your hands and walk on. The afternoon heat rises. You measure a hilltop past slow going. Each stone is uneven, some sunk, others tilted. The cart shakes but doesn't complain. It never does. The pebbles fall in their little wooden tray, patient as rain. Sometimes you wonder who first thought of this. Some say it was Vitruvius, the great Roman engineer. Others whisper of Greek devices, even older. But what matters is how simple it is. A wheel, a gear, a tray of stones, and behind it, always, a man walking. You cross a small bridge just before dusk, an arch of stacked stone, no mortar, still holding firm after centuries. The stream below gurgles, half dry from summer. You stop and kneel beside it, splash water on your face, sip from your palm. The pebbles in the tray are heavier now, maybe 20, maybe more. You count them once, twice, just to be sure. Each pebble is a truth. Each pebble is a number that cannot lie. And back in Rome, these stones will become marks on a marble slab, etched with a chisel in some cool, echoing chamber, added to the master lists that govern the empire. You dry your hands, stand, stretch your back. The wheel is still, waiting. You lift the handle again and begin the next mile. Click. Morning begins without ceremony. Just a soft breeze, a cooler light, the kind that filters down through olive branches and the rough hem of your travel cloak. You're already moving, wheel in hand, wax tablet tucked beneath your arm, sandals damp with dew. Another day on the Via Flaminia, another stretch of stone to count. The cart creaks in rhythm. Click. Another pebble drops. You feel it, that quiet tap inside the wooden box. You don't need to look. You've walked so long, so far, that your body hears the measurement now. Your shoulders know when the wheels turned a mile. You feel it in your calves, in the dry pull of your throat, in the way the road tilts ever so slightly downhill. This morning, the road is in better shape. Flat, orderly stones. Grass kept low. The ditches on either side are clean and shallow, edged with small culverts to drain the spring rains. You admire the workmanship not as a poet might, but as a man who has walked enough poor roads to know a good one when he feels it underfoot. Each stone you pass has a maker. You remember the names Publius, Marcus, Caius, not carved in fame, but sometimes scratched on the underside of paving slabs, visible only when one is dug up for repair. These weren't slaves mostly. They were conscripted laborers, soldiers on rotation, engineers with chalk lines and levels. And always, they worked from measurements like yours, because Rome didn't build with guesses. It built with pebbles, grease, and walking men. A small boy runs past you later that morning, chasing a donkey. He's barefoot, thin-legged, with a bundle of dried reeds slung over his shoulder. He stops a few paces ahead and stares at your cart. "Why are you counting rocks?" he asks, squinting into the sun. You smile, "To find out how far I've come." He tilts his head. "Why not just guess?" You consider that, because the road doesn't guess, and neither should we. He doesn't fully understand, but he nods, because you've said it kindly. Then he turns and sprints after the donkey again, shouting something in a dialect you can't quite place. You keep walking. Click. Another pebble. Around noon, you pause beneath the curve of a milestone. These markers dot the Roman world, short, thick columns of stone, usually inscribed with the name of the emperor who last restored the road. This one reads Tiberius Caesar Divi AVGF, the adopted son of Augustus. It's chipped at the base, but the letters are still legible. You rub moss off the surface. Below the name, the inscription declares the distance to Roma Alex. Z. Aemilia Passuum. 2,000 paces. Just over 70 miles. You check your own count. By your ledger, you've walked 71 miles since the last major junction, which means your cart, your humble wheel and pebbles is accurate to within 1 mile. That, more than anything, makes you proud. You record the marker's details on your tablet. It's wear. It's misalignment. You'll report it at the next Mancio, the official relay station, and the repair orders will filter up to Rome. Slowly, but surely, the road will be adjusted, just as roads always are. You think back to the men who first built this one, centuries ago, through forest, swamp, rock. They would have measured by stride then, perhaps using a groma, a surveying tool with hanging plumb lines. Crude but effective, and yet here you are, retracing their steps with a box of cogs and stones. It's strange, isn't it? The empire expands, contracts, burns, rebuilds, but the road endures, even when the emperors forget it. Even when the soldiers ignore it, even when merchants lose track of whose land they're crossing, the road remembers. You walk again in the late afternoon. The sun is low, the stones are warm, insects buzz in the ditch grasses, rising in little clouds when disturbed. You wave them away gently with your wax tablet, careful not to smear the writing. You pass a crumbling arch. It once marked a city's edge, now just ruins and vines. A shepherd leans against the stones, watching his goats drift through what used to be a forum. He nods, you nod back. No words are needed. This place still lives not in columns or statues, but in the road beneath it. Even if the city is gone, the mile marker remains. By evening, you reach the next mansio. It's a squat stone building with smoke curling from its chimney. A stable, a well, a shaded bench out front. You check in with the steward, a balding man with ink-stained fingers who barely glances at you before handing over a loaf of bread and a jar of olives. He asks offhand, how many pebbles? You count them out in the firelight. 32. You show him the tray. He nods, scratches it into his own ledger, and grunts. You're right on the mark. You allow yourself a smile. Tomorrow you'll start again. Another stretch, another count. But for now, you sit by the fire, legs outstretched, and listen to the wind pressing softly against the shutters. You think about Rome, not the marble, not the gold, but the boots on stone, the grease on axles, the quiet discipline of walking men and measuring wheels, the real shape of the empire. You rise before the sun. The sky is pale violet, the world not yet fully awake. A dog barks somewhere near the stable. The innkeeper is stoking the hearth, half asleep. You gather your things, tablet, cloak, satchel, and gently lift the measuring cart by its handle. The wheel turns. It's stiff in the early cold but steady. You rub a little grease on the axle with your thumb. Not much, just enough. The brass glints in the dawn light. Click. The first pebble of the day falls. You pass the milestone you recorded yesterday, the one bearing Tiberius's name, and begin again. Same rhythm, same road, but somehow it feels different now. You are a day closer to the capital. A few more clicks, a few more stones, each one a small truth, dropped like water into the jar of Roman memory. Sometimes you wonder if anyone will read your records. Will a future engineer glance at your marks on a wax tablet? Will a clerk in Rome add your count to a marble slab and place it in a vault no one ever visits? Perhaps, or perhaps not. But still you measure, because someone must. Because even an empire cannot stand on assumptions. Mid-morning brings you to a narrow pass through low hills. The road here narrows, the paving stones worn smooth by generations of carts. You pause to let a merchant caravan pass, donkeys burdened with amphorae, their sides flecked with salt. The merchant nods to you, still counting stones. He asks, amused, still walking. You reply. He chuckles and moves on. It's a small moment, but you carry it with you for miles. Later, a thunderstorm gathers to the west, fat clouds curling above the hills, their bellies black and swollen. You find shelter in an old culvert under the road, built for drainage, just wide enough for you and your cart. You wait there, listening to the rain rattle the stones above. Even here, huddled beside mossy bricks, hunched over in the wet dark, you feel the design. The culvert is angled just right. The water runs past you in a neat channel, never pooling. The road holds. Whoever built this section perhaps 100 years ago, perhaps 200, they understood weight. Weather, time, you whisper your thanks, though they're long gone. When the rain slows, you climb back out, wheel dripping, cloak heavy with moisture. You wipe the axle dry, regrease it carefully, and begin walking again. Click, another pebble. Each step pulls you closer. By late afternoon, the landscape flattens, the fields widen. Stone markers appear more frequently. Roman roads always grow denser near a capital. You know that somewhere ahead, not far now, the Via Flaminia will meet the Via Appia, and from there, it is a straight shot into Rome. You pass a trio of slaves repairing a roadside culvert. They don't look up as you go by. One is hammering a cracked slab back into place. Another is sorting broken stones by size. You recognize the quiet rhythm. They, too, are part of the measure. By evening, you stop to rest in the shadow of a great gate. It's not Rome's, not yet, but it's close, a smaller town swallowed by the city's creeping edge. You count your tray, 30 pebbles, you tip them onto a cloth, spread them in neat rows, and record the number. You note the weather, the bridge you crossed, the poor drainage near mile 27. Each word is plain, nothing poetic, just marks in wax. You know your tablet will be melted later, the records copied, then scrubbed clean for the next man. But for now, the marks are yours. At dusk, you walk one final stretch past grazing fields, past vines heavy with grapes, past an old woman selling flatbread from a cart. You buy one, eat half, tuck the rest in your satchel. The road begins to curve. Ahead, you see the horizon break, the faint shimmer of white walls under the setting sun. Rome, the end of the road, but not the end of your journey, because tomorrow you'll walk a different stretch. Measure a different path. The empire is wide, and its stones are many, and even when the Caesars change, even when the banners fall, even when the monuments crumble and the villas sink into silence, the roads, if measured, if tended, will still hold, because every pebble dropped into a counting tray is a promise that someone walked this path, that someone took note, that someone cared enough to count. You pause before the last milestone of the day. Its face is worn smooth. The name etched into it is barely legible. Time has scoured it. Rain has softened its edges. But beneath your feet, the road still stretches straight, honest, unchanged. You reach down, pick up the final pebble of the day, and place it in the tray yourself. Not because the wheel demands it, but because some truths deserve to be counted by hand. You wake with the Nile at your feet. It is not the wide, roaring Nile you read about in stories, not the river of floods and pharaohs, not the artery of empires. This Nile is quieter, narrow. It slips past the reeds with a slow breath, like someone still dreaming beneath a linen sheet. You are sitting at the edge of a village, a small one, built of clay bricks and date palms. It is early. The sun has barely lifted above the hills. The air is soft, not yet warmed by the long Egyptian day. And beside you, on the packed mud banks, lie bundles of laundry, dozens of them, some wrapped in cloth, some tied with twine, some just tossed onto woven baskets, waiting to be scrubbed. They belong to the village, to the potter's wife, the baker's sons, the priest who always stains his robes with wine. And today, you are here to wash, not as a servant, not as punishment, but as a profession. Because in ancient Egypt, washing clothes was an art. Not glamorous, not glorious, but essential. The washerman or washerwoman was as important to the rhythm of village life as the scribe or the gardener. Without you, temples would stink, priests would be impure, the dead would be wrapped in soiled linen. You begin with the basins, flat, bottomed clay tubs, dragged down the slope each morning. Some are chipped, others are patched with plaster. You fill them from the river, slow work, done with wide pottery jugs passed hand to hand. The Nile's surface gleams like wet bronze. Next comes the natron. You reach into a small basket for the white, powdery salt. It crumbles in your fingers, dry, brittle, a mixture of sodium carbonate and baking soda, collected from dry lake beds and stored in clay jars. In most of Egypt, natron is used for preserving bodies. But here it's for cleaning cloth. You mix it with water and fine sand, making a gritty paste. You smear it across the linen bundles, pressing with your fingers, working it into every crease. The linen was once white or close to it, but now it bears the stains of life. Dust, oil, sweat, crushed dates, lamp smoke. You work in silence. The others beside you, 3 older women and a boy with strong hands, wash without speaking. They scrub, rinse and wring with methodical grace, like dancers who have practiced the same steps every morning of their lives. There are no soap bubbles here, no sweet scents, just salt, sand, water. And muscle, you lift a tunic stained with wine. It belonged to a village elder, dropped off with an apology. You soak it in the river for a moment, watching the cloth twist like a sleeping fish. Then you lay it flat on a reed mat and rub it with your palms until the fibers sigh. The Nile watches. It has seen this ritual for thousands of years, before pyramids, before scrolls. Before any word was carved into stone, there was laundry, the need to clean what clings, to return cloth to the wind. You move the clean garments to a wide drying rack made of sun-bleached papyrus stems tied with date fiber. The garments hang like quiet ghosts, their damp weight making them dance slightly in the breeze. Nearby, an old man sings to himself as he washes a sash. His voice is cracked, but steady. You catch a few words, an old washing song, maybe, a rhyme meant to keep rhythm while working. Wash it clean, wash it bright, under Ra's forgiving light. You smile. Someone hands you another bundle, children's tunics, worn thin at the elbows. You check the stitching. Some of it is loose. You make a mental note to offer the thread seller a few chips of pottery in trade later this week. Because here, laundry is more than soap and water. It's mending too, it's care, it's memory. You find a small embroidered square at the bottom of the basket. A child's head wrap, faded red. There's a tiny fingerprint in the fabric, dried fig pulp, maybe. Or paint from a temple wall. You soak it gently, almost reverently. This is what the tomb painters never show. The part where a mother, or a neighbor, or a quiet worker, like you, kneels by the river to clean the everyday. The part where life isn't statues or offerings but stains, and the people who lift them. The sun rises higher. The linen begins to dry. The baskets grow lighter. The boy starts to whistle. The old man finishes his song. You take a moment to stretch your hands, sore from rubbing. Then you reach for the next bundle. And as you do, you wonder, who washed the linens of the pharaoh? Not just the ceremonial robes, kept in cool chambers beneath temples, but the daily wear. The tunics stained with honeyed beer, or dust from royal sandals, or ink from a distracted scribe's hand. Were they scrubbed in golden tubs? Or did someone, just like you, kneel by a quieter bend of the Nile, and wash in silence? The sun is stronger now. It gleams off the Nile like beaten copper, dancing between papyrus stalks and glinting on the polished clay basins you've left to dry. The morning has passed quietly, a procession of stains scrubbed away, of knots untangled, of linens wrung and laid out in order. But now comes the careful work. From the far end of the riverbank, a priest's assistant approaches. He wears simple linen robes, bleached near white, still damp from his ceremonial bath. He carries a bundle wrapped in 2 layers of reed matting, tied with a fresh strand of palm fiber. He walks with care, as if carrying more than cloth. And in a way he is. He places the bundle before you with a gentle bow. His voice is soft but firm, the temple cloths. You bow back. You already know what they are, linen scrolls used in purification rites. Not written scrolls, not pages, but strips of white cloth used to cover altars, to bind sacred statues, to wipe hands between rituals. They are not stained, not exactly, but they have been touched by incense smoke, by human breath, by the closeness of divine presence, and so they must be washed, not for appearance, but for purity. You do not ask questions. You simply nod and gesture toward a separate basin, already cleaned and placed under a tamarisk tree's shade. You reserved it this morning. Instinct told you something sacred would arrive. You open the bundle slowly. Inside are 13 narrow strips of linen, each folded twice, each no longer than your forearm. They smell faintly of frankincense and something older, an earthy, waxy scent, like sandal, wood pressed into papyrus. You do not use natron on these. Instead, you mix river clay with a handful of ground lotus seeds. The clay draws out the subtle oils. The lotus brings light fragrance. It is the method passed to you by an old washerwoman, long gone her memory, woven into your fingers now. You press the paste gently into the cloth. Not rubbing, not scrubbing, just easing it in, coaxing the impurity out. Then you rinse, using only water fetched upstream, before the river touches village feet. That water is colder, quieter, as if even the Nile knows to hold its breath when ritual cloth is being cleansed. Beside you, The assistant watches with folded hands. He says nothing, but you can feel his gaze not suspicious, not stern, but reverent. He knows, as you do, that the cloth remembers. And what touches it, joy or grief, ritual or mistake, leaves a mark that lingers unless carefully lifted. When the washing is done, you lay the cloth strips on burnished river stones instead of hanging them. The stones are warm, smooth, sunlit. They draw out the last of the water without bruising the weave. This is not ordinary drying, it's part of the unwritten ritual. Later, you'll fold the cloths the same way they came, one crease here, one fold there, always right over left, and return them without a word. But for now, you sit beside them, breathing slowly. And as the temple cloths dry, you notice other details, returning sounds you had ignored all morning. The rustle of palm leaves, the laugh of a fisherman downstream, the hum of dragonflies looping over puddles. It's all part of the same rhythm, because laundry here is not just labor, it is measure, a measure of time between sunrise and shade, a measure of breath between scrubs, a measure of grace between one use and the next. You remember your grandmother's words, spoken long ago beneath these same trees. Every cloth tells two stories: how it was stained and how it was cleaned. You look around, at the tunics flapping on reed lines, at the old woman stitching a patch, at the boy gently checking the frayed edge of a headscarf. You think of a priest entering the temple tomorrow morning, hands raised, linen wrapped over the idol's shoulder, never knowing whose hands once rinsed it, whose fingers pressed the clay, whose patience laid it in the sun. And you wonder, do the gods know who launders their cloth, or is that part of the ritual meant only for the river to witness? Evening arrives slowly in the Nile Valley. It does not crash like a wave. It creeps the way dusk always does in places where the sun rules, bending gently away from the fields, leaving behind a soft hush that silences even the reeds. The air is warm, still scented faintly with lotus and wet stone, and your hands, though tired, are steady. The last baskets have been emptied. Most of the cloth has dried and been folded into neat squares. The racks are bare now, save for a few stubborn tunics still heavy at the seams. You leave them be. There is no need to rush. In Egypt, even laundry respects the sun's pace. You kneel beside your linen ledger. It isn't a book. It's a simple grid, scratched with charcoal onto a palm frond mat, one square for each bundle washed that day. Marks are added for repairs, for extra rinses, for temple requests. It's a system older than ink. Today's count, 30. 2 bundles, 2 repairs, 1 sacred return, 0 lost cloths. That last number matters most. Because cloth is not cheap. In fact, it is one of the most valuable materials in the village. Not because of its beauty, though the weavers do make beauty, but because of its function. Cloth wraps the newborn. It binds wounds, it becomes offerings, it travels to the afterlife, and it must be kept whole. A torn hem might mean a child's only shirt is ruined. A dropped shawl could be mistaken for rags and burned. So every washer learns, above all, the sacred rule of return. You give back every piece you take in cleaner, but still itself. You look to your side, where the boy has dozed off beside a pile of reed rope. His hands are stained with natron, the edges of his nails still packed with clay. He'll learn, in time, to scrub more gently. For now, he sleeps the deep sleep of someone who has earned rest with quiet work. You tuck a folded tunic beneath his head as a pillow. Then you return to your tasks. The sacred cloths, the ones washed earlier, are dry now. You fold them carefully, edge over edge, until they sit flat as parchment. The priest's assistant will return for them soon. You will not speak. You will simply pass them over, wrapped once more in reed matting, with your eyes lowered. That is the ritual. That is how the unseen hands of Egypt keep moving, not just through temples and tombs, but through basins and soapstones and the bend of fingers on soaked linen. A breeze picks up. It rustles the drying lines, now empty. It nudges a scrap of cloth loose from the pile, a simple neck wrap, beige with a faded blue stripe. You catch it mid-air, laugh softly, and brush off the dust. You remember whose it is, the old midwife who laughs like cracked wheat and always insists her cloth smells better than anyone's. You fold it twice, place it with her bundle, and mark a small charcoal dot on your ledger. She'll tease you tomorrow about it being too clean. The sun is low now. The western hills are turning violet. The river has slowed its song. A heron lifts gently from the far bank, trailing droplets from its feet as it disappears into the twilight. You pack the remaining tools, bowls, jugs, the stiff bristle brushes made from palm fiber. You empty the basins, tilt them on their sides. The river receives the water back without comment. And as you kneel to lift the last basket, you pause. You look over your shoulder, not back toward the village, but out across the Nile. Somewhere across this same river, in another village, another pair of hands is rinsing a shawl. Someone is scrubbing, rinsing, wringing, just as you did. Just as others will do tomorrow, and it strikes you. The empire is held together not only by kings and scribes, but by those who wash its linens. Not everyone will see it. The tomb walls show battles, offerings, parades, but the cloth draped on the deity, someone washed it. The bandages wrapped around the dead, someone soaked them. The garments that flutter in every mural's breeze, someone knelt and scrubbed those stains away. You carry the basket now slowly, as your back reminds you of the hours spent bent. But your steps are firm. You walk the same path as you did in the morning, but now the world is dimmer, quieter, cooler. When you reach your home, you will boil water for your own washing your hands, your face, your tunic. You will sleep on clean linen, and tomorrow you will do it again, because someone must. And because even when your name is forgotten, your work will remain folded neatly in the memories of cloth, and the stories told not in scrolls, but in creases and scent, and the sound of water echoing between stones. It begins with a smell, not of incense nor of lavender from the herb garden, but of vinegar sharp and sour, warmed by candle heat, and beneath it, faintly, the scent of dried insects, crushed oak galls, old parchment, and beeswax polish. You are in the scriptorium of a quiet convent, deep in the hills of 12th century France. Outside, the wind rattles the trees. It's early spring, and snow still clings to the roots of the pines. But in here, the stone walls hold a soft warmth. The hearth glows, the wax candles flicker, and the only sound is the slow scratching of quills. You sit beside a long wooden table. To your left, a nun copies a passage from the Psalms. To your right, another carefully scrapes the surface of a calfskin page with a moon-shaped knife, smoothing away a stray blot. Across the room, the abbess leans over a bubbling pot, not of soup, of ink. This is no ordinary ink. It is made by hand from what the earth and forest provide and what time refines. Today's batch uses crushed oak galls, the knotted lumps found on tree branches where wasps once laid their eggs. You helped gather them last autumn when the leaves were gold and the nuns had to walk with baskets tied to their belts. The galls are dried, then ground with a pestle until they become powder pale and fibrous, almost like flour. To this, the abbess adds vinegar drawn from a cask in the cellar. Its aroma sharp enough to sting the eyes. Then comes iron salt, taken from rusted nails, boiled and filtered through cloth. As she stirs, the mixture darkens. At first it's the color of tea, then of smoke. Then slowly it turns the deep, rich brown, black of ink that will last centuries. You've seen the abbess test it before. A droplet on parchment, left to dry. It stains not just the surface, but sinks deep, curling into the skin like a secret whispered into leather. That's the goal. Ink that clings, that binds with the page, that won't fade even when kings do. The abbess stirs again, this time adding the final ingredient, crushed beetle shells. Tiny, iridescent, gathered from the garden wall. Their carapaces lend a strange shimmer to the ink, a gloss that catches candlelight when the letters dry. The nuns believe it gives the word of God a living gleam. You're not sure about that, but the effect is beautiful. You return to your own work, stretching a strip of vellum across a wooden frame, pressing it flat with heated pebbles. Each piece of parchment is a delicate balance. Too thin and it tears beneath the quill, too thick and the ink pools, but today's piece feels just right. Sister Heloise hands you a new pen. It is a goose quill cut and carved with steady care. She doesn't speak, she almost never does, but her eyes are kind. She watches as you dip the tip into the fresh ink, letting the droplets pool. You test it on scrap. The lines are sharp, the flow smooth. You nod and begin to copy. The letters are not your own. They belong to someone long dead, a monk in Antioch, perhaps, or a bishop from Lombardy. But through your hand, they rise again, in Kai and alive. Around you, the room breathes with quiet purpose. A nun hums a hymn under her breath as she rubs gold leaf onto an illumination. Another sharpens a new batch of quills. A third slices parchment, sheets into ribbons for bookmarks. No one rushes, no one slouches. Even the candle flames seem disciplined. It is not just devotion, it is duty, the preservation of language, memory, and the invisible beauty of ink on skin. You think briefly of those who will read this book one day. A scholar, perhaps, hunched in another stone chamber, or a traveler opening it beside a fire, tracing the curve of your letters with a reverent finger. They will not know your name, but they will know your hand. And perhaps, if they are very careful, they will still smell the faintest whisper of vinegar and beetles, caught forever in the folds of the parchment. You lift your pen, you take a breath, and you write the next word, one gentle curve at a time. The bell tolls once. A single, soft chime echoing through the cloister, not loud, not insistent, but enough to still the hand mid-word. You place your quill down gently, so do the others. It is nuns, the 9th hour mid-afternoon. Time to stretch, to breathe, to offer silence to the chapel, and perhaps more importantly, to your fingers. They ache from holding the quill at just the right angle, not too high, or the ink splatters. Not too low, or the point catches in the parchment's grain. It's a fine dance, repeated word after word, line after line, in absolute quiet. The sisters file out one by one. Sister Heloise places a linen cloth over her illumination, a golden, winged angel with feet like smoke and hands outstretched, and kisses her fingers before covering the work. You linger for a moment. The scriptorium, now briefly empty, breathes differently. The sound of wax cooling in the candle basins, the slow drip of ink into a ceramic jar from a soaked brush left too long, the whisper of a draft against the parchment's edge. You walk toward the ink shelf. Jars line the stone ledge like sleeping creatures, some corked, some wax, sealed, all labeled in tiny Latin script. There is nut, bark black for older scrolls, berry red, rarely used except on certain feast days. Ash, blue, made from woad and lye, saved for hymnal titles. And tucked in a niche, your favorite, green ink, made from verdigris and vinegar boiled with elder twigs. It smells of smoke and acid, and stains your fingernails for days. But when it dries, it shimmers faintly like moss under sun. You remember the abbess saying once, "Even God's words deserve to glow." You choose not to go to the chapel this time. You remain behind tending the tools. Not because you are rebellious, quite the opposite. You simply know that some prayers are better spoken with cloth and polish than with chant. You clean the knives used to scrape vellum. You pour fresh vinegar into the beetle jar. The crushed shells have softened. You stir them gently, and as you do, you imagine the creature's journey from garden wall to ink pot to scripture, its gleam outlasting its wings. Outside, You hear the distant murmur of singing. It folds in through the window slits, thin and tinny, but warm. You hum along quietly as you trim the edge of a drying page. This one contains a list of saints' feast days. You pause when you read one. St. Bridget of Kildare, the Irish nun said to have turned water into beer. You smile. A woman who believed in miracles and merriment. You wonder if her scriptorium smelled like hops instead of beetles. The others return. They move softly, like snow returning to a rooftop. No one speaks, they simply resume their places. The scratching of quills picks up again, like distant rain. Sister Agnes refills her ink pot, but it spills slightly. A drop lands on the margin of her page, a dark blot where no ink should be. She gasps. You see the fear flicker across her face. This page has taken her 4 days. It contains a prayer of healing, one to be read over the sick in the monastery's small infirmary. You walk to her quietly. You hand her the moon, blade the scraping tool. She nods, swallows her fear, and begins to gently peel the top layer of vellum. Scrape, wipe, polish, the blot lifts. The prayer is saved. You watch the whole thing with quiet pride, not because the page is perfect, but because imperfection was met with patience. The abbess walks through the scriptorium, then not to correct, not to rush, but to observe. Her hands are stained to the wrists with ink, her sleeves dotted with tiny soot marks from the fire. She stops beside your station and nods once. No words. Only that nod, a small sign that today's work, though invisible to most, mattered. As the light begins to fade, Sister Heloise lights fresh candles. The flames bend slightly with the wind, casting long shadows across the table. You see your own hand reflected in gold leaf, the edges of a saint's halo, not yet finished. It is nearly vespers now. The final hour before darkness wraps the convent. You clean your quill carefully, setting the tip in oil to keep it supple. You close your ink jar, sealing it with a twist of cloth soaked in wax. And as you smooth your page one last time, you look at your writing, each letter exact, each line straight, each mark a thread in a tapestry far too large to see from here. But you trust that it exists, that one day, someone will turn this page and feel the echo of your care. And maybe, just maybe, they'll wonder what the ink was made from. And in that wondering, they'll remember not just the words, but the hands that gave them shape. Night has settled around the convent like a wool cloak. Outside, the last rays of light have vanished behind the pine-covered hills. Inside, the scriptorium is lit now only by beeswax candles, fat, golden, and slow, burning, each one casting a pool of amber over parchment and wood. You've stayed late, not out of obligation, but because the final page needed finishing. It is a dedication. 3 lines of Latin, carefully inscribed beneath an illuminated banner of green and gold. You chose to write them in oak gall ink, the kind made with extra vinegar and iron salts, the kind that stains your fingertips for days and never fully washes out of your robes. The letters curl elegantly, not ornate, not proud, just steady. And they end with a simple line, written in the year of our Lord by the sisters of this house, that memory might endure. That's what this work is, at its heart, not artistry, not scholarship. Memory, the memory of prayers, of names, of places, of days both ordinary and divine. The abbess once told you a story about a monastic library lost to fire in a storm. Every book blackened, every scroll gone. But as the walls cooled and the sisters searched the ashes, they found one single fragment that survived. A slip of vellum, curled, scorched, barely legible. Just 2 words remained, et lux in light. And from those words the convent rewrote their songs. That memory lives in your mind now, as you clean your tools. You rinse your pen, rubbing the nib between your fingers. You gather the unused parchment scraps into a reed basket. You wipe the table with a cloth soaked in rosemary water, the scent rising as you work. The others have left. Only Sister Heloise remains, and she has fallen asleep, head resting beside an open hymnal. Her ink pot has tipped slightly, but hasn't spilled. You gently nudge it upright and place a folded cloth under her elbow. She's been working on a book of hours, small, delicate, for a noblewoman in the south. The pages are no larger than your palm, but filled with the finest hand you've ever seen. You sometimes wonder if God reads those books more carefully. You hear an owl outside, a low call, and something in you wonders how many creatures, owls, beetles, mice, bats, have witnessed this scriptorium over the years, glancing through the high, unshuttered windows as ink flowed across page after page after page. What do they think, these animals, of humans spending their lives inscribing words meant to outlive them? Do they understand it, somehow? You tie up the finished pages in cloth, a soft wool wrap lined with linen, to keep the pages dry. You stack the writing tools into their drawer, place a fresh quill on the table for morning, and then you pause. You touch the ink on your own skin, a streak along your wrist, a thumbprint near your knuckle. You could wash it. You will, but not yet, because in this moment you feel the echo of something greater. Not glory, not grandeur, just continuity. You are one in a line stretching back through centuries. Scribes, copyists, silent makers of memory, most never named, never praised, but all remembered in the soft curve of a letter, the steadiness of a line, the quiet faith that writing matters, even when the world burns, even when ink fades, even when no one remembers your face. The work holds. You step outside now into the cloister. The stars are low and bright. The air smells of earth and beeswax. You draw your shawl tighter around your shoulders and walk slowly back to your cell. There is a piece of parchment tucked under your blanket, a note from Sister Agnes, with just 3 words. Your hand glows. You smile. Tomorrow the ink will dry, the beetles will rest, the quills will sharpen, and the words will begin again. You are awake before the city, before the clatter of carts, before the sellers call out their wares, before the bathhouses steam or the children begin their games. Even before the sun has cleared the rooftops of Rome, your hands are already deep in flour. You are a pister, a Roman baker, not one of the wealthy guildmasters with shops near the Forum, no. You are a small baker, one of dozens scattered through the insulae of the Subura district, the poor side of Rome, but full of mouths to feed. And they all want bread. The fornax, the round clay oven, is already warm. Its dome still holds heat from the day before. You've stacked the fire with thin branches of olive wood and grapevine trimmings, the smoke still low and fragrant. Everything begins with the grain. You grind it by hand using a small rotary quern. 2 circular stones, one on top of the other, turned slowly with a wooden handle. It's dusty work. Your sleeves are white with flour. Your forearms ache, but this is the rhythm of your mornings. Grind, sift, mix. Your flour is not pure white. It's coarse, a mix of barley and low, grade wheat, with the occasional chip of grit from the stones. You don't waste what you grind, even if the patricians would wrinkle their noses at it. You mix it with water from the public fountain, cooled in a terracotta jar overnight. You stir with your hands, no spoons, no scales, just feel and instinct. You add a pinch of old dough, saved from yesterday's batch, to leaven the mix. This is sourdough, though you do not call it that. You call it fermentum, a living piece of the past, folded into today's bread. As the dough rises, you prepare the oven. You scrape the coals aside using a long, handled paddle. You test the heat by flicking a bit of flour onto the stone. If it browns too fast, you wait. If it stays white, you add more firewood. Your wife, already awake, needs a second batch. Her hands are smaller, but quicker. She hums an old tune, a lullaby her mother sang to her as a child. It's barely audible over the crackle of firewood, but it settles your heartbeat all the same. Soon, the dough is ready. You roll it into tight rounds, dust them with flour, and press them into wooden molds, simple ones, carved with patterns, leaves, sheaves of wheat, little fish. Not for decoration, but for identification. Every baker marks their bread. It's the law. You carry the loaves to the oven and place them on flat stones near the fire. They begin to puff almost immediately, their edges rising like sleepy breaths. The smell is slow to arrive, but when it does, warm grain, crust, ash, and something ancient, it fills the room like a blessing. You close your eyes. This is the moment, not the selling, not the counting of coins. But this, the silent watching, the heat on your face, the first crust forming. You could almost believe you've stepped outside of time. That bakers 100 years before you, and 100 after, will stand just like this. Waiting, watching, breathing it in. A knock at the door pulls you back. It's the boy from the alley, the one who brings scraps for your goats. He holds up a sack onions, bruised apples, and a tiny jug of wine gone sour. In exchange, you hand him a still, warm roll, stamped with your mark. He smiles, runs off, doesn't say thank you, but he doesn't have to. You know he'll remember this, the warmth of it in his hands, the way it steamed in the cold morning air. The taste of barley and ash. It will become a memory stitched into the fabric of his life. And your bread will carry on. Even if no one remembers your name, the loaves are nearly done. You reach for a thin metal hook and lift one from the back of the oven. The crust is cracked, the underside dark. You tap it hollow. Perfect. Your wife is already wrapping the first round in linen for the old soldier 3 doors down. He lost a leg in Gaul and pays you in charcoal sketches. You hang them by the door. You don't speak much. But between you in bread, in coals, in silent exchange, you understand each other. Outside, the sky is lightening. The street dogs stir. A mule cart rumbles past. Rome is waking, and you are already finished with the best part of the day. The sun is higher now. It creeps across the rough walls of your workshop, sliding in through the narrow window slits, catching in the suspended flour. The air feels soft, almost golden, and smells not just of bread anymore, but of life warming up around it. You are halfway through the day's baking. The second batch of dough has risen in the clay mixing basin. The first batch is cooling on wide wicker trays. Some of the loaves are shaped into rounds. Others are flat like discs, meant for soldiers' rations, dry and thick enough to survive a long march. These will be sold cheap, with rough crusts and no marks at all. Not everyone can afford a pattern on their bread. Your wife wraps loaves in layers of coarse linen and ties them with twine. The thread is saved and used again. Every item in this place is used again. Scraps become tomorrow's fuel. Crumbs feed the birds. Broken tiles get ground into fine oven ash. The ash, in fact, is part of your secret. You sweep the cold remnants of grapevine and fig branches from the hearth and mix them with crushed rock salt. This mixture, rubbed lightly onto the outer crust of the bread before baking, gives it a smoky, bitter taste your neighbors recognize immediately. Old Flavia says it reminds her of the bread her grandmother made in Arretium. She tells you this every time she comes by for a loaf, even though she's told you before. You smile, nod, wrap her bread in cloth, and accept 2 copper coins and a pinch of lavender in exchange. She insists the lavender is lucky. You keep it near the window where the sun can warm it. You move through your routine with the slow grace of someone who has done the same steps for years, not with boredom, but with memory. You scrape dough from the basin and toss it to the chickens. You slice the burnt edges from a batch of rolls and set them aside for the bath attendants. You check the fire, stoke it once, then let it rest. The bakery is small, and yet somehow it contains half the neighborhood. People filter in and out all day, not in crowds, but in pairs, in ones, in barefoot children with baskets too big for their arms. They come with coins, or with bundles of herbs, or with nothing but a nod and the promise of next time. You have a ledger scratched on a plank by the door, names, symbols, half words, but you remember more by heart than you write. The butcher's boy always gets 2 loaves, round and plain, tied in twine. The widow upstairs takes 1 soft roll, no crust, for her aching teeth. The mosaic maker, 3 flatbreads with no salt, he swears it sharpens the mind. You do not argue, you bake. Sometimes you think that if all of Rome fell silent, you could still hear the shape of it in the dough. The way the city pulls itself together each day, stretching and rising and collapsing into itself again. In the quiet moments between batches, you repair the oven walls. They crack slowly from the heat, fine lines that spider out across the clay dome. You patch them with river sand and lime, pressing the mixture with the flat of your palm. The oven sighs in response, like an old beast content to be tended. There's a story your father once told about a bakery in Pompeii, frozen in ash. Loaves still in the oven, tools on the shelves, as if the fire had simply stopped time, and the bread waited forever to be taken out. He told it as a warning. You remember it now as a prayer. May your oven always be emptied before night. May your bread always rise before the ground does. The day grows warmer, sweat beads at your temples. You wipe your hands on your apron, leaving pale streaks of flour across the brown wool. The noise from the street grows louder, pot sellers, musicians, priests with incense burners. The city is fully awake now. You begin your final round. This dough is different, made from spelt and millet, coarse and dense. It's for the paupers who gather near the aqueduct arch at dusk. They wait without asking. They know you'll come. You don't give it to them out of charity. You give it because that's what bread is for, to be eaten, not stored, not hoarded. It's only good if someone takes it in their hands, tears it open, and lets the steam touch their face. You remember once, years ago, during a lean summer, when a loaf you baked fed 6 people in a burned-out house. You never met them, but one of them scratched a thank you into your wall. You left it there. Even now, it's faint but visible, a small mark in the plaster, shaped like a crescent moon. You look at it as you prepare the last tray. It reminds you that this job, this life, is not made of greatness or gold. It is made of cracks patched with ash, of heat, of grain, of patience, and of people who will never know your name, but will always remember your bread. And that, somehow, is enough. Evening leans into the city slowly. Shadows grow longer in the alley outside your shop, and the scent of smoke clings to every robe, every braid of hair, every stone wall kissed by heat. The day's noise softens into a background hum, a few late carts, a singer in the distance, the clink of amphorae being emptied for supper. Inside the bakery, the final fire burns low. The last loaves are out of the oven, their crusts thick and dark, some dusted with ash, others flecked with sea salt, all of them cooling silently in their trays. You've opened the back door to let the breeze in. It smells like olives and iron and warm earth. You sit for a moment, just sit on the stool near the hearth. Your apron is stiff with flour. Your hands are dry and creased. There's dough under your nails, a fresh blister on your thumb, and a line of soot down your cheek. But the work is done, almost. There is one more thing, always one more. You take the flat wooden paddle, long handled, worn smooth by years of heat and weight, and lift the last loaf from the back of the oven. It's small, not much bigger than your hand, baked from the scraps of the day. You cut it in half. One piece goes into a small cloth bundle for the boy who watches the goats outside the wall. He'll find it there later, wrapped beside the fence post, always just warm enough to know it wasn't forgotten. The other half you eat, slowly, deliberately, standing by the window, watching the rooftops burn with the color of dusk. The crust is rough, but good. You taste the smoke, the olive wood ash, the last of the fermented dough. A bit of grit crunches between your teeth, a reminder that perfection was never the point. You remember your mother's words, bread is meant to be eaten with your feet sore and your eyes full. She used to say it after long market days, when the bread was dry and the wine was warm. You never understood what she meant until you became a baker yourself. Now you know, it's not about the flour, it's about what bread carries, the memory of the field, the warmth of the hand that shaped it, the silence of early morning fires, and the 100 unseen steps between grain and gift. You look around the bakery one last time. The baskets are stacked. The basins are rinsed. The paddle leans against the wall. A small spider has made its home in the curve of the upper window. You don't brush it away. Even spiders have their place here. Your wife calls softly from the other room. She's lit the lamp. A pot of lentils simmers beside it, and 2 cups of sour wine wait on the table. You wipe your hands on your apron and step away from the oven. But before you go, you turn once more toward the embers. There's a faint glow, there's still a single coal, red and pulsing like a heartbeat. It will cool by midnight, but for now it stays, just long enough to remind you, tomorrow it begins again. You'll rise before the city, you'll grind the grain, you'll stir the ferment, you'll build the fire, and bread will be born again in silence and in smoke, because that's what you do. Because even if the emperors fall and the roads crack and the statues topple, someone somewhere will always need bread. You hear him before you see him. A faint jingle, not of coins, not of keys, but of the tiny brass bell sewn into the hem of his long leather satchel. The sound bounces down the narrow cobbled lane, skipping past the stone shop fronts and shuttered windows, just ahead of dawn. He's the postman, and today is a delivery day. You are not expecting a letter, but still you pause. Everyone does. There's something about the presence of a postman in the 1700s that makes people straighten their spines. Even if no one says it, even if they don't knock, even if they only pass by. The letter bag alone is a presence long, oil, dark, creased with rain and dust, and journeys through fields and forests and market towns. The buckles are tarnished, but polished just enough to catch the morning sun. This is not a glamorous life, nor a fast one. The average 18th century postal worker is no gallant rider galloping across the countryside. That image belongs more to tavern songs than reality. No, he walks. And he walks far, 20, sometimes 30 miles a day, through drizzle, through mud, through the freezing bite of January and the insect-sung heat of July, and all the while, the peculiar rules follow him as surely as his shadow. The first rule, no talking while walking. It's an unspoken law among veteran postmen, a kind of code. Keep your breath for the road, keep your words for the clerk. Your duty is not to charm, but to arrive. You watch him pass by the bakery. He tips his tricorn hat just once and continues on. His coat is long and faded blue, with brass buttons that clink faintly as he moves. On his chest, tied with a fraying red ribbon, is a small carved token, a wax seal stamp, etched with the royal insignia. Every postman carries one, not because he uses it, that's the sender's job, but because it signifies trust. Once a letter enters his satchel, it must remain unopened, untouched, unsmirched, and unsniffed until it reaches its destination. There were rumors once of a mailman who steamed open a letter and read it by candlelight in a wayside barn. They say he vanished the next week. Whether by dismissal or disappearance, no one quite knows. Trust, after all, is the spine of the entire system, and in the 1700s, letters meant everything. They held courtship and quarrel, business and betrayal, secrets and signatures. A single folded page could determine inheritances, marriages, wars. To touch one without right was to handle fire with bare hands. And so, each letter is handled as if sacred. Each one folded into a tight, square envelopes are still rare and sealed with a dab of wax. Red for urgency, black for mourning, blue, sometimes, for politics. You once held one, just once. A friend let you feel the weight of it, not heavy, but dense with meaning. The wax was still faintly warm. The seal bore the mark of a family crest, and you remember wondering, would the person receiving this smile or weep? The postman rounds the corner now, heading for the clerk's station. There, he'll hand over the letters, receive the new ones, and sign the delivery book with a blotchy quill. That's another rule, every stop must be logged. Times initials, contents noted in a small lead ledger, not because anyone reads them often, but because the record matters. Proof that someone cared enough to track the movement of words. The clerk, already waiting, has laid out warm cider in a clay cup. A small nod of thanks is exchanged. No words. The postman sets down his bag, carefully unbuckling the flap, and removes each letter one by one. They are sorted by region: north, south, east, west, not alphabetically. Why? Because the wind favors certain routes. Everyone knows this. To send a letter west in high spring means it may be slowed by flooding. In autumn, letters to the north risk snow. The postmen are not only walkers, they are weather leaders, men who watch the sky like sailors. You hear the church bells strike 7. A few townsfolk begin to gather near the clerk's table. Some to pick up letters, some merely to see who is receiving them. The air holds the weight of curiosity. Eyes flick to every seal, every scribbled name. Because, in a world without phones, without email, without anything instant, the arrival of a letter is like the arrival of news from another world. And that's where the last rule comes in. Letters are to be handed, not tossed. No letter is ever thrown, dropped, or slid across a table. It is delivered into the hand slowly, intentionally. A gesture that says, this paper carries something sacred. Someone wrote this, folded it, sealed it, and waited. Now you hold it. You watch as a young girl receives one such letter, now stamped with green wax, folded twice, the corners smoothed by long travel. She clutches it to her chest, eyes wide. And in that moment, nothing else in the world matters, not the mud on the street, not the frost in the air, not even the long road the postman still has to walk before dusk. Just that letter, and the one who trusted the postman to carry it all the way here. You step into the mud, not a misstep, just the road, the honest, unavoidable consequence of travel in spring. The fields are soft with melt, and the ditches run dark with meltwater. The rain has passed, but its memory lingers in every squelch of the path beneath your boots. You are a rural postman, and your day has barely begun. The town is already far behind you, its bell tower swallowed by trees and morning haze. The satchel on your hip is heavier than usual, not from letters, but from books, bound in linen and tightly wrapped in waxed cloth. Courthouse documents, school records, even one slim volume of poetry, headed to a widow in the next parish. Each one tied with string, each one marked with a red chalk symbol on the corner. This is your code, your private alphabet, not for secrecy, but for memory. A square means urgent. A star means fragile. A wavy line means hand only to the recipient. There are no formal rules about this, no law written on parchment. But you learned long ago that certain marks mean fewer mistakes, and fewer mistakes mean fewer reasons to be shouted at, or worse, dismissed. You shift the weight of your bag to the other shoulder. There's a hill ahead, not steep, but long. The kind that tricks you into thinking the top is near until it isn't. You pace yourself, the rhythm is important, too fast, and the soles of your boots begin to rub, too slow, and the delivery times stretch too long. So you count steps, not allowed, never allowed, but in your head. 400 to the tree, 100 more to the stone, then a breath, then a swallow of water. There is no audience here, no one to nod at your passage, no clerk waiting with cider. Just wind through birches, the occasional hoofprint in the mud, and your own shadow stretched thin by the overcast sky. You pause at the top of the hill. There's a wooden bench beneath an old beech tree left by some traveller long before you. You know this spot well. You've eaten hundreds of lunches here, each one the same, a heel of bread, a slice of cured pork, a curl of hard cheese. You eat slowly, chewing each bite as you watch the path ahead. And while you eat, you do something sacred. You open the journal. Every postman carries one. Not a formal ledger, those stay at the clerk's office. This is a personal record. A stitched book of thick paper, where you note things the route won't tell you on its own. You record Road to Elder's Bridge, flooded again, take higher trail. Dog at Hill Farm bites, keep distance. Boy at East Gate delivers bread to postman in exchange for riddles. A letter with yellow ribbon, recipient wept. You never meant to write that last one. But some days, the stories are too heavy to keep only in memory, and so the journal holds them: the quiet reactions, the slow tears, the small smiles, the way hands tremble when opening good news or bad. Your job is not to read the letters. Your job is to notice what they do to people. You close the journal, wrap the rest of your bread for later, stand slowly. The wind is picking up again, not cold, but sharp. It hums in your ears and tugs lightly at the flap of your satchel. It's time to move on. You adjust your gait to the slope. Downhill is different. You lean back slightly, let the bag rest higher on your hip. You whistle once, not a tune, just a sound to let any nearby dogs know you're coming. Most are friendly, a few are not. You pass a sheep pasture. The shepherd nods, no words. He raises a hand slightly. You respond in kind. On some days, he hands you folded notes for his sister in the next village. Always tucked in lambskin, always sealed with pressed rosemary. She writes back in verse, and you wonder if they know how rare that is. At midday, you reach the stone marker that signals the halfway point. You stop here out of ritual, take a sip of vinegar water, check the seals again. One has cracked slightly. The heat of the sun must have softened the wax. You reapply a dab from the pouch you carry, seal it with your ring and mark the envelope discreetly, not to hide the error, just to own it. Mistakes are not the end, only dishonesty is. You remember your mentor, old Giles, who walked this same route for 30 years. He used to say, "You don't carry letters, you carry waiting." That has stayed with you because it's true. Each folded page is a piece of someone's day not yet lived, a hope suspended in travel, a sentence that doesn't exist until it's read. You pass two boys playing near a well. One asks if you're bringing news from the king. The other dares him to ask again. You smile but say nothing. Instead, you reach into your satchel and hand them each a blank envelope, just paper and seal, no message. But their eyes light up to them. Even the shape of a letter holds mystery. You continue down the path, the wind at your back now. There are still 4 homes left to visit. A mill, a stonemason's cottage, a healer's hut, and the inn where you'll rest tonight. You know the route. You know every rock and puddle and bending tree. But you walk it as if for the first time, because each day the letters change, and with them, so does the road. The sun is low now, painting the tops of the trees in amber. Your boots are streaked with mud, and your legs ache in a way that's familiar, not painful, just present. Like the steady pulse of a job done honestly, your satchel is much lighter now. Only 2 letters remain, both tied together with faded green string. The first one is for the mason. You find him exactly where he always is at this hour, by the water barrel near his cottage, washing the lime from his hands. You nod once. He nods back. No words. You hand him the letter directly, and he takes it with a slow, square, fingered grip. He doesn't read it right away. He just stands there holding it, as though the weight matters more than the words. You don't ask what it says. You never do. Instead, you move on. Past the last bend in the road, the inn comes into view: low stone walls, mossy roof, crooked chimney. There's a light already flickering in the front window, and the smell of wood smoke and turnip stew drifts out across the field. You exhale, slowly. The final letter is in your hand now, still sealed. Still waiting. It's marked with a small blue wax circle, stamped with a symbol you don't recognize. No name, only an address. Room above the inn, second door. This is the unusual part. Most letters carry names. Some carry titles. This one simply carries a direction, like it's meant to find a ghost, or a memory, or someone who doesn't wish to be known. You climb the narrow stairs behind the inn's hearthroom, where the landlord has already given you a nod and poured you a mug of warm cider. You stop at the second door. It's half open, the light inside pale and flickering from a candle in a saucer. The room is small, just a narrow bed, a stool, and a coat hanging from a hook. But no one is here. You wait, you knock once softly, though the door is already ajar. You place the letter on the stool and leave the door open behind you, just in case they return. Something about it feels right, like placing a pebble on a grave, or a note in the hollow of a tree. Some letters arrive late, some never meet their reader, but they're still delivered. You return downstairs. The landlord hands you a bowl of stew and says nothing about the weather, the road, or the candle flickering upstairs. He understands the rhythm. He's seen this ritual before. You eat in silence, seated near the hearth where your boots can dry. The journal lies beside your bowl, its corner curling with steam. You open it one last time today and write. Letter placed, second room, candle lit. You don't write if anyone came, you don't write what you hope, just the facts, just the truth. After your bowl is scraped clean, you stretch your legs, hang your damp coat by the fire, and make your way up to your own small room, the one behind the broom cupboard, with a window that creaks when it rains. Before bed, you remove your boots and set the satchel by the door. There's a certain comfort in the soft creak of old leather, a sound that tells you tomorrow will come with another route, another set of names and ribbons and marks and folded paper. You blow out the candle. The room darkens, except for the faintest orange glow from the hearth far below. You pull the blanket up to your chin. Your arms feel like stone. Your thoughts drift not to grand dreams or distant places, but to the road, to the miles walked, the faces passed, the stillness of the woods, and above it all always the quiet dignity of carrying words, not your words, but someone's. You fall asleep before the coals fade. And outside, in the room with the open door, the candle still flickers beside an unopened letter. The sun has barely crested the edge of the hills. Mist drapes the fields like a thin wool blanket, damp and hushed. Beyond the stone arch of the abbey gate, the world moves at a slower pace. You can hear the gravel crunch under your sandals, and the low flutter of pigeons in the eaves. It is the hour before prime, the first prayer of the day. And already the brew house smells of barley. You step inside. The walls are thick, lined with flint and lime, their cool surface beaded with early dew. A single iron lantern swings from the rafters, casting its warm light against rows of wooden barrels, each banded in iron, each stenciled with faint Latin lettering. You are one of the brothers assigned to the brew. Not the most glorious role, but not the lowest either. In fact, within these cold stone walls, it's something of a sacred task. Brewing beer is no pastime here. It is both ritual and sustenance, a way to nourish the body, honor the saints, and survive the long winters when gardens give up their color and the air tastes of smoke and ice. You tie your tunic sleeves back. Your fingers are still cold, but soon the warmth of the hearth and the heavy breath of the mash will chase that away. The other brothers shuffle in one by one, silent, heads bowed, robes brushing the floor. There is no talking. This is part of the vow. No words unless required, and yet everything still gets done. Tools are passed with a nod. Instructions are offered with a gesture. It's a language built over seasons and silences. The water is already heating. A great copper cauldron, dented at the rim, rests over the brick hearth. The fire beneath it pops with damp wood and faint wisps of sage from the garden. You stir the water with a wooden paddle, watching the steam rise in slow spirals. This is the strike water, the base. Once hot enough, it will be poured over cracked malted barley, stored in cloth sacks near the back wall. Each sack is marked with a simple symbol, a cross for the darkest roast, a shell for the mid-grade, a circle for the pale. You'll blend them, of course. No batch is ever the same. The art lies in knowing what this season calls for. You breathe in. There's a comfort in the scent of roasted grain, in the rhythm of the process. First the mash tun where grain and water steep together in heavy, syrup-thick silence. Then the lautering, where sweet liquid the wort is drawn off and filtered through straw and cloth. Then the boil, long and patient, into which you'll toss dried hops from the low garden fence. Hops bitter the brew, keep it from spoiling, add bite, but you're not there yet. You heft the first sack of barley onto the table and begin to open it, fingers tracing the coarse stitching. The grains pour out in a soft rush dull gold, speckled with husks. You measure by handfuls, not by scale. No one here uses weights. Your hands know what a good batch feels like. You spread the grain, let it breathe, then begin to mix. It's quiet, but never still. A flicker of candlelight dances over the rim of the cauldron. A ladle clinks. A brother passes you a cloth to wipe your brow. Another checks the mash temperature with a polished stone, old and smooth, from years of resting inside boiling liquid. At last, the strike water is ready. You lift the cauldron slowly with the help of two others. Steam spills into your faces, dampens your robes. You pour the water into the mash tun, where the crushed grain waits like dry earth thirsty for rain. And then the room changes. The scent becomes bread, like thick, rich, sweet. You stir gently, folding the water and grain together in long, patient circles. The paddle scrapes the bottom, stirring up bubbles. The sound is like wet parchment. It is oddly soothing. This is the heart of the brew. Nothing happens fast. There is no shortcut. No flame that can rush the sugar from the grain. So you wait. Sometimes a brother hums under his breath, not a hymn, just a thread of sound that drifts and disappears before it can be called music. A bird chirps from the windowsill. The sun creeps higher, illuminating the dust in golden shafts across the stone floor. You sit. The heat from the mash warms the chamber. You remember when you were first assigned to this work. How strange it felt to make beer as a holy act. You had imagined scripture and ink, not barley and steam. But over time, the rhythm folded itself into your bones. The careful stirring, the soft lifting, the watching, the listening. And perhaps that's the lesson. That holiness doesn't always look like prayer or song. Sometimes it looks like grain giving itself to water, like yeast blooming in the dark, like warmth spreading from a hearth to fingers gone stiff with cold. The mash is nearly ready. You will draw off the first clear runnings, soon a honey-colored liquid that tastes faintly of toasted oats. Then you'll begin the long boil. The hops will come next, then the cooling, then the waiting again as the yeast does its work unseen. But for now, in this quiet space between the flame and the ferment, you stir. And somewhere behind the abbey walls, a bell begins to ring, calling the brothers to prime. You press your hand to your chest, nod once toward the mash tun, and whisper the only words permitted this early, "Pax a peace." And then back to work. The bell has stopped ringing. Its echo lingers like the last ripple in a basin of still water, then fades entirely, swallowed by stone and sky. You do not go to prayers today, not because you are disobedient, but because the brew requires constant tending. And even the rule of Saint Benedict, strict though it is, makes allowances for work deemed necessary. And beer here is necessary. You wipe your hands on the edge of your robe and check the mash tun again. The surface has stilled. No bubbles now, no floating husks. The sweetness has deepened, you can smell it, even before you lean in like oats soaked in honey, but darker, like something beginning to transform. You begin the next step, lautering. Using a sieve carved from ashwood, you draw off the first thin runnings. The liquid is clear and golden, slipping through the woven reed filter like melted glass. Beneath it lies the spent grain, still warm, soon to be pressed and fed to the pigs. Nothing is wasted here. The wort, as it's now called, flows into the boil kettle, a squat copper vessel with a wide rim and a few old dents that no one bothers to repair. You fill it slowly, carefully, letting the first froth rise without boiling over. You stir. Then you wait for the rolling boil to begin. And as you wait, you prepare the hops. They hang from the rafters in dried bundles, pale green, papery, slightly sticky. You crush a handful between your palms and breathe in the bitter perfume. Not everyone likes this smell. It's sharp, herbal, almost too alive, but to you it smells like tradition, like time passing with purpose. Each bundle is tied with a scrap of wool, color-coded, brown wool for older hops, green for this year's, blue for a rare batch grown behind the southern wall. Today, you choose the green. You crumble them into the boiling wort by hand. One handful now, another in 10 minutes. A final dusting near the end. There's a rhythm to it, passed down without measurement, like seasoning soup by memory. As the steam rises, it brings tears to your eyes, not from emotion, from the vapor. Still, you welcome it. The scent that fills the brew house now is strong and comforting bread crusts, pine resin, old wood, and something almost medicinal. Outside, the garden wall shivers under a sudden breeze. Pigeons scatter. The door creaks once, then settles, and in the quiet you begin to hum. You don't mean to, it just happens. A low, tuneless murmur, something between a chant and a lullaby. You remember hearing it from your predecessor, old brother Matthias, who passed the brewing paddle to you with hands trembling from age. He hummed constantly, even in sleep. The yeast likes it, he used to say with a wink. Now it's your turn. You hum through the boil. You hum while you clean the mash tun with a stiff, bristled brush. You hum while you fetch the cool water that will be used to chill the wort later, pouring it into heavy earthen jugs and setting them near the stone shelf where temperatures stay constant. At last, the boil is done. You lift the kettle slowly, with care, and pour the wort into the cooling trough, a wide shallow basin lined with slate and wrapped in damp cloth. The steam rises thick and fast now, clinging to your hair and robe. The room smells like the inside of a wood chest that's held stories for 100 years. And then, silence, you wait. The cooling takes time. There is no shortcut. Too warm and the yeast dies. Too cold and it sleeps. So you sit on the stone bench near the door. Cup your hands around a mug of thin ale from yesterday's batch and breathe. Somewhere outside, the bell rings, sext the midday prayer. You close your eyes. Recite the words silently. Grant us strength, O Lord, to labor not in pride, but in quiet usefulness. You open your eyes again and check the temperature. Almost ready. You go to the cabinet in the corner, behind the locked wooden shutter. There, wrapped in linen and kept away from the light, is a small clay pot filled with living yeast. Not dried, not powdered, alive. It's the same strain that's been used here for generations, handed down like a sacred relic. Refreshed weekly, stirred daily, fed with flour and water and prayer. You smile. It bubbles faintly when you open the lid. The cooled wort is ready. You lift the pot and pour a measure into the basin. The yeast blooms immediately, rising in pale tendrils that stretch like ghosts across the liquid surface. It is a beautiful thing, a quiet thing, life waking up in darkness. You cover the basin with a thick linen cloth, then press beeswax around the edges to keep the air in and everything else out. You carry it to the fermentation room, cool and silent, with stone walls and a floor that's always damp. There the waiting begins, 7 days, maybe 8, sometimes 9. The beer will change slowly as the yeast transforms sugar into something deeper. Into drink, into sustenance, into something the monks will sip beside the fire while the snow blows against the shutters. And none of it would be possible without this moment. You whisper a prayer as you close the door behind the fermenting vessel. Not out of fear, not out of reverence, just habit. The kind born of years spent in rhythm with the quietest parts of creation. The fire in the hearth is low now. You stir the coals, wash the paddle, fold the hop sack for next time. Then sit beside the warm stone wall, listening to the wind outside and the faint, faint bubbling behind the door. Not quite music, but close enough. It is the 8th day. The frost has returned overnight, crisping the edges of the garden leaves and frosting the shutter hinges. The path from your cell to the brew house is marked with prints from the evening's fox, who visits without fail, as if keeping vigil over the work. Inside, the fire is already lit. Its smoke climbs slowly toward the thatched roof where soot has darkened the rafters over decades. You wrap your robe tighter, your hands already instinctively moving, unshuttering the small stone window, checking the moisture on the clay pots, drawing the iron kettle near the flame. Today is racking day. The beer, if it can now be called that, has finished fermenting. You smell it the moment you lift the linen cloth, something deep, dark, and finished. Gone is the sweetness of sugar. In its place, a soft, mellow scent of bread crust and candle smoke. There is still warmth to it, not of heat, but of life recently completed. You lift the lid. Inside, the foam has fallen back, leaving a thin ring at the edges of the basin, the blessing mark. As Brother Matthias called it, if it forms a full circle, unbroken, it means the batch is sound. You smile. Today's ring is perfect. You draw off the liquid slowly, using a hollowed reed fixed into a wooden bucket. The flow is silent. Smooth, you hold the bucket steady, not a drop wasted. Outside, the barrels have been laid out, 3 of them, scrubbed with vinegar and rinsed with boiling water, then cooled overnight in the cold room. Each is fitted with a wooden spigot, carved to size and sealed with linen soaked in beeswax. You carry the beer in small batches. The barrels fill slowly, each one whispering as the stream finds its bottom. You stop just before the rim, careful to leave space for the beer to settle. A tight seal now could cause a burst. You've seen it happen once. The mess was legendary. You finish filling the final barrel just as the bell rings none the 9th hour. Time for the blessing. Brother Anselm arrives from the scriptorium, his fingers still stained with ink. He brings with him a small book of prayers and a flask of holy water. You wipe your hands on your apron and nod silently. He nods back. No words pass between you. He begins the prayer. May this drink bring comfort to the sick, strength to the weary, and gladness to the table. You bow your head. The water sprinkles lightly across the barrel tops, catching the flicker of the lantern. The ritual is old, older than the abbey, perhaps older than memory, but it feels right, even if you don't understand all the words. After the blessing, the barrels are sealed, corked tightly, and bound with twine. They will rest for 3 more days, just beyond the hearth where the heat will not disturb them, but will keep the worst of the frost away. After that, they'll be rolled carefully, slowly into the monk's cellar, where rows of bottles and barrels age beneath arches carved 6 centuries ago. Not every batch is saved. Some are drunk quickly for warmth, for feast days, for trade with nearby villages in exchange for salt and flour. Others are bottled and stored, aged for a season or 2, until their taste softens and deepens. A few are reserved for guests of the abbey, traveling bishops, wandering pilgrims, lost soldiers who find their way to your gate. You take a small wooden cup and dip it into the first barrel. Just a sip. The taste is round, like dark rye bread baked in stone, slight bitterness from the hops, a faint sweet finish from the barley. No notes of smoke, this time perhaps the fire burned cleaner during the boil. Every batch is different. Every batch carries the air, the season, the touch of the hand that stirred it. You set the cup down. Behind you, another brother enters, younger, still new to the rhythm of the brew. You pass him the paddle. He bows. No words are needed. His training will begin tomorrow. You step outside. The wind has picked up, tugging at the garden's dried vines. A rook caws from the abbey wall. The sky is bruised with coming snow, but the sun still lingers faintly behind it, not warm, but not gone. The cold doesn't bite quite so hard today. You think of the barrels resting inside. You think of the long nights to come, the dark hallways, the cold stone, the low fires. But now, there will be something to warm the body. A cup passed hand to hand. A taste that speaks of labor, of time of prayer. You've heard people call monastic beer a luxury. They are wrong. It is not a luxury. It is a necessity. For monks who spend their days in silence and study, who rise in darkness and sleep in unheated rooms, who mend boots and grow leeks and copy manuscripts until their backs ache, it is something small and good and earned. You return to the brew house and close the shutters. The fire crackles once more, the paddle is leaned neatly in the corner, the spent grain has already been loaded for the pigs. Another batch finished. Another winter day passed. You sit by the hearth and sip the last of the warm cup. It is quiet. It is simple, and it is enough, in place of silver. Some have initials burned into them, others are blank. These were sometimes handed out by captains as advance payment for rum or foodry, deemable only at certain docks. A primitive, but surprisingly functional economy. You begin to notice how fluid the concept of money is here. A hat with a feather might be worth more than a full purse of copper. A warm pair of boots, worth more than gold in a cold storm. A bottle of decent wine, priceless after weeks at sea, and a secret map of an unguarded merchant route that could change lives. Money, you realize, isn't about coin, it's about context, and nowhere is that more true than in pirate society. Benno finally looks up. He lights a small clay pipe, leans back and gestures toward the window. You know, he mutters, they say pirates didn't believe in kings, but they sure believed in keeping records. You laugh softly. Not the kind of legacy you imagined, ledgers, credit systems, and bartering for oranges. But perhaps that's exactly what kept the pirate world alive. Not the battles, not the gold, but the quiet exchanges behind closed shutters. As you listen to the sounds of the port, the distant strum of a guitar, a ship bell swaying in the breeze, you think, maybe the most fascinating part of pirate life wasn't how they stole things, but how they made them last. Dawn breaks over Port Royal in slow ripples of dusty pink and tired gold. The market square is quiet now, the crates are empty, the fish stalls swept. The spilled molasses has drawn ants and the occasional lazy dog. The only sound is the gentle creak of ropes from the docks, and somewhere in the distance, the low whistle of a sleepy ship's cook boiling morning tea over charcoal. You step onto the pier, bare wood slick with dew. A sloop rocks gently in the harbor, its sails furled, its crew groggy. They spent the night drinking, laughing, trading tales about stormy crossings and Dutch patrols, and sea monsters with glowing eyes. But today they sail again, and before they do, they must finish the most crucial task, paying their debts. A pirate's life, despite all its myths, was not a permanent holiday of rum and sword fights. It was a cycle, a strange but sturdy one. You raid, you split shares, you spend, you resupply, and then you vanish again over the horizon. The problem was this: money runs out faster on land. You pass by a crew haggling with a cooper over a barrel of salted pork. Their captain has already sold a Spanish pendant to cover the cost of fresh rope. One sailor offers up a carved ivory comb for a barrel of limes. Another barters a single pistol for a sack of dried beans, a coil of rope, and a small Bible. The shopkeeper doesn't blink. He knows the pistol has likely been fired once and jammed. That's the last thing the pirate will trade today. When the money dries up, when the shiny buttons, the bits of silver, and the sacks of foreign spices are gone, things get quieter. Pride hardens, favors are called in. Some pirates beg for one more day before sailing. Some vanish in the night, hoping their debts will be forgotten. But Port Royal remembers. Even without banks or legal ledgers, this is a port that keeps track. A tavern keeper might forgive a debt once, twice perhaps, but a third time you might find your name scratched off the customer list, or scratched into the back of the door with a simple note, owes more than he's worth. Still, it wasn't all desperation. Some pirates learned how to manage their shares. A few clever ones, even illiterate, trusted local scribes to hold or convert valuables for future use. A few bought plots of land, crude huts near the docks. Some, miraculously, retired. You wander up a winding path away from the sea, toward the edge of town. Here, the noise of the harbor fades into the rustle of sugar cane and the low buzz of insects. A crooked house leans against a stone wall. On its porch sits an old man in a faded tricorn hat. His beard is thin and white. His eyes are watery but kind. He was a pirate once. Now he sells carved spoons. Beside him sits a rusted lockbox. Inside are things that once paid for more than food. A blood red ring, a compass with no needle, a cloth patch sewn with French thread, a Spanish coin folded in half. All useless now, but kept like memories. You sit on the porch. He hands you a spoon, made from driftwood. He says, "I sell it for a story if you've got one." He doesn't ask for gold. That's the thing the legends always get wrong. Most pirates didn't hoard treasure. They spent it, they traded it, they used it to survive, to celebrate, to escape. And most of the time it was gone before the next voyage. You look out at the ocean, the same horizon that swallowed hundreds of names. No monuments were built for them, no statues, but their fingerprints are here, in ledgers, in stories, in the ashes of old bakeries, and the salt-stained notes scribbled behind stalls. The rum has run out. The limes are gone, the debts are settled, or not, and still the sea calls them back. You walk slowly down the path toward the docks again. The wind shifts. A ship creaks as it's pushed from the shore. The crew moves with quiet efficiency. Their supplies are tied down, their sails slowly filling. But before they leave, one sailor returns to shore. He walks to the old fruit stand and places a single item on the table, a tiny gold tooth pried from some unknown raid. In exchange, he receives a small bundle of dried mango slices, wrapped in waxed cloth. The woman nods, no words spoken. He turns, climbs aboard, and vanishes into the morning mist. You stand there, watching the sails disappear. And you wonder, when history remembers pirates, why do we only hear about what they stole and never about what they traded to live? The rooster hasn't crowed yet, but the sky is already lightening a pale, silvery blue spreading slowly above the thatched rooftops of a quiet English village. You stir from a straw mattress, scratching at a woolen sleeve. The cottage is chilly, the air tinged with the scent of peat smoke, damp wood, and something faintly sour yesterday's stew, perhaps. You hear the low clatter of wooden buckets outside, and the slow creak of a well crank. It's the year 1327, somewhere in East Anglia, and it's time to get ready for the day. No, there's no running water, no scented soap, no towel warmers or loofahs. But medieval people weren't as dirty as the myths suggest. In fact, they had routines, sometimes elaborate ones, to stay clean. Or at least to feel clean. You wrap a linen shawl over your shoulders and step outside, your bare feet brushing the icy mud. Just beyond the fence, a small wooden privy leans over a pit, smelling sharply of decay and wet leaves. But this story isn't about what happens there. This is about what comes after. Nearby, a maidservant tips the contents of a chamber pot into a trench lined with hay and ash. She rinses the pot with a splash of water, not fresh well water, but grey water, saved from last night's stew pot. Every drop is used twice, if not 3 times. Back inside, an older woman pours a wooden pitcher of water into a basin carved from stone. This is the closest thing to a morning sink. She dips a rag into the water and begins wiping her face, her hands, and behind her ears. Then she turns the cloth inside out and passes it to the next person. This is not unusual. Most medieval homes had a washstand or washing corner. The nobility, of course, had more elaborate arrangements. Servants brought ewers of warmed rosewater, towels of fine flax, and sometimes perfumes. But even common folk, like this household, took the act of washing seriously, not because they understood germs, they didn't, but because dirt was uncomfortable, sweat was offensive, and too much grime made it hard to pray, to sleep, or to work without itching. You sit by the hearth as the youngest child rubs her hands with mint leaves, crushed from a garden patch. They leave a greenish smear, but smell pleasantly sharp. Her older brother uses sand and a rough cloth to scrub the calluses from his palms. He's been working the thatch roof. Nearby, a man in his 40s, maybe the father, takes a lump of something lard. like from a pot, and begins rubbing it between his fingers. This is boar fat, mixed with ashes and a few crushed herbs. It's not soap, not quite, but it does the job. Grease attracts dirt, and water washes away the grease. It's surprisingly effective. In wealthier households, this mixture might be replaced with real soap, made from lye and animal fat, boiled down and hardened into foul, smelling grey chunks. Soap like this existed, the ancient Romans used it too, but it was expensive, smelly, and mostly reserved for laundry or shaving heads before pilgrimage. So instead, people bathed differently. Let's step into a slightly fancier world. You travel now to a nearby manor, not a castle, but a timber, framed house belonging to a minor noble. Inside, a bathing tub made of wood is being filled with warm water from iron pots carried in from the fire. Sprigs of lavender float on the surface. A servant adds a splash of spiced wine, not for drinking, but for scent. The lady of the house steps in. She bathes once a week, perhaps, more often in summer, less often in winter. She is attended by maids, who gently scrub her arms with a linen cloth, carefully avoiding her jewelry. Her hair is washed with eggs, beaten into a thick yellow foam, then rinsed with vinegar. Cleanliness here is partly luxury and partly moral. A clean body was thought to reflect a clean soul, but too much bathing was sometimes seen as indulgent or even dangerous. Medieval medical theory believed in humorous fluids in the body that needed to be kept in balance. Too much bathing could open the pores, making you vulnerable to bad air or infection. So cleanliness wasn't always about full immersion. Sometimes it was about wiping down, rinsing specific parts of the body, and airing out clothes. In fact, changing your linen was considered a form of washing. You return now to the village, where a group of women sit near a stream. They're not washing themselves, but their chemises, long undertunics of linen worn closest to the skin. They beat them gently on flat stones, scrubbing with ash and rainwater. One of them jokes that it's better to wash the shirt than the person. That was a common sentiment. If your shirt was clean, you were clean. Back at the cottage, a boy uses thyme leaves to rub the soles of his feet. His grandmother sprinkles powdered chalk under her arms. A few drops of alum, a naturally occurring salt, are pressed under the tongue to freshen breath. And before heading to church, a girl rubs a dried lemon peel on her neck. Are they spotless? No. But they smell of herbs and smoke, earth and salt. They are cleaner than myth suggests. Their practices are repetitive, ordinary yet somehow graceful. And as you sit near the hearth again, watching a mother wipe her baby's face with a damp rag, you begin to wonder, in a world without modern soap, what did it really mean to be clean? It's a market day. The streets are alive with carts, oxen, vendors shouting prices, and the distant toll of church bells. You're not here for turnips or wool, though. Today, you're heading toward a part of town most travelers avoid, or at least pretend to. The public bathhouse. Yes, there were public baths in medieval Europe, especially in cities like Paris, London, Prague, and Rome. Some were holdovers from Roman times, repurposed and rebuilt by new rulers. Others were simple timber structures built near rivers or springs, where hot stones could be dropped into large wooden tubs to warm the water. But these weren't quiet spas. They were social spaces, filled with steam, chatter, and a constant shuffle of bare feet on wet stone. You push open the door of a bathhouse in mid-14th century Prague. It's called a stew, short for stew house, and no, it's not for food. Inside, the air is thick with damp heat and the smell of soapwort, a native plant boiled into a slippery paste. There are several rooms, a small changing area where linen robes are provided, a chamber where you're scrubbed down with rough cloths and oil, and then the main bath, a large wooden tub, sometimes shared with strangers, sometimes rented privately. Bathing was often segregated by gender, but not always. In some places and times, men and women bathed together, loosely robed, surrounded by clouds of steam. The church often disapproved, but the people came anyway. A man with a bald head and silver earring kneels beside the tub. He's a bath attendant, also called a bath boy, or washer. He pours water over your shoulders and begins scrubbing with a cloth soaked in warm vinegar and dried rose petals. It's abrasive, but not unpleasant. Cleanliness here is also performance. To be seen at the bathhouse, to be visibly washed, was part of being respectable. Young couples came here before betrothal. Pilgrims washed before entering a holy site. Even merchants stopped by after long journeys to rinse the dust from their beards. The bathhouse was also a place of business. In the next room, a group of clerks from the city office are soaking their feet while arguing about grain prices. Nearby, a scribe copies a tax record while balancing a towel on his knees. A young woman sells herbal drinks, mead with marjoram, said to cool the blood. There are rules posted on the wall: no leaping into the tubs, no bringing pigs into the bath, no public shaving of strangers without payment, no lying about how many fleas you had. Yes, that last one is real. Bathhouses were often places where lice and fleas were dealt with. People brought wooden combs and small bowls of vinegar, picking out pests and flicking them into the fire. The bathhouse is not luxurious, but it is effective. Your fingernails are scraped clean with a bone pick, your hair rubbed with egg yolk and salt, your arms splashed with infused mint water. Some wealthier patrons request a sweating room, a kind of sauna, heated by placing hot stones in a sealed chamber. After sweating, they're rinsed with cool water and massaged with olive oil or goose grease. Then there's the barber's corner. Here, men line up to have their beards trimmed, their heads shaved, monks especially, and occasionally a tooth pulled. Bloodletting is also offered, though not mandatory, but don't be fooled into thinking everyone used bathhouses. In rural areas, or during times of plague or famine, bathing was rare. The Black Death 1003, 147-1003, 151 caused people to fear water, believing that bathing opened the pores and let the plague in. Many began to bathe less, cover themselves in perfume, or wear talismans made of dried herbs. Even kings became cautious. King Louis Roman XIV of France was said to bathe only twice in his life, though that's likely exaggerated. More common was the practice of washing strategic parts, hands, face, feet, and private areas, with cloths soaked in vinegar or floral water. You return now to a noble household, where a servant carries a silver basin into the lady's chamber. She rinses her feet before sleep, drying them with a towel embroidered with lavender sprigs. On the shelf, a small jar labeled rose paste, a medieval deodorant made from powdered rose petals, vinegar, and goat fat. The lord of the house uses a birch whisk, tapping his back and arms before applying powdered alum under his arms. He wears a clean linen undershirt to bed, and beside his cot, a pot of fresh sage leaves, to chew before morning prayers. You're beginning to see that cleanliness in medieval life was not one thing. It was a patchwork of habits, beliefs, and local customs. And while there was no universal soap routine, there was something more powerful: intention. People wanted to feel presentable, respectable, and comfortable. They wanted to keep fleas away, to sleep without itching, to enter a church smelling faintly of lavender and not dung. And they found ways, some strange, some surprisingly sensible. As you sit near a hearth in a bathhouse's outer room, wrapped in a linen robe, sipping warm elderflower tea, you overhear a question: is it better to smell like mint and sweat, or simply not smell at all? No one answers. Because, maybe, in the Middle Ages, cleanliness wasn't about perfection, but about doing what you could with what you had. Evening falls again. The light is honey, colored as it spills through the shutter slats of a small farmhouse just outside Canterbury. Inside, a fire glows low and soft. The day's labors, milking, threshing, baking, are behind you, and now, as the dust settles, a new ritual begins. Tonight, you'll witness how cleanliness continues even after the day has ended. The eldest daughter, perhaps 17, with freckled cheeks and rough hands, sets out a basin of water near the door. Not too warm, not too cold, just enough to rinse the day from her skin. She dabs her face, neck, underarms, and then her feet. Always the feet, always last. She dries herself with a coarse linen towel and folds it carefully over a wooden hook. No one is watching. This isn't performance, it's comfort. In the candlelight, her younger brother scrapes a toothpick along his molars. Carved from goose bone, rinsed in salt water. His grandmother chews dried fennel seeds and rubs a mint leaf against her gums. The family's only mirror, a polished disc of bronze, rests unused. They don't need it. This too is cleanliness, not dramatic.